The Collected Works of Carl Jung. Volume 9, Archetypes and the Collective Unconscious. Part 2, a complete digital audiobook production by the Mercurius Foundation. This audiobook has been carefully crafted for your listening experience. We encourage you to pause, rewind, and revisit the passages that speak to you most. The Phenomenology of the Spirit in Fairytales. One of the unbreakable rules in scientific research is to take an object as known only so far as the inquirer is in a position to make scientifically valid statements about it. Valid, in this sense, simply means what can be verified by facts. The object of inquiry is the natural phenomenon. Now, in psychology, one of the most important phenomena is the statement, and in particular its form and content, the latter aspect being perhaps the more significant with regard to the nature of the psyche. The first task that ordinarily presents itself is the description and arrangement of events. Then comes the closer examination into the laws of their living behavior. To inquire into the substance of what has been observed is possible in natural science only where there is an Archimedean point outside. For the psyche, no such outside standpoint exists. Only the psyche can observe the psyche. Consequently, knowledge of the psychic substance is impossible for us, at least with the means at present available. This does not rule out the possibility that the atomic physics of the future may supply us with the said Archimedean point. For the time being, however, our subtlest lucubrations can establish no more than is expressed in the statement. This is how the psyche behaves. The honest investigator will piously refrain from meddling with questions of substance. I do not think it superfluous to acquaint my reader with the necessary limitations that psychology voluntarily imposes on itself, for he will then be in a position to appreciate the phenomenological standpoint of modern psychology, which is not always understood. This standpoint does not exclude the existence of faith, conviction, and experienced certainties of whatever description, nor does it contest their possible validity. Great as is their importance for the individual and for collective life, psychology completely lacks the means to prove their validity in the scientific sense. One may lament this incapacity on the part of science, but that does not enable it to jump over its own shadow. Concerning the word spirit. The word spirit possesses such a wide range of application that it requires considerable effort to make clear to oneself all the things it can mean. Spirit, we say, is the principle that stands in opposition to matter. By this we understand an immaterial substance or form of existence, which on the highest and most universal level is called God. We imagine this immaterial substance also as the vehicle of psychic phenomena, or even of life itself. In contradiction to this view there stands the antithesis, spirit and nature. Here the concept of spirit is restricted to the supernatural or antinatural, and has lost its substantial connection with psyche and life. A similar restriction is implied in Spinoza's view that spirit is an attribute of the one substance. Hylozoism goes even further, taking spirit to be a quality of matter. A very widespread view conceives spirit as a higher and psyche as a lower principle of activity, and conversely the alchemists thought of spirit as the ligamentum anime et corporis, obviously regarding it as a spiritus vegetativus, the later life spirit or nerve spirit. Equally common is the view that spirit and psyche are essentially the same and can be separated only arbitrarily. Wundt takes spirit as the inner being, regardless of any connection with an outer being. Others restrict spirit to certain psychic capacities or functions or qualities, such as the capacity to think and reason in contradistinction to the more soulful sentiments. Here spirit means the sum total of all the phenomena of rational thought, or of the intellect, including the will, memory, imagination, creative power, and aspirations motivated by ideals. Spirit has the further connotation of sprightliness, as when we say that a person is spirited, meaning that he is versatile and full of ideas, with a brilliant, witty, and surprising turn of mind. Again, spirit denotes a certain attitude or the principle underlying it. For instance, one is educated in the spirit of Pestalozzi, or one says that the spirit of Weimar is the immortal German heritage. A special instance is the time spirit, or spirit of the age, which stands for the principle and motive force behind certain views, judgments, and actions of a collective nature. Then there is the objective spirit, by which is meant the whole stock of man's cultural possessions with particular regard to his intellectual and religious achievements. As linguistic usage shows, spirit in the sense of an attitude has unmistakable leanings towards personification. The spirit of Pestalozzi can also be taken concretistically as his ghost or imago, just as the spirits of Weimar are the personal specters of Goethe and Schiller. For spirit still has the spookish meaning of the soul of one departed. The cold breath of the spirits points on the one hand to the ancient affinity of Psi with Psi and Psychiomicron, which both mean cold, and on the other hand to the original meaning of Pi Nu Alpha, which simply denoted air in motion. And in the same way animus and anima were connected with acute Nu Omicron, wind. The German word Geist probably has more to do with something frothing, effervescing, or fermenting, hence affinities with gischt, foam, gashed yeast, ghost, and also with the emotional ghastly and aghast, are not to be rejected. From time immemorial emotion has been regarded as possession, which is why we still say today of a hot-tempered person that he is possessed of a devil or that an evil spirit has entered into him. Just as, according to the old view, the spirits or souls of the dead are of a subtle disposition like a vapor or a smoke, so to the alchemist spiritus was a subtle, volatile, active, and vivifying essence, such as alcohol was understood to be, and all the arcane substances. On this level, spirit includes spirits of salts, spirits of ammonia, formic spirit, etc. This score or so of meanings and shades of meaning attributable to the word spirit make it difficult for the psychologist to delimit his subject conceptually, but on the other hand they lighten the task of describing it, since the many different aspects go to form a vivid and concrete picture of the phenomenon in question. We are concerned with a functional complex which originally, on the primitive level, was felt as an invisible, breath-like presence. William James has given us a lively account of this primordial phenomenon in his Varieties of Religious Experience. Another well-known example is the wind of the Pentecostal miracle. The primitive mentality finds it quite natural to personify the invisible presence as a ghost or demon. The souls or spirits of the dead are identical with the psychic activity of the living. They merely continue it. The view that the psyche is a spirit is implicit in this. When therefore something psychic happens in the individual, which he feels as belonging to himself, that something is his own spirit. But if anything psychic happens which seems to him strange, then it is somebody else's spirit, and it may be causing a possession. The spirit in the first case corresponds to the subjective attitude, in the latter case to public opinion, to the time spirit, or to the original, not yet human, anthropoid disposition, which we also call the unconscious. In keeping with its original wind nature, spirit is always an active, winged, swift-moving being as well as that which vivifies, stimulates, incites, fires, and inspires. To put it in modern language, spirit is the dynamic principle, forming for that very reason the classical antithesis of matter. The antithesis, that is, of its stasis and inertia. Basically, it is the contrast between life and death. The subsequent differentiation of this contrast leads to the actually very remarkable opposition of spirit and nature. Even though spirit is regarded as essentially alive and enlivening, one cannot really feel nature as unspiritual and dead. We must therefore be dealing here with the Christian postulate of a spirit whose life is so vastly superior to the life of nature that in comparison with it the latter is no better than death. This special development in man's idea of spirit rests on the recognition that its invisible presence is a psychic phenomenon, i.e., one's own spirit, and that this consists not only of uprushes of life but of formal products too. Among the first, the most prominent are the images and shadowy presentations that occupy our inner field of vision. Among the second, thinking and reason, which organize the world of images. In this way, a transcendent spirit superimposed itself upon the original, natural life spirit, and even swung over to the opposite position, as though the latter were merely naturalistic. The transcendent spirit became the supernatural and transmundane cosmic principle of order, and as such was given the name of God, or at least it became an attribute of the one substance, as in Spinoza, or one person of the Godhead, as in Christianity. The corresponding development of spirit in the reverse hylozoistic direction, a maiori ad minus, took place under anti-Christian auspices in materialism. The premise underlying this reaction is the exclusive certainty of the spirit's identity with psychic functions, whose dependence upon brain and metabolism became increasingly clear. One had only to give the one substance another name and call it matter, to produce the idea of a spirit which was entirely dependent on nutrition and environment, and whose highest form was the intellect or reason. This meant that the original pneumatic presence had taken up its abode in man's physiology, and a writer like Klages could arraign the spirit as the adversary of the soul. For it was into this latter concept that the original spontaneity of the spirit withdrew after it had been degraded to a servile attribute of matter. Somewhere or other the deus ex machina quality of spirit had to be preserved. If not in the spirit itself, then in its synonym the soul, that glancing, Aeolian thing, elusive as a butterfly, anima psiupsilankai. Even though the materialistic conception of the spirit did not prevail everywhere, it still persisted, outside the sphere of religion, in the realm of conscious phenomena. Spirit as subjective spirit came to mean a purely endopsychic phenomenon, while objective spirit did not mean the universal spirit or God, but merely the sum total of intellectual and cultural possessions which make up our human institutions and the content of our libraries. Spirit had forfeited its original nature, its autonomy and spontaneity over a very wide area, with the solitary exception of the religious field, where, at least in principle, its pristine character remained unimpaired. In this resume we have described an entity which presents itself to us as an immediate psychic phenomenon distinguished from other psychisms, whose existence is naively believed to be causally dependent upon physical influences. A connection between spirit and physical conditions is not immediately apparent, and for this reason it was credited with immateriality to a much higher degree than was the case with psychic phenomena in the narrower sense. Not only is a certain physical dependence attributed to the latter, but they are themselves thought of as possessing a kind of materiality, as the idea of the subtle body and the Chinese K-soul clearly show. In view of the intimate connection that exists between certain psychic processes and their physical parallels, we cannot very well accept the total immateriality of the psyche. As against this, the consensus omnium insists on the immateriality of spirit, though not everyone would agree that it also has a reality of its own. It is, however, not easy to see why our hypothetical matter, which looks quite different from what it did even 30 years ago, alone should be real and spirit not. Although the idea of immateriality does not in itself exclude that of reality, popular opinion invariably associates reality with materiality. Spirit and matter may well be forms of one and the same transcendental being. For instance, the Tantrists, with as much right, say that matter is nothing other than the concreteness of God's thoughts. The sole immediate reality is the psychic reality of conscious contents, which are as it were labeled with a spiritual or material origin, as the case may be. The hallmarks of spirit are, firstly, the principle of spontaneous movement and activity. Secondly, the spontaneous capacity to produce images independently of sense perception. And thirdly, the autonomous and sovereign manipulation of these images. This spiritual entity approaches primitive man from outside, but with increasing development it gets lodged in man's consciousness and becomes a subordinate function, thus apparently forfeiting its original character of autonomy. That character is now retained only in the most conservative views, namely in the religions. The descent of spirit into the sphere of human consciousness is expressed in the myth of the divine Nuomicron caught in the embrace of Sigma Iota. This process, continuing over the ages, is probably an unavoidable necessity, and the religions would find themselves in a very forlorn situation if they believed in the attempt to hold up evolution. Their task, if they are well advised, is not to impede the ineluctable march of events, but to guide it in such a way that it can proceed without fatal injury to the soul. The religions should therefore constantly recall to us the origin and original character of the spirit, lest man should forget what he is drawing into himself and with what he is filling his consciousness. He himself did not create the spirit, rather the spirit makes him creative, always spurring him on, giving him lucky ideas, staying power, enthusiasm, and inspiration. So much, indeed, does it permeate his whole being that he is in gravest danger of thinking that he actually created the spirit and that he has it. In reality, however, the primordial phenomenon of the spirit takes possession of him, and while appearing to be the willing object of human intentions, it binds his freedom, just as the physical world does, with 1,000 chains and becomes an obsessive idée force. Spirit threatens the naive-minded man with inflation, of which our own times have given us the most horribly instructive examples. The danger becomes all the greater the more our interest fastens upon external objects, and the more we forget that the differentiation of our relation to nature should go hand in hand with a correspondingly differentiated relation to the spirit, so as to establish the necessary balance. If the outer object is not offset by an inner, unbridled materialism results, coupled with maniacal arrogance, or else the extinction of the autonomous personality, which is in any case the ideal of the totalitarian mass state. As can readily be seen, the common modern idea of spirit ill accords with the Christian view, which regards it as the summum bonum, as God himself. To be sure, there is also the idea of an evil spirit. But the modern idea cannot be equated with that either, since for us spirit is not necessarily evil. We would have to call it morally indifferent or neutral. When the Bible says God is spirit, it sounds more like the definition of a substance, or like a qualification. But the devil too, it seems, is endowed with the same peculiar spiritual substance, albeit an evil and corrupt one. The original identity of substance is still expressed in the idea of the fallen angel, as well as in the close connection between Jehovah and Satan in the Old Testament. There may be an echo of this primitive connection in the Lord's Prayer, where we say, "Lead us not into temptation." For is not this really the business of the tempter, the devil himself? This brings us to a point we have not considered at all in the course of our observations so far. We have availed ourselves of cultural and everyday conceptions which are the product of human consciousness and its reflections, in order to form a picture of the psychic modes of manifestation of the factor spirit. But we have yet to consider that because of its original autonomy, about which there can be no doubt in the psychological sense, the spirit is quite capable of staging its own manifestations spontaneously. 2. Self-representation of the spirit in dreams. The psychic manifestations of the spirit indicate at once that they are of an archetypal nature. In other words, the phenomenon we call spirit depends on the existence of an autonomous primordial image which is universally present in the preconscious makeup of the human psyche. As usual, I first came up against this problem when investigating the dreams of my patients. It struck me that a certain kind of father complex has a spiritual character, so to speak, in the sense that the father image gives rise to statements, actions, tendencies, impulses, opinions, etc., to which one could hardly deny the attribute spiritual. In men, a positive father complex very often produces a certain credulity with regard to authority and a distinct willingness to bow down before all spiritual dogmas and values, while in women, it induces the liveliest spiritual aspirations and interests. In dreams, it is always the father figure from whom the decisive convictions, prohibitions, and wise counsels emanate. The invisibility of this source is frequently emphasized by the fact that it consists simply of an authoritative voice which passes final judgments. Mostly, therefore, it is the figure of a wise old man who symbolizes the spiritual factor. Sometimes the part is played by a real spirit, namely the ghost of one dead, or more rarely, by grotesque gnome-like figures or talking animals. The dwarf forms are found, at least in my experience, mainly in women. Hence it seems to me logical that in Ernst Barlach's play Der Tod-Tag, 1912, the gnome-like figure of Steisbart, Rumpbeard, is associated with the mother, just as Bess is associated with the mother goddess at Karnak. In both sexes the spirit can also take the form of a boy or a youth. In women he corresponds to the so-called positive animus, who indicates the possibility of conscious spiritual effort. In men his meaning is not so simple. He can be positive, in which case he signifies the higher personality, the self or filius regius as conceived by the alchemists. But he can also be negative, and then he signifies the infantile shadow. In both cases the boy means some form of spirit. Greybeard and boy belong together. The pair of them play a considerable role in alchemy as symbols of Mercurius. It can never be established with 100% certainty whether the spirit figures in dreams are morally good. Very often they show all the signs of duplicity, if not of outright malice. I must emphasize, however, that the grand plan on which the unconscious life of the psyche is constructed is so inaccessible to our understanding that we can never know what evil may not be necessary in order to produce good by enantiodromia, and what good may very possibly lead to evil. Sometimes the probate spiritus recommended by Jung cannot, with the best will in the world, be anything other than a cautious and patient waiting to see how things will finally turn out. The figure of the wise old man can appear so plastically, not only in dreams but also in visionary meditation, or what we call active imagination, that, as is sometimes apparently the case in India, it takes over the role of a guru. The wise old man appears in dreams in the guise of a magician, doctor, priest, teacher, professor, grandfather, or any other person possessing authority. The archetype of spirit in the shape of a man, hobgoblin, or animal always appears in a situation where insight, understanding, good advice, determination, planning, etc., are needed but cannot be mustered on one's own resources. The archetype compensates this state of spiritual deficiency by contents designed to fill the gap. An excellent example of this is the dream about the white and black magicians, which tried to compensate the spiritual difficulties of a young theological student. I did not know the dreamer myself, so the question of my personal influence is ruled out. He dreamed he was standing in the presence of a sublime hieratic figure called the White Magician, who was nevertheless clothed in a long black robe. This magician had just ended a lengthy discourse with the words, "And for that we require the help of the black magician." Then the door suddenly opened and another old man came in, the black magician, who however was dressed in a white robe. He too looked noble and sublime. The black magician evidently wanted to speak with the white, but hesitated to do so in the presence of the dreamer. At that the white magician, pointing to the dreamer, said, "Speak, he is an innocent." So the black magician began to relate a strange story of how he had found the lost keys of paradise and did not know how to use them. He had, he said, come to the white magician for an explanation of the secret of the keys. He told him that the king of the country in which he lived was seeking a suitable tomb for himself. His subjects had chanced to dig up an old sarcophagus containing the mortal remains of a virgin. The king opened the sarcophagus, threw away the bones, and had the empty sarcophagus buried again for later use. But no sooner had the bones seen the light of day than the being to whom they once had belonged, the virgin, changed into a black horse that galloped off into the desert. The black magician pursued it across the sandy wastes and beyond, and there after many vicissitudes and difficulties he found the lost keys of paradise. That was the end of his story, and also, unfortunately, of the dream. Here the compensation certainly did not fall out as the dreamer would wish, by handing him a solution on a plate. Rather, it confronted him with a problem to which I have already alluded, and one which life is always bringing us up against. Namely, the uncertainty of all moral valuation, the bewildering interplay of good and evil, and the remorseless concatenation of guilt, suffering, and redemption. This path to the primordial religious experience is the right one, but how many can recognize it? It is like a still small voice, and it sounds from afar. It is ambiguous, questionable, dark, presaging danger and hazardous adventure, a razor-edged path, to be trodden for God's sake only, without assurance and without sanction. 3. The Spirit in Fairytales. I would gladly present the reader with some more modern dream material, but I fear that the individualism of dreams would make too high a demand upon our exposition and would claim more space than is here at our disposal. We shall therefore turn to folklore, where we need not get involved in the grim confrontations and entanglements of individual case histories and can observe the variations of the spirit motif without having to consider conditions that are more or less unique. In myths and fairy tales, as in dreams, the psyche tells its own story, and the interplay of the archetypes is revealed in its natural setting as formation, transformation / the eternal mind's eternal recreation. The frequency with which the spirit type appears as an old man is about the same in fairy tales as in dreams. The old man always appears when the hero is in a hopeless and desperate situation from which only profound reflection or a lucky idea, in other words, a spiritual function or an endopsychic automatism of some kind, can extricate him. But since, for internal and external reasons, the hero cannot accomplish this himself, the knowledge needed to compensate the deficiency comes in the form of a personified thought, i.e., in the shape of this sagacious and helpful old man. An Estonian fairy tale, for instance, tells how an ill-treated little orphan boy who had let a cow escape was afraid to return home again for fear of more punishment. So he ran away, chancing to luck. He naturally got himself into a hopeless situation, with no visible way out. Exhausted, he fell into a deep sleep. When he awoke, it seemed to him that he had something liquid in his mouth, and he saw a little old man with a long gray beard standing before him, who was in the act of replacing the stopper in his little milk flask. "Give me some more to drink," begged the boy. "You have had enough for today," replied the old man. "If my path had not chanced to lead me to you, that would assuredly have been your last sleep, for when I found you, you were half dead." Then the old man asked the boy who he was and where he wanted to go. The boy recounted everything he could remember happening to him up to the beating he had received the previous evening. "My dear child," said the old man, "you are no better and no worse off than many others whose dear protectors and comforters rest in their coffins under the earth. You can no longer turn back. Now that you have run away, you must seek a new fortune in the world. As I have neither house nor home, nor wife nor child, I cannot take further care of you, but I will give you some good advice for nothing." So far the old man has been expressing no more than what the boy, the hero of the tale, could have thought out for himself. Having given way to the stress of emotion, and simply run off like that into the blue, he would at least have had to reflect that he needed food. It would also have been necessary, at such a moment, to consider his position. The whole story of his life up to the recent past would then have passed before his mind, as is usual in such cases. An anamnesis of this kind is a purposeful process whose aim is to gather the assets of the whole personality together at the critical moment, when all one's spiritual and physical forces are challenged, and with this united strength to fling open the door of the future. No one can help the boy to do this. He has to rely entirely on himself. There is no going back. This realization will give the necessary resolution to his actions. By forcing him to face the issue, the old man saves him the trouble of making up his mind. Indeed, the old man is himself this purposeful reflection and concentration of moral and physical forces that comes about spontaneously in the psychic space outside consciousness when conscious thought is not yet, or is no longer, possible. The concentration and tension of psychic forces have something about them that always looks like magic. They develop an unexpected power of endurance, which is often superior to the conscious effort of will. One can observe this experimentally in the artificial concentration induced by hypnosis. In my demonstrations, I used regularly to put an hysteric, of weak bodily build, into a deep hypnotic sleep, and then get her to lie with the back of her head on one chair and her heels resting on another, stiff as a board, and leave her there for about a minute. Her pulse would gradually go up to 90. A husky young athlete among the students tried in vain to imitate this feat with a conscious effort of will. He collapsed in the middle with his pulse racing at 120. When the clever old man had brought the boy to this point, he could begin his good advice, i.e., the situation no longer looked hopeless. He advised him to continue his wanderings, always to the eastward, where after 7 years he would reach the great mountain that betokened his good fortune. The bigness and tallness of the mountain are allusions to his adult personality. Concentration of his powers brings assurance, and is therefore the best guarantee of success. From now on he will lack for nothing. "Take my scrip and my flask," says the old man, "and each day you will find in them all the food and drink you need." At the same time he gave him a burdock leaf that could change into a boat whenever the boy had to cross water. Often the old man in fairy tales asks questions like who, why, whence, and whither, for the purpose of inducing self-reflection and mobilizing the moral forces, and more often still he gives the necessary magical talisman, the unexpected and improbable power to succeed, which is one of the peculiarities of the unified personality in good or bad alike. But the intervention of the old man, the spontaneous objectivation of the archetype, would seem to be equally indispensable, since the conscious will by itself is hardly ever capable of uniting the personality to the point where it acquires this extraordinary power to succeed. For that, not only in fairy tales but in life generally, the objective intervention of the archetype is needed, which checks the purely affective reactions with a chain of inner confrontations and realizations. These cause the who, where, how, why, to emerge clearly, and in this wise bring knowledge of the immediate situation as well as of the goal. The resultant enlightenment and untying of the fatal tangle often has something positively magical about it, an experience not unknown to the psychotherapist. The tendency of the old man to set one thinking also takes the form of urging people to sleep on it. Thus he says to the girl who is searching for her lost brothers, "Lie down, morning is cleverer than evening." He also sees through the gloomy situation of the hero who has got himself into trouble, or at least can give him such information as will help him on his journey. To this end he makes ready use of animals, particularly birds. To the prince who has gone in search of the kingdom of heaven the old hermit says, "I have lived here for 300 years, but never yet has anybody asked me about the kingdom of heaven. I cannot tell you myself, but up there, on another floor of the house, live all kinds of birds, and they can surely tell you." The old man knows what roads lead to the goal and points them out to the hero. He warns of dangers to come and supplies the means of meeting them effectively. For instance, he tells the boy who has gone to fetch the silver water that the well is guarded by a lion who has the deceptive trick of sleeping with his eyes open and watching with his eyes shut. Or he counsels the youth who is riding to a magic fountain in order to fetch the healing draught for the king, only to draw the water at a trot because of the lurking witches who lasso everybody that comes to the fountain. He charges the princess whose lover has been changed into a werewolf to make a fire and put a cauldron of tar over it. Then she must plunge her beloved white lily into the boiling tar. And when the werewolf comes, she must empty the cauldron over its head, which will release her lover from the spell. Occasionally the old man is a very critical old man, as in the Caucasian tale of the youngest prince who wanted to build a flawless church for his father, so as to inherit the kingdom. This he does, and nobody can discover a single flaw, but then an old man comes along and says, "That's a fine church you've built, to be sure. What a pity the main wall is a bit crooked." The prince has the church pulled down again and builds a new one, but here too the old man discovers a flaw, and so on for the third time. The old man thus represents knowledge, reflection, insight, wisdom, cleverness, and intuition on the one hand, and on the other, moral qualities such as goodwill and readiness to help, which make his spiritual character sufficiently plain. Since the archetype is an autonomous content of the unconscious, the fairy tale, which usually concretizes the archetypes, can cause the old man to appear in a dream in much the same way as happens in modern dreams. In a Balkan tale, the old man appears to the hard-pressed hero in a dream and gives him good advice about accomplishing the impossible tasks that have been imposed upon him. His relation to the unconscious is clearly expressed in one Russian fairy tale, where he is called the king of the forest. As the peasant sat down wearily on a tree stump, a little old man crept out. All wrinkled he was, and a green beard hung down to his knees. "Who are you?" asked the peasant. "I am Ak, king of the forest," said the mannikin. The peasant hired out his profligate son to him, and the king of the forest departed with the young man, and conducted him to that other world under the earth, and brought him to a green hut. In the hut everything was green. The walls were green, and the benches, Ak's wife was green, and the children were green, and the little water women who waited on him were as green as rue. Even the food was green. The king of the forest is here a vegetation or tree Newman who reigns in the woods and through the Nixies, also has connections with water, which clearly shows his relation to the unconscious, since the latter is frequently expressed through wood and water symbols. There is equally a connection with the unconscious when the old man appears as a dwarf. The fairy tale about the princess who was searching for her lover says, "Night came in the darkness, and still the princess sat in the same place and wept. As she sat there lost in thought, she heard a voice greeting her. 'Good evening, pretty maid. Why are you sitting here so lonely and sad?' She sprang up hastily and felt very confused, and that was no wonder. But when she looked round, there was only a tiny little old man standing before her, who nodded his head at her and looked so kind and simple. In a Swiss fairy tale, the peasant's son who wants to bring the king's daughter a basket of apples encounters, "Yes, Kliss Eisigs Mandli, das Frage, was du I dem Krat Haig?" A little iron man who asked what he had there in the basket. In another passage, the Mandli has "Yes, Eisigs Kleidlia, iron clothes on." By Eisig, presumably Eisern, iron, is meant, which is more probable than Eisig, icy. In the latter case, it would have to be, yes, Cladely VO is, clothes of ice. There are indeed little ice men, and little metal men too. In fact, in a modern dream, I have even come across a little black iron man who appeared at a critical juncture, like the one in this fairy tale of the country bumpkin who wanted to marry the princess. In a modern series of visions in which the figure of the wise old man occurred several times, he was on one occasion of normal size and appeared at the very bottom of a crater surrounded by high rocky walls. On another occasion, he was a tiny figure on the top of a mountain, inside a low, stony enclosure. We find the same motif in Goethe's tale of the dwarf princess who lived in a casket. In this connection, we might also mention the Anthroparian, the little leaden man of the Zosimov's vision, as well as the metallic men who dwell in the mines, the crafty dactyls of antiquity, the homunculi of the alchemists, and the gnomic throng of hobgoblins, brownies, gremlins, etc. How real such conceptions are became clear to me on the occasion of a serious mountaineering accident. After the catastrophe, two of the climbers had the collective vision, in broad daylight, of a little hooded man who scrambled out of an inaccessible crevasse in the ice face and passed across the glacier, creating a regular panic in the two beholders. I have often encountered motifs which made me think that the unconscious must be the world of the infinitesimally small. Such an idea could be derived rationalistically from the obscure feeling that in all these visions we are dealing with something endopsychic, the inference being that a thing must be exceedingly small in order to fit inside the head. I am no friend of any such rational conjectures, though I would not say that they are all beside the mark. It seems to me more probable that this liking for diminutives on the one hand and for superlatives, giants, etc., on the other is connected with the queer uncertainty of spatial and temporal relations in the unconscious. Man's sense of proportion, his rational conception of big and small, is distinctly anthropomorphic, and it loses its validity not only in the realm of physical phenomena, but also in those parts of the collective unconscious beyond the range of the specifically human. The Atman is smaller than small and bigger than big. He is the size of a thumb, yet he encompasses the earth on every side and rules over the 10-finger space. And of the Cabri Goethe says, little in length/mighty in strength. In the same way, the archetype of the wise old man is quite tiny, almost imperceptible, and yet it possesses a fateful potency, as anyone can see when he gets down to fundamentals. The archetypes have this peculiarity in common with the atomic world, which is demonstrating before our eyes that the more deeply the investigator penetrates into the universe of microphysics, the more devastating are the explosive forces he finds enchained there. That the greatest effects come from the smallest causes has become patently clear not only in physics, but in the field of psychological research as well. How often in the critical moments of life, everything hangs on what appears to be a mere nothing. In certain primitive fairy tales, the illuminating quality of our archetype is expressed by the fact that the old man is identified with the sun. He brings a firebrand with him which he uses for roasting a pumpkin. After he has eaten, he takes the fire away again, which causes mankind to steal it from him. In a North American Indian tale, the old man is a witch doctor who owns the fire. Spirit too has a fiery aspect, as we know from the language of the Old Testament and from the story of the Pentecostal miracle. Apart from his cleverness, wisdom, and insight, the old man, as we have already mentioned, is also notable for his moral qualities. What is more, he even tests the moral qualities of others and makes his gifts dependent on this test. There is a particularly instructive example of this in the Estonian fairy tale of the stepdaughter and the real daughter. The former is an orphan distinguished for her obedience and good behavior. The story begins with her distaff falling into a well. She jumps in after it, but does not drown, and comes to a magic country where, continuing her quest, she meets a cow, a ram, and an apple tree whose wishes she fulfills. She now comes to a wash house where a dirty old man is sitting who wants her to wash him. The following dialogue develops. Pretty maid, wash me do. It is hard for me to be so dirty. What shall I heat the stove with? Collect wooden pegs and crow's dung, and make a fire with that. But she fetches sticks and asks, where shall I get the bath water? Under the barn there stands a white mare. Get her to piss into the tub. But she takes clean water and asks, where shall I get a bath switch? Cut off the white mare's tail and make a bath switch of that. But she makes one out of birch twigs and asks, "Where shall I get soap? Take a pumice stone and scrub me with that." But she fetches soap from the village, and with that she washes the old man. As a reward, he gives her a bag full of gold and precious stones. The daughter of the house naturally becomes jealous, throws her distaff into the well, where she finds it again instantly. Nevertheless, she goes on and does everything wrong that the stepdaughter had done right, and is rewarded accordingly. The frequency of this motif makes further examples superfluous. The figure of the superior and helpful old man tempts one to connect him somehow or other with God. In the German tale of the soldier and the Black Princess, it is related how the princess, on whom a curse has been laid, creeps out of her iron coffin every night and devours the soldier standing guard over the tomb. One soldier, when his turn came, tried to escape. That evening he stole away, fled over the fields and mountains, and came to a beautiful meadow. Suddenly a little man stood before him with a long gray beard, but it was none other than the Lord God himself, who could no longer go on looking at all the mischief the devil wrought every night. "Whither away?" said the little gray man. "May I come with you?" And because the little old man looked so friendly, the soldier told him that he had run away and why he had done so. Good advice follows, as always. In this story, the old man is taken for God in the same naive way that the English alchemist, Sir George Ripley, describes the old king as Antiquus Diorum, the Ancient of Days. Just as all archetypes have a positive, favorable, bright side that points upwards, so also they have one that points downwards, partly negative and unfavorable, partly chthonic, but for the rest merely neutral. To this the spirit archetype is no exception. Even his dwarf form implies a kind of limitation and suggests a naturalistic vegetation numen sprung from the underworld. In one Balkan tale, the old man is handicapped by the loss of an eye. It has been gouged out by the Vili, a species of winged demon, and the hero is charged with the task of getting them to restore it to him. The old man has therefore lost part of his eyesight, that is, his insight and enlightenment, to the demonic world of darkness. This handicap is reminiscent of the fate of Osiris, who lost an eye at the sight of a black pig, his wicked brother Set, or again of Wotan, who sacrificed his eye at the spring of Mimir. Characteristically enough, the animal ridden by the old man in our fairy tale is a goat, a sign that he himself has a dark side. In a Siberian tale, he appears as a one-legged, one-handed, and one-eyed graybeard who wakens a dead man with an iron staff. In the course of the story, the latter, after being brought back to life several times, kills the old man by a mistake, and thus throws away his good fortune. The story is entitled The One-Sided Old Man, and in truth his handicap shows that he consists of one half only. The other half is invisible, but appears in the shape of a murderer who seeks the hero's life. Eventually the hero succeeds in killing his persistent murderer, but in the struggle he also kills the one-sided old man, so that the identity of the two victims is clearly revealed. It is thus possible that the old man is his own opposite, a life-bringer as well as a death-dealer. Adjutrump Paradis, skilled in both, as is said of Hermes. In these circumstances, whenever the simple and kindly old man appears, it is advisable for heuristic and other reasons to scrutinize the context with some care. For instance, in the Estonian tale we first mentioned, about the hired boy who lost the cow, there is a suspicion that the helpful old man who happened to be on the spot so opportunely had surreptitiously made away with the cow beforehand in order to give his protégé an excellent reason for taking to flight. This may very well be, for everyday experience shows that it is quite possible for a superior, though subliminal, foreknowledge of fate to contrive some annoying incident for the sole purpose of bullying our simple Simon of an ego-consciousness into the way he should go, which for sheer stupidity he would never have found by himself. Had our orphan guessed that it was the old man who had whisked off his cow as if by magic, he would have seemed like a spiteful troll or a devil. And indeed the old man has a wicked aspect too, just as the primitive medicine man is a healer and helper and also the dreaded concoctor of poisons. The very word A with the Q-trom alpha kappa omicron nu means poison as well as antidote, and poison can in fact be both. The old man, then, has an ambiguous elfin character. Witness the extremely instructive figure of Merlin, seeming, in certain of his forms, to be good incarnate and in others an aspect of evil. Then again, he is the wicked magician who, from sheer egoism, does evil for evil's sake. In a Siberian fairy tale, he is an evil spirit on whose head were 2 lakes with 2 ducks swimming in them. He feeds on human flesh. The story relates how the hero and his companions go to a feast in the next village, leaving their dogs at home. These, acting on the principle, when the cat's away the mice do play, also arrange a feast, at the climax of which they all hurl themselves on the stores of meat. The men return home and chase out the dogs, who dash off into the wilderness. Then the creator spoke to Amemkit, the hero of the tale. Go and look for the dogs with your wife. But he gets caught in a terrible snowstorm and has to seek shelter in the hut of the evil spirit. There now follows the well-known motif of the biter bit. The creator is Amemkit's father, but the father of the creator is called the self-created, because he created himself. Although we are nowhere told that the old man with the 2 lakes on his head lured the hero and his wife into the hut in order to satisfy his hunger, it may be conjectured that a very peculiar spirit must have got into the dogs to cause them to celebrate a feast like the men and afterwards, contrary to their nature, to run away, so that Amemkit had to go out and look for them, and that the hero was then caught in a snowstorm in order to drive him into the arms of the wicked old man. The fact that the creator, son of the self-created, was a party to the advice raises a knotty problem whose solution we had best leave to the Siberian theologians. In a Balkan fairy tale, the old man gives the childless Zarina a magic apple to eat, from which she becomes pregnant and bears a son, it being stipulated that the old man shall be his godfather. The boy, however, grows up into a horrid little tough who bullies all the children and slaughters the cattle. For 10 years he is given no name. Then the old man appears, sticks a knife into his leg, and calls him the Knife Prince. The boy now wants to set forth on his adventures, which his father, after long hesitation, finally allows him to do. The knife in his leg is of vital importance. If he draws it out himself, he will live. If anybody else does so, he will die. In the end, the knife becomes his doom, for an old witch pulls it out when he is asleep. He dies, but is restored to life by the friends he has won. Here the old man is a helper, but also the contriver of a dangerous fate which might just as easily have turned out for the bad. The evil showed itself early and plainly in the boy's villainous character. In another Balkan tale, there is a variant of our motif that is worth mentioning. A king is looking for his sister who has been abducted by a stranger. His wanderings bring him to the hut of an old woman, who warns him against continuing the search. But a tree laden with fruit, ever receding before him, lures him away from the hut. When at last the tree comes to a halt, an old man climbs down from the branches. He regales the king and takes him to a castle, where the sister is living with the old man as his wife. She tells her brother that the old man is a wicked spirit who will kill him. And sure enough, 3 days afterwards, the king vanishes without trace. His younger brother now takes up the search and kills the wicked spirit in the form of a dragon. A handsome young man is thereby released from the spell and forthwith marries the sister. The old man, appearing at first as a tree-numan, is obviously connected with the sister. He is a murderer. In an interpolated episode, he is accused of enchanting a whole city by turning it to iron, i.e., making it immovable, rigid, and locked up. He also holds the king's sister a captive and will not let her return to her relatives. This amounts to saying that the sister is animus-possessed. The old man is therefore to be regarded as her animus. But the manner in which the king is drawn into this possession and the way he seeks for his sister make us think that she has an anima significance for her brother. The fateful archetype of the old man has accordingly first taken possession of the king's anima. In other words, robbed him of the archetype of life which the anima personifies, and forced him to go in search of the lost charm, the treasure hard to attain, thus making him the mythical hero, the higher personality who is an expression of the self. Meanwhile, the old man acts the part of the villain and has to be forcibly removed, only to appear at the end as the husband of the sister anima, or more properly as the bridegroom of the soul, who celebrates the sacred incest that symbolizes the union of opposites and equals. This bold enantiodromia, a very common occurrence, not only signifies the rejuvenation and transformation of the old man, but hints at a secret inner relation of evil to good and vice versa. So in this story we see the archetype of the old man in the guise of an evildoer, caught up in all the twists and turns of an individuation process that ends suggestively with the Hieros Gamos. Conversely, in the Russian tale of the Forest King, he starts by being helpful and benevolent, but then refuses to let his hired boy go, so that the main episodes in the story deal with the boy's repeated attempts to escape from the clutches of the magician. Instead of the quest, we have flight, which nonetheless appears to win the same reward as adventures valiantly sought, for in the end the hero marries the king's daughter. The magician, however, must rest content with the role of the biter bit. 4. Theriomorphic spirit symbolism in fairy tales. The description of our archetype would not be complete if we omitted to consider one special form of its manifestation, namely its animal form. This belongs essentially to the theriomorphism of gods and demons, and has the same psychological significance. The animal form shows that the contents and functions in question are still in the extrahuman sphere, i.e., on a plane beyond human consciousness, and consequently have a share on the one hand in the demonically superhuman and on the other in the bestially subhuman. It must be remembered, however, that this division is only true within the sphere of consciousness, where it is a necessary condition of thought. Logic says tertium non datur, meaning that we cannot envisage the opposites in their oneness. In other words, while the abolition of an obstinate antinomy can be no more than a postulate for us, this is by no means so for the unconscious, whose contents are without exception paradoxical or antinomial by nature, not excluding the category of being. If anyone unacquainted with the psychology of the unconscious wants to get a working knowledge of these matters, I would recommend a study of Christian mysticism and Indian philosophy, where he will find the clearest elaboration of the antinomies of the unconscious. Although the old man has up to now looked and behaved more or less like a human being, his magical powers and his spiritual superiority suggest that, in good and bad alike, he is outside or above or below the human level. Neither for the primitive nor for the unconscious does his animal aspect imply any devaluation, for in certain respects the animal is superior to man. It has not yet blundered into consciousness, nor pitted a self-willed ego against the power from which it lives. On the contrary, it fulfills the will that actuates it in a well-nigh perfect manner. Were it conscious, it would be morally better than man. There is deep doctrine in the legend of the fall. It is the expression of a dim presentiment that the emancipation of ego consciousness was a Luciferian deed. Man's whole history consists from the very beginning in a conflict between his feeling of inferiority and his arrogance. Wisdom seeks the middle path and pays for this audacity by a dubious affinity with demon and beast, and so is open to moral misinterpretation. Again and again in fairy tales we encounter the motif of helpful animals. These act like humans, speak a human language, and display a sagacity and a knowledge superior to man's. In these circumstances, we can say with some justification that the archetype of the spirit is being expressed through an animal form. A German fairy tale relates how a young man, while searching for his lost princess, meets a wolf who says, "Do not be afraid, but tell me, where is your way leading you?" The young man recounts his story, whereupon the wolf gives him as a magic gift a few of his hairs, with which the young man can summon his help at any time. This intermezzo proceeds exactly like the meeting with the helpful old man. In the same story, the archetype also displays its other, wicked side. In order to make this clear, I shall give a summary of the story. While the young man is watching his pigs in the wood, he discovers a large tree, whose branches lose themselves in the clouds. "How would it be," says he to himself, "if you were to look at the world from the top of that great tree?" So he climbs up, all day long he climbs, without even reaching the branches. Evening comes, and he has to pass the night in a fork of the tree. Next day he goes on climbing, and by noon has reached the foliage. Only towards evening does he come to a village nestling in the branches. The peasants who live there give him food and shelter for the night. In the morning he climbs still further. Towards noon he reaches a castle in which a young girl lives. Here he finds that the tree goes no higher. She is a king's daughter, held prisoner by a wicked magician. So the young man stays with the princess, and she allows him to go into all the rooms of the castle. One room alone she forbids him to enter. But curiosity is too strong. He unlocks the door, and there in the room he finds a raven fixed to the wall with 3 nails. One nail goes through his throat, the two others through the wings. The raven complains of thirst, and the young man, moved by pity, gives him water to drink. At each sip a nail falls out, and at the third sip the raven is free and flies out at the window. When the princess hears of it, she is very frightened and says, "That was the devil who enchanted me. It won't be long now before he fetches me again." And one fine morning she has indeed vanished. The young man now sets out in search of her and, as we have described above, meets the wolf. In the same way he meets a bear and a lion, who also give him some hares. In addition, the lion informs him that the princess is imprisoned nearby in a hunting lodge. The young man finds the house and the princess, but is told that flight is impossible, because the hunter possesses a three-legged white horse that knows everything and would infallibly warn its master. Despite that, the young man tries to flee away with her, but in vain. The hunter overtakes him, but, because he had saved his life as a raven, lets him go and rides off again with the princess. When the hunter has disappeared into the wood, the young man creeps back to the house and persuades the princess to wheedle from the hunter the secret of how he obtained his clever white horse. This she successfully does in the night, and the young man, who has hidden himself under the bed, learns that about an hour's journey from the hunting lodge there dwells a witch who breeds magic horses. Whoever was able to guard the foals for 3 days might choose a horse as a reward. In former times, said the hunter, she used to make a gift of 12 lambs into the bargain, in order to satisfy the hunger of the 12 wolves who lived in the woods near the farmstead and prevent them from attacking, but to him she gave no lambs. So the wolves followed him as he rode away, and while crossing the borders of her domain they succeeded in tearing off one of his horse's hoofs. That was why it had only 3 legs. Then the young man made haste to seek out the witch and agreed to serve her on condition that she gave him not only a horse of his own choosing, but 12 lambs as well. To this she consented. Instantly she commanded the foals to run away, and, to make him sleepy, she gave him brandy. He drinks, falls asleep, and the foals escape. On the first day he catches them with the help of the wolf, on the second day the bear helps him, and on the third the lion. He can now go and choose his reward. The witch's little daughter tells him which horse her mother rides. This is naturally the best horse, and it too is white. Hardly has he got it out of the stall when the witch pierces the 4 hoofs and sucks the marrow out of the bones. From this she bakes a cake and gives it to the young man for his journey. The horse grows deathly weak, but the young man feeds it on the cake, whereupon the horse recovers its former strength. He gets out of the woods unscathed after quieting the 12 wolves with the 12 lambs. He then fetches the princess and rides away with her. But the 3-legged horse calls out to the hunter, who sets off in pursuit and quickly catches up with them, because the 4-legged horse refuses to gallop. As the hunter approaches, the 4-legged horse cries out to the 3-legged, "Sister, throw him off." The magician is thrown and trampled to pieces by the 2 horses. The young man sets the princess on the 3-legged horse, and the pair of them ride away to her father's kingdom, where they get married. The 4-legged horse begs him to cut off both their heads, for otherwise they would bring disaster upon him. This he does, and the horses are transformed into a handsome prince and a wonderfully beautiful princess, who after a while repair to their own kingdom. They had been changed into horses by the hunter long ago. Apart from the theriomorphic spirit symbolism in this tale, it is especially interesting to note that the function of knowing and intuition is represented by a riding animal. This is as much as to say that the spirit can be somebody's property. The 3-legged white horse is thus the property of the demonic hunter, and the 4-legged one the property of the witch. Spirit is here partly a function which, like any other object, horse, can change its owner, and partly an autonomous subject, magician as owner of the horse. By obtaining the 4-legged horse from the witch, the young man frees a spirit or a thought of some special kind from the grip of the unconscious. Here as elsewhere, the witch stands for a mater natura, or the original matriarchal state of the unconscious, indicating a psychic constitution in which the unconscious is opposed only by a feeble and still dependent consciousness. The 4-legged horse shows itself superior to the 3-legged, since it can command the latter. And since the quaternity is a symbol of wholeness and wholeness plays a considerable role in the picture world of the unconscious, the victory of 4-leggedness over 3-leggedness is not altogether unexpected. But what is the meaning of the opposition between threeness and fourness? Or rather, what does threeness mean as compared with wholeness? In alchemy, this problem is known as the axiom of Maria and runs all through alchemical philosophy for more than 1,000 years, finally to be taken up again in the cabaret scene in Faust. The earliest literary version of it is to be found in the opening words of Plato's Timaeus, of which Goethe gives us a reminder. Among the alchemists, we can see clearly how the divine trinity has its counterpart in a lower, chthonic triad, similar to Dante's three-headed devil. This represents a principle which, by reason of its symbolism, betrays affinities with evil, though it is by no means certain that it expresses nothing but evil. Everything points rather to the fact that evil, or its familiar symbolism, belongs to the family of figures which describe the dark, nocturnal, lower, chthonic element. In this symbolism, the lower stands to the higher as a correspondence in reverse, that is to say, it is conceived, like the upper, as a triad. 3, being a masculine number, is logically correlated with the wicked hunter, who can be thought of alchemically as the lower triad. 4, a feminine number, is assigned to the old woman. The 2 horses are miraculous animals that talk and know, and thus represent the unconscious spirit, which in one case is subordinated to the wicked magician and in the other to the old witch. Between the 3 and the 4 there exists the primary opposition of male and female, but whereas fourness is a symbol of wholeness, threeness is not. The latter, according to alchemy, denotes polarity, since one triad always presupposes another, just as high presupposes low, lightness, darkness, good, evil. In terms of energy, polarity means a potential, and wherever a potential exists there is the possibility of a current, a flow of events, for the tension of opposites strives for balance. If one imagines the quaternity as a square divided into 2 halves by a diagonal, one gets 2 triangles whose apices point in opposite directions. One could therefore say metaphorically that if the wholeness symbolized by the quaternity is divided into equal halves, it produces 2 opposing triads. This simple reflection shows how 3 can be derived from 4, and in the same way the hunter of the captured princess explains how his horse, from being 4-legged, became 3-legged, through having one hoof torn off by the 12 wolves. The 3-leggedness is due to an accident, therefore, which occurred at the very moment when the horse was leaving the territory of the Dark Mother. In psychological language, we should say that when the unconscious wholeness becomes manifest, i.e., leaves the unconscious and crosses over into the sphere of consciousness, one of the 4 remains behind, held fast by the horror vacui of the unconscious. There thus arises a triad which, as we know, not from the fairy tale but from the history of symbolism, constellates a corresponding triad in opposition to it. In other words, a conflict ensues. Here too we could ask with Socrates, 1, 2, 3, but my dear Timaeus, of those who yesterday were the banqueteers and today are the banquet givers, where is the 4th? He has remained in the realm of the Dark Mother, caught by the wolfish greed of the unconscious, which is unwilling to let anything escape from its magic circle save at the cost of a sacrifice. The hunter or old magician and the witch correspond to the negative parental imagos in the magic world of the unconscious. The hunter first appears in the story as a black raven. He has stolen away the princess and holds her a prisoner. She describes him as the devil. But it is exceedingly odd that he himself is locked up in the one forbidden room of the castle and fixed to the wall with 3 nails, as though crucified. He is imprisoned, like all jailers, in his own prison and bound like all who curse. The prison of both is a magic castle at the top of a gigantic tree, presumably the world tree. The princess belongs to the upper region of light near the sun. Sitting there in captivity on the world tree, she is a kind of anima mundi who has got herself into the power of darkness. But this catch does not seem to have done the latter much good either, seeing that the captor is crucified and moreover with 3 nails. The crucifixion evidently betokens a state of agonizing bondage and suspension, fit punishment for one foolhardy enough to venture, like a Prometheus, into the orbit of the opposing principle. This was what the raven, who is identical with the hunter, did when he ravished a precious soul from the upper world of light, and so, as a punishment, he is nailed to the wall in that upper world. That this is an inverted reflection of the primordial Christian image should be obvious enough. The Savior who freed the soul of humanity from the dominion of the prince of this world was nailed to a cross down below on earth, just as the thieving raven is nailed to the wall in the celestial branches of the world tree for his presumptuous meddling. In our fairy tale, the peculiar instrument of the magic spell is the triad of nails. Who it was that made the raven captive is not told in the tale, but it sounds as if a spell had been laid upon him in the triune name. Having climbed up the world tree and penetrated into the magic castle where he is to rescue the princess, our young hero is permitted to enter all the rooms but one, the very room in which the raven is imprisoned. Just as in paradise there was one tree of which it was forbidden to eat, so here there is one room that is not to be opened, with the natural result that it is entered at once. Nothing excites our interest more than a prohibition. It is the surest way of provoking disobedience. Obviously, there is some secret scheme afoot to free not so much the princess as the raven. As soon as the hero catches sight of him, the raven begins to cry piteously and to complain of thirst, and the young man, moved by the virtue of compassion, slakes it, not with hyssop and gall, but with quickening water, whereupon the 3 nails fall out, and the raven escapes through the open window. Thus the evil spirit regains his freedom, changes into the hunter, steals the princess for the second time, but this time locks her up in his hunting lodge on earth. The secret scheme is partially unveiled. The princess must be brought down from the upper world to the world of men, which was evidently not possible without the help of the evil spirit and man's disobedience. But since in the human world, too, the hunter of souls is the princess's master, the hero has to intervene anew, to which end, as we have seen, he filches the 4-legged horse from the witch and breaks the 3-legged spell of the magician. It was the triad that first transfixed the raven, and the triad also represents the power of the evil spirit. These are the 2 triads that point in opposite directions. Turning now to quite another field, the realm of psychological experience, we know that 3 of the 4 functions of consciousness can become differentiated, i.e., conscious, while the other remains connected with the matrix, the unconscious, and is known as the inferior function. It is the Achilles heel of even the most heroic consciousness. Somewhere the strong man is weak, the clever man foolish, the good man bad, and the reverse is also true. In our fairy tale, the triad appears as a mutilated quaternity. If only one leg could be added to the other 3, it would make a whole. The enigmatic axiom of Maria runs, from the third comes the one as the fourth, kappa tau omicron tarot omicron upsilon tau nu taut halfrod omicron nu, which presumably means when the third produces the fourth it at once produces unity. The lost component which is in the possession of the wolves belonging to the Great Mother is indeed only a quarter, but, together with the 3, it makes a whole which does away with division and conflict. But how is it that a quarter, on the evidence of symbolism, is at the same time a triad? Here the symbolism of our fairy tale leaves us in the lurch, and we are obliged to have recourse to the facts of psychology. I have said previously that 3 functions can become differentiated, and only one remains under the spell of the unconscious. This statement must be defined more closely. It is an empirical fact that only one function becomes more or less successfully differentiated, which on that account is known as the superior or main function, and together with extroversion or introversion constitutes the type of conscious attitude. This function has associated with it 1 or 2 partially differentiated auxiliary functions, which hardly ever attain the same degree of differentiation as the main function, that is, the same degree of applicability by the will. Accordingly, they possess a higher degree of spontaneity than the main function, which displays a large measure of reliability and is amenable to our intentions. The 4th, inferior function proves on the other hand to be inaccessible to our will. It appears now as a teasing and distracting imp, now as a deus ex machina. But always it comes and goes of its own volition. From this it is clear that even the differentiated functions have only partially freed themselves from the unconscious. For the rest they are still rooted in it, and to that extent they operate under its rule. Hence the 3 differentiated functions at the disposal of the ego have 3 corresponding unconscious components that have not yet broken loose from the unconscious. And just as the 3 conscious and differentiated parts of these functions are confronted by a 4th, undifferentiated function which acts as a painfully disturbing factor, so also the superior function seems to have its worst enemy in the unconscious. Nor should we omit to mention one final turn of the screw. Like the devil who delights in disguising himself as an angel of light, the inferior function secretly and mischievously influences the superior function most of all, just as the latter represses the former most strongly. These unfortunately somewhat abstract formulations are necessary in order to throw some light on the tricky and elusive associations in our Save the Mark, childishly simple fairy tale. The two antithetical triads, the one banning and the other representing the power of evil, tally to a hair's breadth with the functional structure of the conscious and unconscious psyche. Being a spontaneous, naive, and uncontrived product of the psyche, the fairy tale cannot very well express anything except what the psyche actually is. It is not only our fairy tale that depicts these structural psychic relations, but countless other fairy tales do the same. Our fairy tale reveals with unusual clarity the essentially antithetical nature of the spirit archetype, while on the other hand it shows the bewildering play of antinomies, all aiming at the great goal of higher consciousness. The young swineherd who climbs from the animal level up to the top of the giant world tree and there, in the upper world of light, discovers his captive anima, the highborn princess, symbolizes the ascent of consciousness, rising from almost bestial regions to a lofty perch with a broad outlook, which is a singularly appropriate image for the enlargement of the conscious horizon. Once the masculine consciousness has attained this height, it comes face to face with its feminine counterpart, the anima. She is a personification of the unconscious. The meeting shows how inept it is to designate the latter as the subconscious. It is not merely below consciousness, but also above it, so far above it indeed that the hero has to climb up to it with considerable effort. This upper unconscious, however, is far from being a superconscious, in the sense that anyone who reaches it, like our hero, would stand as high above the subconscious as above the Earth's surface. On the contrary, he makes the disagreeable discovery that his high and mighty anima, the princess soul, is bewitched up there and no freer than a bird in a golden cage. He may pat himself on the back for having soared up from the flatlands and from almost bestial stupidity, but his soul is in the power of an evil spirit, a sinister father imago of subterranean nature in the guise of a raven, the celebrated theriomorphic figure of the devil. What use now is his lofty perch and his wide horizon, when his own dear soul is languishing in prison? Worse, she plays the game of the underworld and ostensibly tries to stop the young man from discovering the secret of her imprisonment, by forbidding him to enter that one room. But secretly she leads him to it by the very fact of her veto. It is as though the unconscious had two hands of which one always does the opposite of the other. The princess wants and does not want to be rescued. But the evil spirit too has got himself into a fix, by all accounts. He wanted to filch a fine soul from the shining upper world, which he could easily do as a winged being, but had not bargained on being shut up there himself. Black spirit though he is, he longs for the light. That is his secret justification, just as his being spellbound is a punishment for his transgression. But so long as the evil spirit is caught in the upper world, the princess cannot get down to earth either, and the hero remains lost in paradise. So now he commits the sin of disobedience and thereby enables the robber to escape, thus causing the abduction of the princess for the second time, a whole chain of calamities. In the result, however, the princess comes down to earth and the devilish raven assumes the human shape of the hunter. The otherworldly anima and the evil principle both descend to the human sphere, that is, they dwindle to human proportions and thus become approachable. The three-legged, all-knowing horse represents the hunter's own power. It corresponds to the unconscious components of the differentiated functions. The hunter himself personifies the inferior function, which also manifests itself in the hero as his inquisitiveness and love of adventure. As the story unfolds, he becomes more and more like the hunter. He too obtains his horse from the witch. But unlike him, the hunter omitted to obtain the 12 lambs in order to feed the wolves, who then injured his horse. He forgot to pay tribute to the chthonic powers because he was nothing but a robber. Through this omission, the hero learns that the unconscious lets its creatures go only at the cost of sacrifice. The number 12 is presumably a time symbol, with the subsidiary meaning of the 12 labors, theta lambda alpha, that have to be performed for the unconscious before one can get free. The hunter looks like a previous unsuccessful attempt of the hero to gain possession of his soul through robbery and violence. But the conquest of the soul is in reality a work of patience, self-sacrifice, and devotion. By gaining possession of the four-legged horse, the hero steps right into the shoes of the hunter and carries off the princess as well. The quaternity in our tale proves to be the greater power, for it integrates into its totality that which it still needed in order to become whole. The archetype of the spirit in this, be it said, by no means primitive fairy tale is expressed theriomorphic ally as a system of three functions which is subordinated to a unity, the evil spirit, in the same way that some unnamed authority has crucified the raven with a triad of three nails. The two superordinate unities correspond in the first case to the inferior function, which is the archenemy of the main function, namely to the hunter, and in the second case to the main function, namely to the hero. Hunter and hero are ultimately equated with one another, so that the hunter's function is resolved in the hero. As a matter of fact, the hero lies dormant in the hunter from the very beginning, egging him on, with all the unmoral means at his disposal, to carry out the rape of the soul, and then causing him to play her into the hero's hands against the hunter's will. On the surface, a furious conflict rages between them, but down below the one goes about the other's business. The knot is unraveled directly the hero succeeds in capturing the quaternity, or in psychological language, when he assimilates the inferior function into the ternary system. That puts an end to the conflict at one blow, and the figure of the hunter melts into thin air. After this victory, the hero sets his princess upon the three-legged steed, and together they ride away to her father's kingdom. From now on she rules and personifies the realm of spirit that formerly served the wicked hunter. Thus the anima is and remains the representative of that part of the unconscious, which can never be assimilated into a humanly attainable whole. Postscript. Only after the completion of my manuscript was my attention drawn by a friend to a Russian variant of our story. It bears the title Maria Marevna. The hero of the story is no swineherd but Tsarevich Ivan. There is an interesting explanation of the three helpful animals. They correspond to Ivan's three sisters and their husbands, who are really birds. The three sisters represent an unconscious triad of functions related to both the animal and spiritual realms. The birdmen are a species of angel and emphasize the auxiliary nature of the unconscious functions. In the story, they intervene at the critical moment when the hero, unlike his German counterpart, gets into the power of the evil spirit and is killed and dismembered, the typical fate of the god-man. The evil spirit is an old man who is often shown naked and is called Kashai the Deathless, the corresponding which is the well-known Baba Yaga. The three helpful animals of the German variant are doubled here, appearing first as the birdmen and then as the lion, the strange bird, and the bees. The princess is Queen Maria Marevna, a redoubtable martial leader. Mary, the Queen of Heaven, is lauded in the Russian Orthodox hymnal as leader of hosts, who has chained up the evil spirit with 12 chains in the forbidden room in her castle. When Ivan slakes the old devil's thirst, he makes off with the queen. The magic riding animals do not in the end turn into human beings. This Russian story has a distinctly more primitive character. V. Supplement. The following remarks lay no claim to general interest, being in the main technical. I wanted at first to delete them from this revised version of my essay, but then I changed my mind and appended them in a supplement. The reader who is not specifically interested in psychology can safely skip this section. For, in what follows, I have dealt with the abstruse-looking problem of the three- and four-leggedness of the magic horses, and presented my reflections in such a way as to demonstrate the method I have employed. This piece of psychological reasoning rests firstly on the irrational data of the material, that is, of the fairy tale, myth, or dream, and secondly on the conscious realization of the latent, rational connections which these data have with one another. That such connections exist at all is something of a hypothesis, like that which asserts that dreams have a meaning. The truth of this assumption is not established a priori. Its usefulness can only be proved by application. It therefore remains to be seen whether its methodical application to irrational material enables one to interpret the latter in a meaningful way. Its application consists in approaching the material as if it had a coherent inner meaning. For this purpose, most of the data require a certain amplification. That is, they need to be clarified, generalized, and approximated to a more or less general concept in accordance with Cardan's rule of interpretation. For instance, the three-leggedness, in order to be recognized for what it is, has first to be separated from the horse and then approximated to its specific principle, the principle of threeness. Likewise, the four-leggedness in the fairy tale, when raised to the level of a general concept, enters into relationship with the threeness, and as a result we have the enigma mentioned in the Timaeus, the problem of 3 and 4. Triads and tetrads represent archetypal structures that play a significant part in all symbolism and are equally important for the investigation of myths and dreams. By raising the irrational datum, three-leggedness and four-leggedness, to the level of a general concept, we elicit the universal meaning of this motif and encourage the inquiring mind to tackle the problem seriously. This task involves a series of reflections and deductions of a technical nature, which I would not wish to withhold from the psychologically interested reader, and especially from the professional, the less so as this labor of the intellect represents a typical unraveling of symbols and is indispensable for an adequate understanding of the products of the unconscious. Only in this way can the nexus of unconscious relationships be made to yield their own meaning, in contrast to those deductive interpretations derived from a preconceived theory, e.g., interpretations based on astronomy, meteorology, mythology, and, last but not least, the sexual theory. The three-legged and four-legged horses are in truth a recondite matter worthy of closer examination. The 3 and the 4 remind us not only of the dilemma we have already met in the theory of psychological functions, but also of the axiom of Maria Prophetessa, which plays a considerable role in alchemy. It may therefore be rewarding to examine more closely the meaning of the miraculous horses. The first thing that seems to me worthy of note is that the three-legged horse, which is assigned to the princess as her mount, is a mare, and is moreover herself a bewitched princess. Threeness is unmistakably connected here with femininity, whereas from the dominating religious standpoint of consciousness, it is an exclusively masculine affair, quite apart from the fact that 3, as an uneven number, is masculine in the first place. One could therefore translate threeness as masculinity, outright, this being all the more significant when one remembers the ancient Egyptian triunity of God, Kamutef, and Pharaoh. Three-leggedness, as the attribute of some animal, denotes the unconscious masculinity immanent in a female creature. In a real woman, it would correspond to the animus, who, like the magic horse, represents spirit. In the case of the anima, however, threeness does not coincide with any Christian idea of the Trinity, but with the lower triangle, the inferior function triad that constitutes the shadow. The inferior half of the personality is for the greater part unconscious. It does not denote the whole of the unconscious, but only the personal segment of it. The anima, on the other hand, so far as she is distinguished from the shadow, personifies the collective unconscious. If threeness is assigned to her as a riding animal, it means that she rides the shadow, is related to it as the mar. In that case, she possesses the shadow. But if she herself is the horse, then she has lost her dominating position as a personification of the collective unconscious and is ridden, possessed by Princess A, spouse of the hero. As the fairy tale rightly says, she has been changed by witchcraft into the three-legged horse, Princess B. We can sort out this imbroglio more or less as follows. 1. Princess A is the anima of the hero. She rides, that is, possesses, the three-legged horse, who is the shadow, the inferior function triad of her later spouse. To put it more simply, she has taken possession of the inferior half of the hero's personality. She has caught him on his weak side, as so often happens in ordinary life, for where one is weak, one needs support and completion. In fact, a woman's place is on the weak side of a man. This is how we would have to formulate the situation if we regarded the hero and Princess A as two ordinary people. But since it is a fairy story played out mainly in the world of magic, we are probably more correct in interpreting Princess A as the hero's anima. In that case, the hero has been wafted out of the profane world through his encounter with the anima, like Merlin by his fairy. As an ordinary man, he is like one caught in a marvelous dream, viewing the world through a veil of mist. 2. The matter is now considerably complicated by the unexpected fact that the three-legged horse is a mare, an equivalent of Princess A. She, the mare, is Princess B, who in the shape of a horse corresponds to Princess A's shadow, i.e., her inferior function triad. Princess B, however, differs from Princess A in that, unlike her, she does not ride the horse but is contained in it. She is bewitched and has thus come under the spell of a masculine triad. Therefore, she is possessed by a shadow. 3. The question now is, whose shadow? It cannot be the shadow of the hero, for this is already taken up by the latter's anima. The fairy tale gives us the answer. It is the hunter or magician who has bewitched her. As we have seen, the hunter is somehow connected with the hero, since the latter gradually puts himself in his shoes. Hence one could easily arrive at the conjecture that the hunter is at bottom none other than the shadow of the hero. But this supposition is contradicted by the fact that the hunter stands for a formidable power which extends not only to the hero's anima but much further, namely to the royal brother-sister pair of whose existence the hero and his anima have no notion, and who appear very much out of the blue in the story itself. The power that extends beyond the orbit of the individual has a more than individual character, and cannot therefore be identified with the shadow, if we conceive and define this as the dark half of the personality. As a super-individual factor, the noumen of the hunter is a dominant of the collective unconscious, and its characteristic features hunter, magician, raven, miraculous horse, crucifixion, or suspension high up in the boughs of the world tree touch the Germanic psyche very closely. Hence the Christian Weltanschauung, when reflected in the ocean of the Germanic unconscious, logically takes on the features of Wotan. In the figure of the hunter we meet an imago Dei, a god image, for Wotan is also a god of winds and spirits, on which account the Romans fittingly interpreted him as Mercury. 4. The prince and his sister, Princess B, have therefore been seized by a pagan god and changed into horses, i.e., thrust down to the animal level, into the realm of the unconscious. The inference is that in their proper human shape, the pair of them once belonged to the sphere of collective consciousness. But who are they? In order to answer this question, we must proceed from the fact that these two are an undoubted counterpart of the hero and Princess A. They are connected with the latter also because they serve as their mounts, and in consequence they appear as their lower animal halves. Because of its almost total unconsciousness, the animal has always symbolized the psychic sphere in man, which lies hidden in the darkness of the body's instinctual life. The hero rides the stallion, characterized by the even, feminine number 4. Princess A rides the mare who has only 3 legs, 3 equals a masculine number. These numbers make it clear that the transformation into animals has brought with it a modification of sex character. The stallion has a feminine attribute, the mare a masculine one. Psychology can confirm this development as follows. To the degree that a man is overpowered by the collective unconscious, there is not only a more unbridled intrusion of the instinctual sphere, but a certain feminine character also makes its appearance, which I have suggested should be called anima. If, on the other hand, a woman comes under the domination of the unconscious, the darker side of her feminine nature emerges all the more strongly, coupled with markedly masculine traits. These latter are comprised under the term animus. 5. According to the fairy tale, however, the animal form of the brother-sister pair is unreal and due simply to the magic influence of the pagan hunter god. If they were nothing but animals, we could rest content with this interpretation. But that would be to pass over in unmerited silence the singular allusion to a modification of sex character. The white horses are no ordinary horses. They are miraculous beasts with supernatural powers. Therefore the human figures out of which the horses were magically conjured must likewise have had something supernatural about them. The fairy tale makes no comment here, but if our assumption is correct that the two animal forms correspond to the subhuman components of hero and princess, then it follows that the human forms, Prince and Princess B, must correspond to their superhuman components. The superhuman quality of the original swineherd is shown by the fact that he becomes a hero, practically a half-god, since he does not stay with his swine but climbs the world tree, where he is very nearly made its prisoner, like Wotan. Similarly, he could not have become like the hunter if he did not have a certain resemblance to him in the first place. In the same way, the imprisonment of Princess A on the top of the world tree proves her electness, and in so far as she shares the hunter's bed, as stated by the tale, she is actually the bride of God. It is these extraordinary forces of heroism and election, bordering on the superhuman, which involve two quite ordinary humans in a superhuman fate. Accordingly, in the profane world a swineherd becomes a king, and a princess gets an agreeable husband. But since for fairy tales there is not only a profane but also a magical world, human fate does not have the final word. The fairy tale therefore does not omit to point out what happens in the world of magic. There too a prince and princess have got into the power of the evil spirit, who is himself in a tight corner from which he cannot extricate himself without extraneous help. So the human fate that befalls the swineherd and Princess A is paralleled in the world of magic. But insofar as the hunter is a pagan god image, and thus exalted above the world of heroes and paramours of the gods, the parallelism goes beyond the merely magical into a divine and spiritual sphere, where the evil spirit, the devil himself, or at least a devil, is bound by the spell of an equally mighty or even mightier counterprinciple indicated by the three nails. This supreme tension of opposites, the mainspring of the whole drama, is obviously the conflict between the upper and lower triads, or, to put it in theological terms, between the Christian God and the devil who has assumed the features of Wotan. 6. We must, it seems, start from this highest level if we want to understand the story correctly, for the drama takes its rise from the initial transgression of the evil spirit. The immediate consequence of this is his crucifixion. In that distressing situation he needs outside help, and as it is not forthcoming from above, it can only be summoned from below. A young swineherd, possessed with the boyish spirit of adventure, is reckless and inquisitive enough to climb the world tree. Had he fallen and broken his neck, no doubt everybody would have said, "What evil spirit could have given him the crazy idea of climbing up an enormous tree like that?" Nor would they have been altogether wrong, for that is precisely what the evil spirit was after. The capture of Princess A was a transgression in the profane world, and the bewitching of the, as we may suppose, semi-divine brother-sister pair was just such an enormity in the magical world. We do not know, but it is possible that this heinous crime was committed before the bewitching of Princess A. At any rate, both episodes point to a transgression of the evil spirit in the magical world as well as in the profane. It is assuredly not without a deeper meaning that the rescuer or redeemer should be a swineherd, like the prodigal son. He is of lowly origin, and has this much in common with the curious conception of the redeemer in alchemy. His first liberating act is to deliver the evil spirit from the divine punishment meted out to him. It is from this act, representing the first stage of the lysis, that the whole dramatic tangle develops. 7. The moral of this story is in truth exceedingly odd. The finale satisfies in so far as the swineherd and Princess A are married and become the royal pair. Prince and Princess B likewise celebrate their wedding, but this, in accordance with the archaic prerogative of kings, takes the form of incest, which, though somewhat repellent, must be regarded as more or less habitual in semi-divine circles. But what, we may ask, happens to the evil spirit, whose rescue from condign punishment sets the whole thing in motion? The wicked hunter is trampled to pieces by the horses, which presumably does no lasting damage to a spirit. Apparently he vanishes without trace, but only apparently, for he does after all leave a trace behind him, namely a hard-won happiness in both the profane and the magical world. Two halves of the quaternity, represented on one side by the swineherd and Princess A and on the other by Prince and Princess B, have each come together and united. Two marriage pairs now confront one another, parallel but otherwise divided, inasmuch as the one pair belongs to the profane and the other to the magical world. But in spite of this indubitable division, secret psychological connections, as we have seen, exist between them which allow us to derive the one pair from the other. Speaking in the spirit of the fairy tale, which unfolds its drama from the highest point, one would have to say that the world of half-gods is anterior to the profane world and produces it out of itself, just as the world of half-gods must be thought of as proceeding from the world of gods. Conceived in this way, the swineherd and Princess A are nothing less than earthly simulacra of Prince and Princess B, who in their turn would be the descendants of divine prototypes. Nor should we forget that the horse breeding which belongs to the hunter as his female counterpart, rather like an ancient Epona, the Celtic goddess of horses. Unfortunately, we are not told how the magical conjuration into horses happened. But it is evident that the witch had a hand in the game because both the horses were raised from her stock and are thus, in a sense, her productions. hunter and which form a pair, the reflection, in the nocturnal's chthonic part of the magical world, of a divine parental pair. The latter is easily recognized in the central Christian idea of sponsus et sponsa, Christ and his bride, the Church. If we wanted to explain the fairy tale personalistically, the attempt would founder on the fact that archetypes are not whimsical inventions, but autonomous elements of the unconscious psyche, which were there before any invention was thought of. They represent the unalterable structure of a psychic world whose reality is attested by the determining effects it has upon the conscious mind. Thus, it is a significant psychic reality that the human pair is matched by another pair in the unconscious, the latter pair being only in appearance a reflection of the first. In reality, the royal pair invariably comes first, as an a priori, so that the human pair has far more the significance of an individual concretization, in space and time, of an eternal and primordial image, at least in its mental structure, which is imprinted upon the biological continuum. We could say, then, that the swineherd stands for the animal man who has a soulmate somewhere in the upper world. By her royal birth, she betrays her connection with the pre-existent, semi-divine pair. Looked at from this angle, the latter stands for everything a man can become if only he climbs high enough up the world tree. For to the degree that the young swineherd gains possession of the patrician, feminine half of himself, he approximates to the pair of half-gods and lifts himself into the sphere of royalty, which means universal validity. We come across the same theme in Christian Rosenkreuz's Chemical Wedding, where the king's son must first free his bride from the power of a Moor, to whom she has voluntarily given herself as a concubine. The Moor represents the alchemical nigredo in which the arcane substance lies hidden, an idea that forms yet another parallel to our mythologum, or, as we would say in psychological language, another variant of this archetype. As in alchemy, our fairy tale describes the unconscious processes that compensate the conscious Christian situation. It depicts the workings of a spirit who carries our Christian thinking beyond the boundaries set by ecclesiastical concepts, seeking an answer to questions which neither the Middle Ages nor the present day have been able to solve. It is not difficult to see in the image of the second royal pair a correspondence to the ecclesiastical conception of bridegroom and bride, and in that of the hunter, and which a distortion of it, veering towards an atavistic, unconscious Wotanism. The fact that it is a German fairy tale makes the position particularly interesting, since this same Wotanism was the psychological godfather of National Socialism, a phenomenon which carried the distortion to the lowest pitch before the eyes of the world. On the other hand, the fairy tale makes it clear that it is possible for a man to attain totality, to become whole, only with the cooperation of the spirit of darkness. Indeed, that the latter is actually a causa instrumentalis of redemption and individuation. In utter perversion of this goal of spiritual development, to which all nature aspires and which is also prefigured in Christian doctrine, National Socialism destroyed man's moral autonomy and set up the nonsensical totalitarianism of the state. The fairy tale tells us how to proceed if we want to overcome the power of darkness. We must turn his own weapons against him, which naturally cannot be done if the magical underworld of the hunter remains unconscious, and if the best men in the nation would rather preach dogmatisms and platitudes than take the human psyche seriously. 6. Conclusion. When we consider the spirit in its archetypal form as it appears to us in fairy tales and dreams, it presents a picture that differs strangely from the conscious idea of spirit, which is split up into so many meanings. Spirit was originally a spirit in human or animal form, a daimonion that came upon man from without. But our material already shows traces of an expansion of consciousness which has gradually begun to occupy that originally unconscious territory and to transform those daimonia, at least partially, into voluntary acts. Man conquers not only nature, but spirit also, without realizing what he is doing. To the man of enlightened intellect, it seems like the correction of a fallacy when he recognizes that what he took to be spirits is simply the human spirit and ultimately his own spirit. All the superhuman things, whether good or bad, that former ages predicated of the daimonia, are reduced to reasonable proportions as though they were pure exaggeration, and everything seems to be in the best possible order. But were the unanimous convictions of the past really and truly only exaggerations? If they were not, then the integration of the spirit means nothing less than its demonization, since the superhuman spiritual agencies that were formerly tied up in nature are introject into human nature, thus endowing it with a power which extends the bounds of the personality ad infinitum, in the most perilous way. I put it to the enlightened rationalist. Has his rational reduction led to the beneficial control of matter and spirit? He will point proudly to the advances in physics and medicine, to the freeing of the mind from medieval stupidity, and, as a well-meaning Christian, to our deliverance from the fear of demons. But we continue to ask, what have all our other cultural achievements led to? The fearful answer is there before our eyes. Man has been delivered from no fear. A hideous nightmare lies upon the world. So far reason has failed lamentably, and the very thing that everybody wanted to avoid rolls on in ghastly progression. Man has achieved a wealth of useful gadgets, but to offset that, he has torn open the abyss, and what will become of him now? Where can he make a halt? After the last world war we hoped for reason. We go on hoping. But already we are fascinated by the possibilities of atomic fission and promise ourselves a golden age. The surest guarantee that the abomination of desolation will grow to limitless dimensions. And who or what is it that causes all this? It is none other than that harmless, ingenious, inventive, and sweetly reasonable human spirit who unfortunately is abysmally unconscious of the demonism that still clings to him. Worse, this spirit does everything to avoid looking himself in the face, and we all help him like mad. Only, heaven preserve us from psychology. That depravity might lead to self-knowledge, I rather let us have wars, for which somebody else is always to blame. Nobody seeing that all the world is driven to do just what all the world flees from in terror. It seems to me, frankly, that former ages did not exaggerate, that the spirit has not sloughed off its demonisms, and that mankind, because of its scientific and technological development, has in increasing measure delivered itself over to the danger of possession. True, the archetype of the spirit is capable of working for good as well as for evil, but it depends upon man's free, i.e. conscious, decision whether the good also will be perverted into something satanic. Man's worst sin is unconsciousness, but it is indulged in with the greatest piety even by those who should serve mankind as teachers and examples. When shall we stop taking man for granted in this barbarous manner, and in all seriousness seek ways and means to exorcise him, to rescue him from possession and unconsciousness, and make this the most vital task of civilization? Can we not understand that all the outward tinkerings and improvements do not touch man's inner nature, and that everything ultimately depends upon whether the man who wields the science and the techniques is capable of responsibility or not? Christianity has shown us the way, but, as the facts bear witness, it has not penetrated deeply enough below the surface. What depths of despair are still needed to open the eyes of the world's responsible leaders, so that at least they can refrain from leading themselves into temptation. On the psychology of the trickster-figure. It is no light task for me to write about the figure of the trickster in American Indian mythology within the confined space of a commentary. When I first came across Adolf Bandelier's classic on this subject, The Delight Makers, many years ago, I was struck by the European analogy of the carnival in the medieval church, with its reversal of the hierarchic order, which is still continued in the carnivals held by student societies today. Something of this contradictoriness also inheres in the medieval description of the devil as Simia Dei, the ape of God, and in his characterization in folklore as the simpleton who is fooled or cheated. A curious combination of typical trickster motifs can be found in the alchemical figure of Mercurius. For instance, his fondness for sly jokes and malicious pranks, his powers as a shapeshifter, his dual nature, half animal, half divine, his exposure to all kinds of tortures, and, last but not least, his approximation to the figure of a savior. These qualities make Mercurius seem like a demonic being resurrected from primitive times, older even than the Greek Hermes. His rogueries relate him in some measure to various figures met with in folklore and universally known in fairy tales. Tom Thumb, Stupid Hans, or the buffoon-like Hanswurst, who is an altogether negative hero and yet manages to achieve through his stupidity what others fail to accomplish with their best efforts. In Grimm's fairy tale, the spirit Mercurius lets himself be outwitted by a peasant lad, and then has to buy his freedom with the precious gift of healing. Since all mythical figures correspond to inner psychic experiences and originally sprang from them, it is not surprising to find certain phenomena in the field of parapsychology which remind us of the trickster. These are the phenomena connected with poltergeists, and they occur at all times and places in the ambience of preadolescent children. The malicious tricks played by the poltergeist are as well known as the low level of his intelligence and the fatuity of his communications. Ability to change his shape seems also to be one of his characteristics, as there are not a few reports of his appearance in animal form. Since he has on occasion described himself as a soul in hell, the motif of subjective suffering would seem not to be lacking either. His universality is coextensive, so to speak, with that of shamanism, to which, as we know, the whole phenomenology of spiritualism belongs. There is something of the trickster in the character of the shaman and medicine man, for he, too, often plays malicious jokes on people, only to fall victim in his turn to the vengeance of those whom he has injured. For this reason, his profession sometimes puts him in peril of his life. Besides that, the shamanistic techniques in themselves often cause the medicine man a good deal of discomfort, if not actual pain. At all events, the making of a medicine man involves, in many parts of the world, so much agony of body and soul that permanent psychic injuries may result. His approximation to the Savior is an obvious consequence of this, in confirmation of the mythological truth that the wounded wounder is the agent of healing, and that the sufferer takes away suffering. These mythological features extend even to the highest regions of man's spiritual development. If we consider, for example, the demonic features exhibited by Yahweh in the Old Testament, we shall find in them not a few reminders of the unpredictable behavior of the trickster, of his senseless orgies of destruction and his self-imposed sufferings, together with the same gradual development into a savior and his simultaneous humanization. It is just this transformation of the meaningless into the meaningful that reveals the trickster's compensatory relation to the saint. In the early Middle Ages, this led to some strange ecclesiastical customs based on memories of the ancient Saturnalia. Mostly they were celebrated on the days immediately following the birth of Christ, that is, in the new year, with singing and dancing. The dances were the originally harmless tripudia of the priests, lower clergy, children, and subdeacons and took place in church. An episcopus purorum, children's bishop, was elected on Innocents' Day and dressed in pontifical robes. Amid uproarious rejoicings, he paid an official visit to the palace of the archbishop and bestowed the episcopal blessing from one of the windows. The same thing happened at the Tripudium Hypodiaconorum and at the dances for other priestly grades. By the end of the 12th century, the subdeacon's dance had degenerated into a real festum stultorum, fool's feast. A report from the year 1198 says that at the Feast of the Circumcision in Notre Dame, Paris, so many abominations and shameful deeds were committed that the holy place was desecrated, not only by smutty jokes, but even by the shedding of blood. In vain did Pope Innocent III inveigh against the jests and madness that make the clergy a mockery, and the shameless frenzy of their play-acting. 250 years later, March 12, 1444, a letter from the Theological Faculty of Paris to all the French bishops was still fulminating against these festivals, at which even the priests and clerics elected an archbishop or a bishop or pope, and named him the fool's pope, fatuorum papum. In the very midst of divine service, masqueraders with grotesque faces, disguised as women, lions, and mummers, performed their dances, sang indecent songs in the choir, ate their greasy food from a corner of the altar near the priest celebrating Mass, got out their games of dice, burned a stinking incense made of old shoe leather, and ran and hopped about all over the church. It is not surprising that this veritable witches' Sabbath was uncommonly popular, and that it required considerable time and effort to free the church from this pagan heritage. In certain localities, even the priests seem to have adhered to the Libertas Decembrica, as the fool's holiday was called, in spite, or perhaps because, of the fact that the older level of consciousness could let itself rip on this happy occasion with all the wildness, wantonness, and irresponsibility of paganism. These ceremonies, which still reveal the spirit of the trickster in his original form, seem to have died out by the beginning of the 16th century. At any rate, The various conciliar decrees issued from 1581 to 1585 forbade only the festum purorum and the election of an episcopus purorum. Finally, we must also mention in this connection the festum asinorum, which, so far as I know, was celebrated mainly in France. Although considered a harmless festival in memory of Mary's flight into Egypt, it was celebrated in a somewhat curious manner which might easily have given rise to misunderstandings. In Beauvais, the ass procession went right into the church. At the conclusion of each part, introit, Kyrie, Gloria, etc., of the high mass that followed, the whole congregation brayed. That is, they all went way like a donkey, hack modulation hinum concludibanter. A codex dating apparently from the 11th century says, "At the end of the mass, instead of the words ite missa est, the priest shall bray 3 times, ter hinhamabit, and instead of the words Deo gratias, the congregation shall answer Vae, hinum, 3 times." Ducange cites a hymn from this festival. Orientis partibus. Adventavit asinus. Pulcher et fortissimus. Sarcinis aptissimus. Each verse was followed by the French refrain. Hz sire asnes carchantes. Belle bouche richignes. Vuores du foinices. Et de elavoina plantes. The hymn had 9 verses, the last of which was Amen dicas asini, hi genuflectibator. Jam satter de grammon. Amen amen itera. Asperner vetera. Ducange says that the more ridiculous this rite seemed, the greater the enthusiasm with which it was celebrated. In other places the ass was decked with a golden canopy whose corners were held by distinguished canons. The others present had to don suitably festive garments, as at Christmas. Since there were certain tendencies to bring the ass into symbolic relationship with Christ, and since, from ancient times, the God of the Jews was vulgarly conceived to be an ass, a prejudice which extended to Christ himself, as is shown by the mock crucifixion scratched on the wall of the Imperial Cadet School on the Palatine. The danger of theomorphism lay uncomfortably close. Even the bishops could do nothing to stamp out this custom, until finally it had to be suppressed by the Auctoritas Supremi Senatus. The suspicion of blasphemy becomes quite open in Nietzsche's Ass Festival, which is a deliberately blasphemous parody of the Mass. These medieval customs demonstrate the role of the trickster to perfection, and when they vanished from the precincts of the church, they appeared again on the profane level of Italian theatricals, as those comic types who, often adorned with enormous ithyphallic emblems, entertain the far from prudish public with ribaldries in true Rabelaisian style. Calit's engravings have preserved these classical figures for posterity, the Pulcinellas, Cucaragnas, Chico-Scaras, and the like. In picaresque tales, in carnivals and revels, in magic rites of healing, in man's religious fears and exaltations, this phantom of the trickster haunts the mythology of all ages, sometimes in quite unmistakable form, sometimes in strangely modulated guise. He is obviously a psychologum, an archetypal psychic structure of extreme antiquity. In his clearest manifestations, he is a faithful reflection of an absolutely undifferentiated human consciousness, corresponding to a psyche that has hardly left the animal level. That this is how the trickster figure originated can hardly be contested if we look at it from the causal and historical angle. In psychology as in biology, we cannot afford to overlook or underestimate this question of origins, although the answer usually tells us nothing about the functional meaning. For this reason, biology should never forget the question of purpose, for only by answering that can we get at the meaning of a phenomenon. Even in pathology, where we are concerned with lesions which have no meaning in themselves, the exclusively causal approach proves to be inadequate, since there are a number of pathological phenomena which only give up their meaning when we inquire into their purpose. And where we are concerned with the normal phenomena of life, this question of purpose takes undisputed precedence. When, therefore, a primitive or barbarous consciousness forms a picture of itself on a much earlier level of development and continues to do so for hundreds or even thousands of years, undeterred by the contamination of its archaic qualities with differentiated, highly developed mental products, then the causal explanation is that the older the archaic qualities are, the more conservative and pertinacious is their behavior. One simply cannot shake off the memory image of things as they were, and drags it along like a senseless appendage. This explanation, which is facile enough to satisfy the rationalistic requirements of our age, would certainly not meet with the approval of the Winnebagos, the nearest possessors of the trickster cycle. For them, the myth is not in any sense a remnant. It is far too amusing for that, and an object of undivided enjoyment. For them it still functions, provided that they have not been spoiled by civilization. For them there is no earthly reason to theorize about the meaning and purpose of myths, just as the Christmas tree seems no problem at all to the naive European. For the thoughtful observer, however, both trickster and Christmas tree afford reason enough for reflection. Naturally, it depends very much on the mentality of the observer, what he thinks about these things. Considering the crude primitivity of the trickster cycle, it would not be surprising if one saw in this myth simply the reflection of an earlier, rudimentary stage of consciousness, which is what the trickster obviously seems to be. The only question that would need answering is whether such personified reflections exist at all in empirical psychology. As a matter of fact, they do, and these experiences of split or double personality actually form the core of the earliest psychopathological investigations. The peculiar thing about these dissociations is that the split-off personality is not just a random one, but stands in a complementary or compensatory relationship to the ego personality. It is a personification of traits of character which are sometimes worse and sometimes better than those the ego personality possesses. A collective personification like the trickster is the product of an aggregate of individuals and is welcomed by each individual as something known to him, which would not be the case if it were just an individual outgrowth. Now, if the myth were nothing but an historical remnant, one would have to ask why it has not long since vanished into the great rubbish heap of the past, and why it continues to make its influence felt on the highest levels of civilization, even where, on account of his stupidity and grotesque scurrility, the trickster no longer plays the role of a delight maker. In many cultures, his figure seems like an old riverbed in which the water still flows. One can see this best of all from the fact that the trickster motif does not crop up only in its mythical form, but appears just as naively and authentically in the unsuspecting modern man. Whenever, in fact, he feels himself at the mercy of annoying accidents, which thwart his will and his actions with apparently malicious intent. He then speaks of hoodoos and jinxes, or of the mischievousness of the object. Here the trickster is represented by counter-tendencies in the unconscious, and in certain cases by a sort of second personality of a puerile and inferior character, not unlike the personalities who announce themselves at spiritualistic seances and cause all those ineffably childish phenomena so typical of poltergeists. I have, I think, found a suitable designation for this character component when I called it the shadow. 13 on the civilized level, it is regarded as a personal gaffe, slip, faux pas, etc., which are then chalked up as defects of the conscious personality. We are no longer aware that in carnival customs and the like there are remnants of a collective shadow figure, which prove that the personal shadow is in part descended from a numinous collective figure. This collective figure gradually breaks up under the impact of civilization, leaving traces in folklore which are difficult to recognize. But the main part of him gets personalized and is made an object of personal responsibility. Radin's trickster cycle preserves the shadow in its pristine mythological form, and thus points back to a very much earlier stage of consciousness which existed before the birth of the myth, when the Indian was still groping about in a similar mental darkness. Only when his consciousness reached a higher level could he detach the earlier state from himself and objectify it, that is, say anything about it. So long as his consciousness was itself trickster-like, such a confrontation could obviously not take place. It was possible only when the attainment of a newer and higher level of consciousness enabled him to look back on a lower and inferior state. It was only to be expected that a good deal of mockery and contempt should mingle with this retrospect, thus casting an even thicker pall over man's memories of the past, which were pretty unedifying anyway. This phenomenon must have repeated itself innumerable times in the history of his mental development. The sovereign contempt with which our modern age looks back on the taste and intelligence of earlier centuries is a classic example of this, and there is an unmistakable allusion to the same phenomenon in the New Testament, where we are told in Acts 17 verse 30 that God looked down from above, Upsilon Pyroiota Delta Upsilon, Despicions, on the Chi Upsilon O Tau Gamma Upsilon Omicron Alpha, the times of ignorance or unconsciousness. This attitude contrasts strangely with the still commoner and more striking idealization of the past, which is praised not merely as the good old days, but as the golden age, and not just by uneducated and superstitious people, but by all those legions of theosophical enthusiasts who resolutely believe in the former existence and lofty civilization of Atlantis. Anyone who belongs to a sphere of culture that seeks the perfect state somewhere in the past must feel very queerly indeed when confronted by the figure of the trickster. He is a forerunner of the Savior, and like him, God, man, and animal at once. He is both subhuman and superhuman, a bestial and divine being, whose chief and most alarming characteristic is his unconsciousness. Because of it, he is deserted by his, evidently human, companions, which seems to indicate that he has fallen below their level of consciousness. He is so unconscious of himself that his body is not a unity, and his two hands fight each other. He takes his anus off and entrusts it with a special task. Even his sex is optional despite its phallic qualities. He can turn himself into a woman and bear children. From his penis, he makes all kinds of useful plants. This is a reference to his original nature as a creator, for the world is made from the body of a god. On the other hand, he is in many respects stupider than the animals, and gets into one ridiculous scrape after another. Although he is not really evil, he does the most atrocious things from sheer unconsciousness and unrelatedness. His imprisonment in animal unconsciousness is suggested by the episode where he gets his head caught inside the skull of an elk, and the next episode shows how he overcomes this condition by imprisoning the head of a hawk inside his own rectum. True, he sinks back into the former condition immediately afterwards by falling under the ice, and is outwitted time after time by the animals, but in the end he succeeds in tricking the cunning coyote, and this brings back to him his savior nature. The trickster is a primitive cosmic being of divine animal nature, on the one hand superior to man because of his superhuman qualities, and on the other hand inferior to him because of his unreason and unconsciousness. He is no match for the animals either, because of his extraordinary clumsiness and lack of instinct. These defects are the marks of his human nature, which is not so well adapted to the environment as the animals, but instead has prospects of a much higher development of consciousness, based on a considerable eagerness to learn, as is duly emphasized in the myth. What the repeated telling of the myth signifies is the therapeutic anamnesis of contents which, for reasons still to be discussed, should never be forgotten for long. If they were nothing but the remnants of an inferior state, it would be understandable if man turned his attention away from them, feeling that their reappearance was a nuisance. This is evidently by no means the case, since the trickster has been a source of amusement right down to civilized times, where he can still be recognized in the carnival figures of Pulcinella and the clown. That is one important reason for his still continuing to function. But it is not the only one, and certainly not the reason why this reflection of an extremely primitive state of consciousness solidified into a mythological personage. Mere vestiges of an early state that is dying out usually lose their energy at an increasing rate, otherwise they would never disappear. The last thing we would expect is that they would have the strength to solidify into a mythological figure with its own cycle of legends. Unless, of course, they received energy from outside, in this case from a higher level of consciousness or from sources in the unconscious which are not yet exhausted. To take a legitimate parallel from the psychology of the individual, namely the appearance of an impressive shadow figure antagonistically confronting a personal consciousness. This figure does not appear merely because it still exists in the individual, but because it rests on a dynamism whose existence can only be explained in terms of his actual situation. For instance, because the shadow is so disagreeable to his ego consciousness that it has to be repressed into the unconscious. This explanation does not quite meet the case here, because the trickster obviously represents a vanishing level of consciousness which increasingly lacks the power to express and assert itself. Furthermore, repression would prevent it from vanishing, because repressed contents are the very ones that have the best chance of survival, as we know from experience that nothing is corrected in the unconscious. Lastly, the story of the trickster is not in the least disagreeable to the Winnebago consciousness or incompatible with it, but, on the contrary, pleasurable and therefore not conducive to repression. It looks, therefore, as if the myth were actively sustained and fostered by consciousness. This may well be so, since that is the best and most successful method of keeping the shadow figure conscious and subjecting it to conscious criticism. Although, to begin with, this criticism has more the character of a positive evaluation. We may expect that with the progressive development of consciousness, the cruder aspects of the myth will gradually fall away, even if the danger of its rapid disappearance under the stress of white civilization did not exist. We have often seen how certain customs, originally cruel or obscene, became mere vestiges in the course of time. The process of rendering this motif harmless takes an extremely long time, as its history shows. One can still detect traces of it even at a high level of civilization. Its longevity could also be explained by the strength and vitality of the state of consciousness described in the myth, and by the secret attraction and fascination this has for the conscious mind. Although purely causal hypotheses in the biological sphere are not as a rule very satisfactory, due weight must nevertheless be given to the fact that in the case of the trickster a higher level of consciousness has covered up a lower one, and that the latter was already in retreat. His recollection, however, is mainly due to the interest which the conscious mind brings to bear on him, the inevitable concomitant being, as we have seen, the gradual civilizing, i.e., assimilation, of a primitive demonic figure who was originally autonomous and even capable of causing possession. To supplement the causal approach by a final one, therefore, enables us to arrive at more meaningful interpretations not only in medical psychology, where we are concerned with individual fantasies originating in the unconscious, but also in the case of collective fantasies, that is, myths and fairy tales. As Radin points out, the civilizing process begins within the framework of the trickster cycle itself, and this is a clear indication that the original state has been overcome. At any rate, the marks of deepest unconsciousness fall away from him. Instead of acting in a brutal, savage, stupid, and senseless fashion, the trickster's behavior towards the end of the cycle becomes quite useful and sensible. The devaluation of his earlier unconsciousness is apparent even in the myth, and one wonders what has happened to his evil qualities. The naive reader may imagine that when the dark aspects disappear, they are no longer there in reality. But that is not the case at all, as experience shows. What actually happens is that the conscious mind is then able to free itself from the fascination of evil and is no longer obliged to live it compulsively. The darkness and the evil have not gone up in smoke. They have merely withdrawn into the unconscious owing to loss of energy, where they remain unconscious so long as all is well with the conscious. But if the conscious should find itself in a critical or doubtful situation, then it soon becomes apparent that the shadow has not dissolved into nothing, but is only waiting for a favorable opportunity to reappear as a projection upon one's neighbor. If this trick is successful, there is immediately created between them that world of primordial darkness where everything that is characteristic of the trickster can happen, even on the highest plane of civilization. The best examples of these monkey tricks, as popular speech aptly and truthfully sums up this state of affairs in which everything goes wrong and nothing intelligent happens except by mistake at the last moment, are naturally to be found in politics. The so-called civilized man has forgotten the trickster. He remembers him only figuratively and metaphorically, when, irritated by his own ineptitude, he speaks of fate playing tricks on him or of things being bewitched. He never suspects that his own hidden and apparently harmless shadow has qualities whose dangerousness exceeds his wildest dreams. As soon as people get together in masses and submerge the individual, the shadow is mobilized, and as history shows, may even be personified and incarnated. The disastrous idea that everything comes to the human psyche from outside, and that it is born a tabula rasa, is responsible for the erroneous belief that under normal circumstances the individual is in perfect order. He then looks to the state for salvation, and makes society pay for his inefficiency. He thinks the meaning of existence would be discovered if food and clothing were delivered to him on his own doorstep, or if everybody possessed an automobile. Such are the puerilities that rise up in place of an unconscious shadow and keep it unconscious. As a result of these prejudices, the individual feels totally dependent on his environment and loses all capacity for introspection. In this way, his code of ethics is replaced by a knowledge of what is permitted or forbidden or ordered. How, under these circumstances, can one expect a soldier to subject an order received from a superior to ethical scrutiny? He has not yet made the discovery that he might be capable of spontaneous ethical impulses, and of performing them, even when no one is looking. From this point of view, we can see why the myth of the trickster was preserved and developed. Like many other myths, it was supposed to have a therapeutic effect. It holds the earlier low intellectual and moral level before the eyes of the more highly developed individual, so that he shall not forget how things looked yesterday. We like to imagine that something which we do not understand does not help us in any way. But that is not always so. Seldom does a man understand with his head alone, least of all when he is a primitive. Because of its numinosity, the myth has a direct effect on the unconscious, no matter whether it is understood or not. The fact that its repeated telling has not long since become obsolete can, I believe, be explained by its usefulness. The explanation is rather difficult because two contrary tendencies are at work. The desire on the one hand to get out of the earlier condition, and on the other hand not to forget it. Apparently Radin has also felt this difficulty, for he says, "Viewed psychologically, it might be contended that the history of civilization is largely the account of the attempts of man to forget his transformation from an animal into a human being." A few pages further on he says, with reference to the Golden Age, "So stubborn a refusal to forget is not an accident. And it is also no accident that we are forced to contradict ourselves as soon as we try to formulate man's paradoxical attitude to myth. Even the most enlightened of us will set up a Christmas tree for his children without having the least idea what this custom means, and is invariably disposed to nip any attempt at interpretation in the bud. It is really astonishing to see how many so-called superstitions are rampant nowadays in town and country alike. But if one took hold of the individual and asked him, loudly and clearly, 'Do you believe in ghosts? In witches? In spells and magic?' he would deny it indignantly. It is 100 to 1 he has never heard of such things and thinks it all rubbish. But in secret he is all for it, just like a jungle dweller. The public knows very little of these things anyway, for everyone is convinced that in our enlightened society that kind of superstition has long since been eradicated, and it is part of the general convention to act as though one had never heard of such things, not to mention believing in them. But nothing is ever lost, not even the blood pact with the devil. Outwardly it is forgotten, but inwardly not at all. We act like the natives on the southern slopes of Mount Elgon, in East Africa, one of whom accompanied me part of the way into the bush. At a fork in the path we came upon a brand new ghost trap, which beautifully got up like a little hut, near the cave where he lived with his family. I asked him if he had made it. He denied it with all the signs of extreme agitation, asserting that only children would make such a juju. Whereupon he gave the hut a kick, and the whole thing fell to pieces. This is exactly the reaction we can observe in Europe today. Outwardly people are more or less civilized, but inwardly they are still primitives. Something in man is profoundly disinclined to give up his beginnings, and something else believes it has long since got beyond all that. This contradiction was once brought home to me in the most drastic manner when I was watching a strudel, a sort of local witch doctor, taking the spell off a stable. The stable was situated immediately beside the Gotthard railway line, and several international expresses sped past during the ceremony. Their occupants would hardly have suspected that a primitive ritual was being performed a few yards away. The conflict between the two dimensions of consciousness is simply an expression of the polaristic structure of the psyche, which, like any other energic system, is dependent on the tension of opposites. That is also why there are no general psychological propositions which could not just as well be reversed. Indeed, their reversibility proves their validity. We should never forget that in any psychological discussion we are not saying anything about the psyche, but that the psyche is always speaking about itself. It is no use thinking we can ever get beyond the psyche by means of the mind, even though the mind asserts that it is not dependent on the psyche. How could it prove that? We can say, if we like, that one statement comes from the psyche, is psychic and nothing but psychic, and that another comes from the mind, is spiritual, and therefore superior to the psychic one. Both are mere assertions based on the postulates of belief. The fact is that this old trichotomous hierarchy of psychic contents, hylic, psychic, and pneumatic, represents the polaristic structure of the psyche, which is the only immediate object of experience. The unity of our psychic nature lies in the middle, just as the living unity of the waterfall appears in the dynamic connection between above and below. Thus, the living effect of the myth is experienced when a higher consciousness, rejoicing in its freedom and independence, is confronted by the autonomy of a mythological figure and yet cannot flee from its fascination, but must pay tribute to the overwhelming impression. The figure works because secretly it participates in the observer's psyche and appears as its reflection, though it is not recognized as such. It is split off from his consciousness and consequently behaves like an autonomous personality. The trickster is a collective shadow figure, a summation of all the inferior traits of character in individuals. And since the individual shadow is never absent as a component of personality, the collective figure can construct itself out of it continually. Not always, of course, as a mythological figure, but in consequence of the increasing repression and neglect of the original mythologisms, as a corresponding projection on other social groups and nations. If we take the trickster as a parallel of the individual shadow, then the question arises whether that trend towards meaning, which we saw in the trickster myth, can also be observed in the subjective and personal shadow. Since this shadow frequently appears in the phenomenology of dreams as a well-defined figure, we can answer this question positively. The shadow, although by definition a negative figure, sometimes has certain clearly discernible traits and associations which point to a quite different background. It is as though he were hiding meaningful contents under an unprepossessing exterior. Experience confirms this. And what is more important, the things that are hidden usually consist of increasingly numinous figures. The one standing closest behind the shadow is the anima, who is endowed with considerable powers of fascination and possession. She often appears in rather too youthful form, and hides in her turn the powerful archetype of the wise old man, sage, magician, king, etc. The series could be extended, but it would be pointless to do so, as psychologically one only understands what one has experienced oneself. The concepts of complex psychology are, in essence, not intellectual formulations but names for certain areas of experience, and though they can be described, they remain dead and irrepresentable to anyone who has not experienced them. Thus, I have noticed that people usually have not much difficulty in picturing to themselves what is meant by the shadow, even if they would have preferred instead a bit of Latin or Greek jargon that sounds more scientific. But it costs them enormous difficulties to understand what the anima is. They accept her easily enough when she appears in novels or as a film star, but she is not understood at all when it comes to seeing the role she plays in their own lives, because she sums up everything that a man can never get the better of and never finishes coping with. Therefore, it remains in a perpetual state of emotionality, which must not be touched. The degree of unconsciousness one meets with in this connection is, to put it mildly, astounding. Hence, it is practically impossible to get a man who is afraid of his own femininity to understand what is meant by the anima. Actually, it is not surprising that this should be so, since even the most rudimentary insight into the shadow sometimes causes the greatest difficulties for the modern European. But since the shadow is the figure nearest his consciousness and the least explosive one, it is also the first component of personality to come up in an analysis of the unconscious. A minatory and ridiculous figure, he stands at the very beginning of the way of individuation, posing the deceptively easy riddle of the Sphinx, or grimly demanding answer to a quaestio crocodilina. If at the end of the trickster myth, the savior is hinted at, this comforting premonition or hope means that some calamity or other has happened and been consciously understood. Only out of disaster can the longing for the savior arise. In other words, the recognition and unavoidable integration of the shadow creates such a harrowing situation that nobody but a savior can undo the tangled web of fate. In the case of the individual, the problem constellated by the shadow is answered on the plane of the anima, that is, through relatedness. In the history of the collective, as in the history of the individual, everything depends on the development of consciousness. This gradually brings liberation from imprisonment in gamma omicron alpha, unconsciousness, and is therefore a bringer of light as well as of healing. As in its collective mythological form, so also the individual shadow contains within it the seed of an enantiodromia, of a conversion into its opposite. 6. Conscious, unconscious, and individuation. The relation between the conscious and the unconscious on the one hand, and the individuation process on the other, are problems that arise almost regularly during the later stages of analytical treatment. By analytical, I mean a procedure that takes account of the existence of the unconscious. These problems do not arise in a procedure based on suggestion. A few preliminary words may not be out of place in order to explain what is meant by individuation. I use the term individuation to denote the process by which a person becomes a psychological individual, that is, a separate, indivisible unity or whole. It is generally assumed that consciousness is the whole of the psychological individual. But knowledge of the phenomena that can only be explained on the hypothesis of unconscious psychic processes makes it doubtful whether the ego and its contents are in fact identical with the whole. If unconscious processes exist at all, they must surely belong to the totality of the individual, even though they are not components of the conscious ego. If they were part of the ego, they would necessarily be conscious, because everything that is directly related to the ego is conscious. Consciousness can even be equated with the relation between the ego and the psychic contents. But unconscious phenomena are so little related to the ego that most people do not hesitate to deny their existence outright. Nevertheless, they manifest themselves in an individual's behavior. An attentive observer can detect them without difficulty, while the observed person remains quite unaware of the fact that he is betraying his most secret thoughts or even things he has never thought consciously. It is, however, a great prejudice to suppose that something we have never thought consciously does not exist in the psyche. There is plenty of evidence to show that consciousness is very far from covering the psyche in its totality. Many things occur semi-consciously, and a great many more remain entirely unconscious. Thorough investigation of the phenomena of dual and multiple personalities, for instance, has brought to light a mass of material with observations to prove this point. I would refer the reader to the writings of Pierre Janet, Theodore Flournoy, Morton Prince, and others. The importance of such phenomena has made a deep impression on medical psychology, because they give rise to all sorts of psychic and physiological symptoms. In these circumstances, the assumption that the ego expresses the totality of the psyche has become untenable. It is, on the contrary, evident that the whole must necessarily include not only consciousness but the illimitable field of unconscious occurrences as well, and that the ego can be no more than the center of the field of consciousness. You will naturally ask whether the unconscious possesses a center too. I would hardly venture to assume that there is in the unconscious a ruling principle analogous to the ego. As a matter of fact, everything points to the contrary. If there were such a center, we could expect almost regular signs of its existence. Cases of dual personality would then be frequent occurrences instead of rare curiosities. As a rule, unconscious phenomena manifest themselves in fairly chaotic and unsystematic form. Dreams, for instance, show no apparent order and no tendency to systematization, as they would have to do if there were a personal consciousness at the back of them. The philosophers Karras and von Hartmann treat the unconscious as a metaphysical principle, a sort of universal mind, without any trace of personality or ego consciousness, and similarly Schopenhauer's will is without an ego. Modern psychologists, too, regard the unconscious as an egoless function below the threshold of consciousness. Unlike the philosophers, they tend to derive its subliminal functions from the conscious mind. Janet thinks that there is a certain weakness of consciousness which is unable to hold all the psychic processes together. Freud, on the other hand, favors the idea of conscious factors that suppress certain incompatible tendencies. Much can be said for both theories, since there are numerous cases where a weakness of consciousness actually causes certain contents to fall below the threshold, or where disagreeable contents are repressed. It is obvious that such careful observers as Janet and Freud would not have constructed theories deriving the unconscious mainly from conscious sources had they been able to discover traces of an independent personality or of an autonomous will in the manifestations of the unconscious. If it were true that the unconscious consists of nothing but contents accidentally deprived of consciousness but otherwise indistinguishable from the conscious material, then one could identify the ego more or less with the totality of the psyche. But actually the situation is not quite so simple. Both theories are based mainly on observations in the field of neurosis. Neither Janet nor Freud had any specifically psychiatric experience. If they had, they would surely have been struck by the fact that the unconscious displays contents that are utterly different from conscious ones, so strange, indeed, that nobody can understand them, neither the patient himself nor his doctors. The patient is inundated by a flood of thoughts that are as strange to him as they are to a normal person. That is why we call him crazy. We cannot understand his ideas. We understand something only if we have the necessary premises for doing so. But here the premises are just as remote from our consciousness as they were from the mind of the patient before he went mad. Otherwise, he would never have become insane. There is, in fact, no field directly known to us from which we could derive certain pathological ideas. It is not a question of more or less normal contents that became unconscious just by accident. They are, on the contrary, products whose nature is at first completely baffling. They differ in every respect from neurotic material, which cannot be said to be at all bizarre. The material of a neurosis is understandable in human terms, but that of a psychosis is not. This peculiar psychotic material cannot be derived from the conscious mind, because the latter lacks the premises which would help to explain the strangeness of the ideas. Neurotic contents can be integrated without appreciable injury to the ego, but psychotic ideas cannot. They remain inaccessible, and ego consciousness is more or less swamped by them. They even show a distinct tendency to draw the ego into their system. Such cases indicate that under certain conditions the unconscious is capable of taking over the role of the ego. The consequence of this exchange is insanity and confusion, because the unconscious is not a second personality with organized and centralized functions, but in all probability a decentralized congeries of psychic processes. However, nothing produced by the human mind lies absolutely outside the psychic realm. Even the craziest idea must correspond to something in the psyche. We cannot suppose that certain minds contain elements that do not exist at all in other minds. Nor can we assume that the unconscious is capable of becoming autonomous only in certain people, namely in those predisposed to insanity. It is very much more likely that the tendency to autonomy is a more or less general peculiarity of the unconscious. Mental disorder is, in a sense, only one outstanding example of a hidden but none the less general condition. This tendency to autonomy shows itself above all in affective states, including those of normal people. When in a state of violent affect one says, or does things which exceed the ordinary. Not much is needed. Love and hate, joy and grief, are often enough to make the ego and the unconscious change places. Very strange ideas indeed can take possession of otherwise healthy people on such occasions. Groups, communities, and even whole nations can be seized in this way by psychic epidemics. The autonomy of the unconscious, therefore, begins where emotions are generated. Emotions are instinctive, involuntary reactions which upset the rational order of consciousness by their elemental outbursts. Affects are not made or willfully produced, they simply happen. In a state of affect, a trait of character sometimes appears which is strange even to the person concerned, or hidden contents may erupt involuntarily. The more violent an affect, the closer it comes to the pathological, to a condition in which the ego consciousness is thrust aside by autonomous contents that were unconscious before. So long as the unconscious is in a dormant condition, it seems as if there were absolutely nothing in this hidden region. Hence we are continually surprised when something unknown suddenly appears from nowhere. Afterwards, of course, the psychologist comes along and shows that things had to happen as they did for this or that reason. But who could have said so beforehand? We call the unconscious nothing, and yet it is a reality in potentia. The thought we shall think, the deed we shall do, even the fate we shall lament tomorrow, all lie unconscious in our today. The unknown in us which the effect uncovers was always there and sooner or later would have presented itself to consciousness. Hence we must always reckon with the presence of things not yet discovered. These, as I have said, may be unknown quirks of character. But possibilities of future development may also come to light in this way, perhaps in just such an outburst of effect which sometimes radically alters the whole situation. The unconscious has a Janus face. On one side, its contents point back to a preconscious, prehistoric world of instinct, while on the other side it potentially anticipates the future, precisely because of the instinctive readiness for action of the factors that determine man's fate. If we had complete knowledge of the ground plan lying dormant in an individual from the beginning, his fate would be in large measure predictable. Now, to the extent that unconscious tendencies, be they backward-looking images or forward-looking anticipations, appear in dreams, dreams have been regarded in all previous ages less as historical regressions than as anticipations of the future, and rightly so. For everything that will be happens on the basis of what has been, and of what, consciously or unconsciously, still exists as a memory trace. Insofar as no man is born totally new, but continually repeats the stage of development last reached by the species, he contains unconsciously, as an a priori datum, the entire psychic structure developed both upwards and downwards by his ancestors in the course of the ages. That is what gives the unconscious its characteristic historical aspect, but it is at the same time the sine qua non for shaping the future. For this reason, it is often very difficult to decide whether an autonomous manifestation of the unconscious should be interpreted as an effect, and therefore historical, or as an aim, and therefore teleological and anticipatory. The conscious mind thinks as a rule without regard to ancestral preconditions, and without taking into account the influence this a priori factor has on the shaping of the individual's fate. Whereas we think in periods of years, the unconscious thinks and lives in terms of millennia. So when something happens that seems to us an unexampled novelty, it is generally a very old story indeed. We still forget, like children, what happened yesterday. We are still living in a wonderful new world where man thinks himself astonishingly new and modern. This is unmistakable proof of the youthfulness of human consciousness, which has not yet grown aware of its historical antecedents. As a matter of fact, the normal person convinces me far more of the autonomy of the unconscious than does the insane person. Psychiatric theory can always take refuge behind real, or alleged organic disorders of the brain, and thus detract from the importance of the unconscious. But such a view is no longer applicable when it comes to normal humanity. What one sees happening in the world is not just a shadowy vestige of activities that were once conscious, but the expression of a living psychic condition that still exists and always will exist. Were that not so, one might well be astonished. But it is precisely those who give least credence to the autonomy of the unconscious who are the most surprised by it. Because of its youthfulness and vulnerability, our consciousness tends to make light of the unconscious. This is understandable enough, for a young man should not let himself be overawed by the authority of his parents if he wants to start something on his own account. Historically as well as individually, our consciousness has developed out of the darkness and somnolence of primordial unconsciousness. There were psychic processes and functions long before any ego consciousness existed. Thinking existed long before man was able to say, "I am conscious of thinking." The primitive perils of the soul consist mainly of dangers to consciousness. Fascination, bewitchment, loss of soul, possession, etc. are obviously phenomena of the dissociation and suppression of consciousness caused by unconscious contents. Even civilized man is not yet entirely free of the darkness of primeval times. The unconscious is the mother of consciousness. Where there is a mother, there is also a father, yet he seems to be unknown. Consciousness, in the pride of its youth, may deny its father, but it cannot deny its mother. That would be too unnatural, for one can see in every child how hesitantly and slowly its ego consciousness evolves out of a fragmentary consciousness lasting for single moments only, and how these islands gradually emerge from the total darkness of mere instinctuality. Consciousness grows out of an unconscious psyche, which is older than it, and which goes on functioning together with it, or even in spite of it. Although there are numerous cases of conscious contents becoming unconscious again, through being repressed, for instance, the unconscious as a whole is far from being a mere remnant of consciousness. Or are the psychic functions of animals remnants of consciousness? As I have said, there is little hope of our finding in the unconscious an order equivalent to that of the ego. It certainly does not look as if we were likely to discover an unconscious ego personality, something in the nature of a Pythagorean counter-earth. Nevertheless, we cannot overlook the fact that, just as consciousness arises from the unconscious, the ego center, too, crystallizes out of a dark depth in which it was somehow contained in potentia. Just as a human mother can only produce a human child, whose deepest nature lay hidden during its potential existence within her. So we are practically compelled to believe that the unconscious cannot be an entirely chaotic accumulation of instincts and images. There must be something to hold it together and give expression to the whole. Its center cannot possibly be the ego, since the ego was born out of it into consciousness and turns its back on the unconscious, seeking to shut it out as much as possible. Or can it be that the unconscious loses its center with the birth of the ego? In that case, we would expect the ego to be far superior to the unconscious in influence and importance. The unconscious would then follow meekly in the footsteps of the conscious, and that would be just what we wish. Unfortunately, the facts show the exact opposite. Consciousness succumbs all too easily to unconscious influences, and these are often truer and wiser than our conscious thinking. Also, it frequently happens that unconscious motives overrule our conscious decisions, especially in matters of vital importance. Indeed, the fate of the individual is largely dependent on unconscious factors. Careful investigation shows how very much our conscious decisions depend on the undisturbed functioning of memory. But memory often suffers from the disturbing interference of unconscious contents. Moreover, it functions as a rule automatically. Ordinarily, it uses the bridges of association, but often in such an extraordinary way that another thorough investigation of the whole process of memory reproduction is needed in order to find out how certain memories manage to reach consciousness at all. And sometimes these bridges cannot be found. In such cases, it is impossible to dismiss the hypothesis of the spontaneous activity of the unconscious. Another example is intuition, which is chiefly dependent on unconscious processes of a very complex nature. Because of this peculiarity, I have defined intuition as perception via the unconscious. Normally, the unconscious collaborates with the conscious without friction or disturbance, so that one is not even aware of its existence. But when an individual or a social group deviates too far from their instinctual foundations, they then experience the full impact of unconscious forces. The collaboration of the unconscious is intelligent and purposive, and even when it acts in opposition to consciousness, its expression is still compensatory in an intelligent way, as if it were trying to restore the lost balance. There are dreams and visions of such an impressive character that some people refuse to admit that they could have originated in an unconscious psyche. They prefer to assume that such phenomena derive from a sort of superconsciousness. Such people make a distinction between a quasi-physiological or instinctive unconscious and a psychic sphere or layer above consciousness, which they style the superconscious. As a matter of fact, this psyche, which in Indian philosophy is called the higher consciousness, corresponds to what we in the West call the unconscious. Certain dreams, visions, and mystical experiences do, however, suggest the existence of a consciousness in the unconscious. But if we assume a consciousness in the unconscious, we are at once faced with the difficulty that no consciousness can exist without a subject, that is, an ego to which the contents are related. Consciousness needs a center, an ego to which something is conscious. We know of no other kind of consciousness, nor can we imagine a consciousness without an ego. There can be no consciousness when there is no one to say, "I am conscious." It is unprofitable to speculate about things we cannot know. I therefore refrain from making assertions that go beyond the bounds of science. It was never possible for me to discover in the unconscious anything like a personality comparable with the ego. But although a second ego cannot be discovered, except in the rare cases of dual personality, the manifestations of the unconscious do at least show traces of personalities. A simple example is the dream, where a number of real or imaginary people represent the dream thoughts. In nearly all the important types of dissociation, the manifestations of the unconscious assume a strikingly personal form. Careful examination of the behavior and mental content of these personifications, however, reveals their fragmentary character. They seem to represent complexes that have split off from a greater whole and are the very reverse of a personal center of the unconscious. I have always been greatly impressed by the character of dissociated fragments as personalities. Hence I have often asked myself whether we are not justified in assuming that, if such fragments have personality, the whole from which they were broken off must have personality to an even higher degree. The inference seemed logical, since it does not depend on whether the fragments are large or small. Why, then, should not the whole have personality too? Personality need not imply consciousness. It can just as easily be dormant or dreaming. The general aspect of unconscious manifestations is in the main chaotic and irrational, despite certain symptoms of intelligence and purposiveness. The unconscious produces dreams, visions, fantasies, emotions, grotesque ideas, and so forth. This is exactly what we would expect a dreaming personality to do. It seems to be a personality that was never awake and was never conscious of the life it had lived and of its own continuity. The only question is whether the hypothesis of a dormant and hidden personality is possible or not. It may be that all of the personality to be found in the unconscious is contained in the fragmentary personifications mentioned before. Since this is very possible, all my conjectures would be in vain. Unless there were evidence of much less fragmentary and more complete personalities, even though they are hidden. I am convinced that such evidence exists. Unfortunately, the material to prove this belongs to the subtleties of psychological analysis. It is therefore not exactly easy to give the reader a simple and convincing idea of it. I shall begin with a brief statement. In the unconscious of every man there is hidden a feminine personality, and in that of every woman a masculine personality. It is a well-known fact that sex is determined by a majority of male or female genes, as the case may be. But the minority of genes belonging to the other sex does not simply disappear. A man therefore has in him a feminine side, an unconscious feminine figure, a fact of which he is generally quite unaware. I may take it as known that I have called this figure the anima, and its counterpart in a woman the animus. In order not to repeat myself, I must refer the reader to the literature. This figure frequently appears in dreams, where one can observe all the attributes I have mentioned in earlier publications. Another, no less important and clearly defined figure is the shadow. Like the anima, it appears either in projection on suitable persons, or personified as such in dreams. The shadow coincides with the personal unconscious, which corresponds to Freud's conception of the unconscious. Again, like the anima, this figure has often been portrayed by poets and writers. I would mention the Faust-Mephistopheles relationship and E.T.A. Hoffmann's tale The Devil's Elixir as two especially typical descriptions. The shadow personifies everything that the subject refuses to acknowledge about himself, and yet is always thrusting itself upon him directly or indirectly. For instance, inferior traits of character and other incompatible tendencies. The fact that the unconscious spontaneously personifies certain effectively toned contents in dreams is the reason why I have taken over these personifications in my terminology and formulated them as names. Besides these figures, there are still a few others, less frequent and less striking, which have likewise undergone poetic as well as mythological formulation. I would mention, for instance, the figure of the hero and of the wise old man, to name only two of the best known. All these figures erupt autonomously into consciousness as soon as it gets into a pathological state. With regard to the anima, I would particularly like to draw attention to the case described by Nelkin. Now, the remarkable thing is that these figures show the most striking connections with the poetic, religious, or mythological formulations, though these connections are in no way factual. That is to say, they are spontaneous products of analogy. One such case even led to the charge of plagiarism. The French writer Benoit gave a description of the anima and her classic myth in his book L'Atlantide, which is an exact parallel of Rider Haggard's She. The lawsuit proved unsuccessful. Benoit had never heard of She. It might, in the last analysis, have been an instance of cryptomnesic deception, which is often extremely difficult to rule out. The distinctly historical aspect of the anima and her condensation with the figures of the sister, wife, mother, and daughter, plus the associated incest motif, can be found in Goethe. You were in times gone by my wife or sister, as well as in the anima figure of the Regina or Femina Alba in alchemy. The English alchemist Irenaeus Philalethes, lover of truth, writing about 1645, remarks that the queen was the king's sister, mother, or wife. The same idea can be found, ornately elaborated, in Nelkin's Patient and in a whole series of cases observed by me, where I was able to rule out with certainty any possibility of literary influence. For the rest, the anima complex is one of the oldest features of Latin alchemy. When one studies the archetypal personalities and their behavior with the help of the dreams, fantasies, and delusions of patients, one is profoundly impressed by their manifold and unmistakable connections with mythological ideas completely unknown to the layman. They form a species of singular beings whom one would like to endow with ego consciousness. Indeed, they almost seem capable of it. And yet this idea is not borne out by the facts. There is nothing in their behavior to suggest that they have an ego consciousness as we know it. They show, on the contrary, all the marks of fragmentary personalities. They are mask-like, wraith-like, without problems, lacking self-reflection, with no conflicts, no doubts, no sufferings, like gods, perhaps, who have no philosophy, such as the Brahma gods of the Samyutta Nikaya, whose erroneous views needed correction by the Buddha. Unlike other contents, they always remain strangers in the world of consciousness, unwelcome intruders saturating the atmosphere with uncanny forebodings or even with the fear of madness. If we examine their content, i.e., the fantasy material constituting their phenomenology, we find countless archaic and historical associations and images of an archetypal nature. This peculiar fact permits us to draw conclusions about the localization of anima and animus in the psychic structure. They evidently live and function in the deeper layers of the unconscious, especially in that phylogenetic substratum, which I have called the collective unconscious. This localization explains a good deal of their strangeness. They bring into our ephemeral consciousness an unknown psychic life belonging to a remote past. It is the mind of our unknown ancestors, their way of thinking and feeling, their way of experiencing life and the world, gods and men. The existence of these archaic strata is presumably the source of man's belief in reincarnations and in memories of previous existences. Just as the human body is a museum, so to speak, of its phylogenetic history, so too is the psyche. We have no reason to suppose that the specific structure of the psyche is the only thing in the world that has no history outside its individual manifestations. Even the conscious mind cannot be denied a history reaching back at least 5,000 years. It is only our ego consciousness that has forever a new beginning and an early end. The unconscious psyche is not only immensely old, it is also capable of growing into an equally remote future. It molds the human species and is just as much a part of it as the human body, which, though ephemeral in the individual, is collectively of immense age. The anima and animus live in a world quite different from the world outside. In a world where the pulse of time beats infinitely slowly, where the birth and death of individuals count for little. No wonder their nature is strange, so strange that their eruption into consciousness often amounts to a psychosis. They undoubtedly belong to the material that comes to light in schizophrenia. What I have said about the collective unconscious may give you a more or less adequate idea of what I mean by this term. If we now turn back to the problem of individuation, we shall see ourselves faced with a rather extraordinary task. The psyche consists of two incongruous halves which together should form a whole. One is inclined to think that ego consciousness is capable of assimilating the unconscious. At least one hopes that such a solution is possible. But unfortunately, the unconscious really is unconscious. In other words, it is unknown. And how can you assimilate something unknown? Even if you can form a fairly complete picture of the anima and animus, this does not mean that you have plumbed the depths of the unconscious. One hopes to control the unconscious, but the past masters in the art of self-control, the yogis, attain perfection in samadhi, a state of ecstasy, which so far as we know is equivalent to a state of unconsciousness. It makes no difference whether they call our unconscious a universal consciousness. The fact remains that in their case the unconscious has swallowed up ego consciousness. They do not realize that a universal consciousness is a contradiction in terms, since exclusion, selection, and discrimination are the root and essence of everything that lays claim to the name consciousness. Universal consciousness is logically identical with unconsciousness. It is nevertheless true that a correct application of the methods described in the Pali Canon or in the Yoga Sutra induces a remarkable extension of consciousness. But, with increasing extension, the contents of consciousness lose in clarity of detail. In the end, consciousness becomes all-embracing but nebulous. An infinite number of things merge into an indefinite whole, a state in which subject and object are almost completely identical. This is all very beautiful, but scarcely to be recommended anywhere north of the Tropic of Cancer. For this reason, we must look for a different solution. We believe in ego consciousness and in what we call reality. The realities of a northern climate are somehow so convincing that we feel very much better off when we do not forget them. For us, it makes sense to concern ourselves with reality. Our European ego consciousness is therefore inclined to swallow up the unconscious, and if this should not prove feasible, we try to suppress it. But if we understand anything of the unconscious, we know that it cannot be swallowed. We also know that it is dangerous to suppress it, because the unconscious is life, and this life turns against us if suppressed, as happens in neurosis. Conscious and unconscious do not make a whole when one of them is suppressed and injured by the other. If they must contend, let it at least be a fair fight with equal rights on both sides. Both are aspects of life. Consciousness should defend its reason and protect itself, and the chaotic life of the unconscious should be given the chance of having its way too, as much of it as we can stand. This means open conflict and open collaboration at once. That, evidently, is the way human life should be. It is the old game of hammer and anvil. Between them, the patient iron is forged into an indestructible whole, an individual. This, roughly, is what I mean by the individuation process. As the name shows, it is a process or course of development arising out of the conflict between the two fundamental psychic facts. I have described the problems of this conflict, at least in their essentials, in my essay, The Relations Between the Ego and the Unconscious. A special chapter, however, is the symbolism of the process, which is of the utmost importance for understanding the final stages of the encounter between conscious and unconscious, in practice as well as in theory. My investigations during these last years have been devoted mainly to this theme. It turned out, to my own great astonishment, that the symbol formation has the closest affinities with alchemical ideas, and especially with the conceptions of the uniting symbol, which yield highly significant parallels. Naturally, these are processes which have no meaning in the initial stages of psychological treatment. On the other hand, more difficult cases, such as cases of unresolved transference, develop these symbols. Knowledge of them is of inestimable importance in treating cases of this kind, especially when dealing with cultured patients. How the harmonizing of conscious and unconscious data is to be undertaken cannot be indicated in the form of a recipe. It is an irrational life process which expresses itself in definite symbols. It may be the task of the analyst to stand by this process with all the help he can give. In this case, knowledge of the symbols is indispensable, for it is in them that the union of conscious and unconscious contents is consummated. Out of this union emerge new situations and new conscious attitudes. I have therefore called the union of opposites the transcendent function. This rounding out of the personality into a whole may well be the goal of any psychotherapy that claims to be more than a mere cure of symptoms. A study in the process of individuation. Tao's working of things is vague and obscure. Obscure. Oh, vague. In it are images. Vague. Oh, obscure. In it are things. Profound. Oh, dark indeed. In it is seed. Its seed is very truth. In it is trustworthiness. From the earliest beginning until today. Its name is not lacking, by which to fathom the beginning of all things. How do I know it is the beginning of all things? Through it. Laotizu, Tao Te Ching, ch. 21. Introductory. During the 1920s, I made the acquaintance in America of a lady with an academic education. We will call her Miss X, who had studied psychology for 9 years. She had read all the more recent literature in this field. In 1928, at the age of 55, she came to Europe in order to continue her studies under my guidance. As the daughter of an exceptional father, she had varied interests, was extremely cultured, and possessed a lively turn of mind. She was unmarried, but lived with the unconscious equivalent of a human partner, namely the animus, the personification of everything masculine in a woman. In that characteristic liaison, so often met within women with an academic education. As frequently happens, this development of hers was based on a positive father complex. She was fia papa, and consequently did not have a good relation to her mother. Her animus was not of the kind to give her cranky ideas. She was protected from this by her natural intelligence and by a remarkable readiness to tolerate the opinions of other people. This good quality, by no means to be expected in the presence of an animus, had, in conjunction with some difficult experiences that could not be avoided, enabled her to realize that she had reached a limit and got stuck. And this made it urgently necessary for her to look round for ways that might lead her out of the impasse. That was one of the reasons for her trip to Europe. Associated with this there was another, not accidental, motive. On her mother's side, she was of Scandinavian descent. Since her relation to her mother left very much to be desired, as she herself clearly realized, the feeling had gradually grown up in her that this side of her nature might have developed differently if only the relation to her mother had given it a chance. In deciding to go to Europe, she was conscious that she was turning back to her own origins and was setting out to reactivate a portion of her childhood that was bound up with the mother. Before coming to Zurich, she had gone back to Denmark, her mother's country. There the thing that affected her most was the landscape, and unexpectedly there came over her the desire to paint, above all landscape motifs. Till then she had noticed no such aesthetic inclinations in herself. Also she lacked the ability to paint or draw. She tried her hand at watercolors, and her modest landscapes filled her with a strange feeling of contentment. Painting them, she told me, seemed to fill her with new life. Arriving in Zurich, she continued her painting efforts, and on the day before she came to me for the first time, she began another landscape, this time from memory. While she was working on it, a fantasy image suddenly thrust itself between her and the picture. She saw herself with the lower half of her body in the earth, stuck fast in a block of rock. The region round about was a beach strewn with boulders. In the background was the sea. She felt caught and helpless. Then she suddenly saw me in the guise of a medieval sorcerer. She shouted for help. I came along and touched the rock with a magic wand. The stone instantly burst open, and she stepped out uninjured. She then painted this fantasy image instead of the landscape and brought it to me on the following day. Picture 1. As usually happens with beginners and people with no skill of hand, the drawing of the picture cost her considerable difficulties. In such cases, it is very easy for the unconscious to slip its subliminal images into the painting. Thus it came about that the big boulders would not appear on the paper in their real form, but took on unexpected shapes. They looked, some of them, like hard-boiled eggs cut in two, with the yolk in the middle. Others were like pointed pyramids. It was in one of these that Miss X was stuck. Her hair, blown out behind her, and the movement of the sea suggested a strong wind. The picture shows first of all her imprisoned state, but not yet the act of liberation. So it was there that she was attached to the earth, in the land of her mother. Psychologically, this state means being caught in the unconscious. Her inadequate relation to her mother had left behind something dark and in need of development. Since she succumbed to the magic of her motherland and tried to express this by painting, it is obvious that she is still stuck with half her body in Mother Earth. That is, she is still partly identical with the mother, and what is more, through that part of the body which contains just that secret of the mother which she had never inquired into. Since Miss X had discovered all by herself the method of active imagination I have long been accustomed to use, I was able to approach the problem at just the point indicated by the picture. She is caught in the unconscious and expects magical help from me, as from a sorcerer. And since her psychological knowledge had made her completely au fait with certain possible interpretations, there was no need of even an understanding wink to bring to light the apparent sous-entendu of the liberating magician's wand. The sexual symbolism, which for many naive minds is of such capital importance, was no discovery for her. She was far enough advanced to know that explanations of this kind, however true they might be in other respects, had no significance in her case. She did not want to know how liberation might be possible in a general way, but how and in what way it could come about for her. And about this I knew as little as she. I know that such solutions can only come about in an individual way that cannot be foreseen. One cannot think up ways and means artificially, let alone know them in advance, for such knowledge is merely collective, based on average experience, and can therefore be completely inadequate, indeed absolutely wrong, in individual cases. And when, on top of that, we consider the patient's age, we would do well to abandon from the start any attempt to apply ready-made solutions and warmed-up generalities of which the patient knows just as much as the doctor. Long experience has taught me not to know anything in advance and not to know better, but to let the unconscious take precedence. Our instincts have ridden so infinitely many times, unharmed, over the problems that arise at this stage of life that we may be sure the transformation processes, which make the transition possible, have long been prepared in the unconscious and are only waiting to be released. I had already seen from her previous history how the unconscious made use of the patient's inability to draw in order to insinuate its own suggestions. I had not overlooked the fact that the boulders had surreptitiously transformed themselves into eggs. The egg is a germ of life with a lofty symbolical significance. It is not just a cosmogonic symbol. It is also a philosophical one. As the former, it is the Orphic egg, the world's beginning. As the latter, the philosophical egg of the medieval natural philosophers, the vessel from which, at the end of the opus alchemicum, the homunculus emerges, that is, the anthropos, the spiritual, inner and complete man, who in Chinese alchemy is called the Chunyan, literally perfect man. From this hint, therefore, I could already see what solution the unconscious had in mind, namely individuation, for this is the transformation process that loosens the attachment to the unconscious. It is a definitive solution, for which all other ways serve as auxiliaries and temporary makeshifts. This knowledge, which for the time being I kept to myself, bade me act with caution. I therefore advised Miss X not to let it go at a mere fantasy image of the act of liberation, but to try to make a picture of it. How this would turn out I could not guess, and that was a good thing, because otherwise I might have put Miss X on the wrong track from sheer helpfulness. She found this task terribly difficult owing to her artistic inhibitions. So I counseled her to content herself with what was possible and to use her fantasy for the purpose of circumventing technical difficulties. The object of this advice was to introduce as much fantasy as possible into the picture, for in that way the unconscious has the best chance of revealing its contents. I also advised her not to be afraid of bright colors, for I knew from experience that vivid colors seem to attract the unconscious. Thereupon, a new picture arose. Picture 2. Again there are boulders, the round and pointed forms. But the round ones are no longer eggs, they are complete circles, and the pointed ones are tipped with golden light. One of the round forms has been blasted out of its place by a golden flash of lightning. The magician and magic wand are no longer there. The personal relationship to me seems to have ceased. The picture shows an impersonal natural process. While Miss X was painting this picture, she made all sorts of discoveries. Above all, she had no notion of what picture she was going to paint. She tried to reimagine the initial situation. The rocky shore and the sea are proof of this. But the eggs turned into abstract spheres or circles, and the magician's touch became a flash of lightning cutting through her unconscious state. With this transformation, she had rediscovered the historical synonym of the philosophical egg, namely the rotundum, the round, original form of the anthropos, or sigma omicron iotic jepsilon omicron nu sigma r omicron gamma gamma upsilon lambda omicron nu, round element, as Zosimos calls it. This is an idea that has been associated with the anthropos since ancient times. The soul, too, according to tradition, has a round form. As the monk of Heisterbach says, it is not only like to the sphere of the moon, but is furnished on all sides with eyes, ex omni part oculata. We shall come back to this motif of polyophthalmia later on. His remark refers in all probability to certain parapsychological phenomena, the globes of light, or globular luminosities which, with remarkable consistency, are regarded as souls in the remotest parts of the world. The liberating flash of lightning is a symbol also used by Paracelsus and the alchemists for the same thing. Moses' rock-splitting staff, which struck forth the living water and afterwards changed into a serpent, may have been an unconscious echo in the background. Lightning signifies a sudden, unexpected, and overpowering change of psychic condition. In this spirit of the fire flash consists the great almighty life, says Jacob Boehme. For when you strike upon the sharp part of the stone, the bitter sting of nature sharpens itself, and is stirred in the highest degree. For nature is dissipated or broken asunder in the sharpness, so that the liberty shines forth as a flash. The flash is the birth of the light. It has transformative power. For if I could in my flesh comprehend the flash, which I very well see and know how it is, I could clarify or transfigure my body therewith, so that it would shine with a bright light and glory. And then it would no more resemble and be conformed to the bestial body, but to the angels of God. Elsewhere Bohm says, as when the flash of life rises up in the center of the divine power, wherein all the spirits of God attain their life and highly rejoice. Of the source spirit Mercurius, he says that it arises in the fire flash. Mercurius is the animal spirit which, from Lucifer's body, struck into the salnator of God like a fiery serpent from its hole, as if there went a fiery thunderbolt into God's nature, or a fierce serpent, which tyrannizes, raves, and rages, as if it would tear and rend nature all to pieces. Of the innermost birth of the soul, the bestial body attains only a glimpse, just as if it lightened. The triumphing divine birth lasteth in us men only so long as the flash lasteth. Therefore our knowledge is but in part, whereas in God the flash stands unchangeably, always eternally thus. In this connection I would like to mention that Bohm associates lightning with something else too. That is the quaternity, which plays a great role in the following pictures. When caught and assuaged in the four qualities or four spirits, the flash or the light subsists in the midst or center as a heart. Now when that light, which stands in the midst or center, shines into the four spirits, then the power of the four spirits rises up in the light, and they become living and love the light. That is, they take it into them, and are impregnated with it. The flash, or stalk, or pith, or the heart, which is generated in the powers, remains standing in the midst or center, and that is the sun. And this is the true Holy Ghost, whom we Christians honor and adore for the third person in the deity. Elsewhere Bohm says, when the fire flash reaches the dark substance, it is a great terror, from which the cold fire draws back in affright as if it would perish, and becomes impotent, and sinks into itself. But now the flash makes in its rising across with the comprehension of all properties. For here arises the spirit in the essence, and it stands thus. If thou hast here understanding, thou needest ask no more. It is eternity and time, God in love and anger, also heaven and hell. The lower part, which is thus marked, is the first principle, and is the eternal nature in the anger, viz. The kingdom of darkness dwelling in itself, and the upper part, with this figure, is the salnator. The upper cross above the circle is the kingdom of glory, which in the flagrat of joy in the will of the free libet proceeds from the fire in the luster of the light into the power of the liberty. And this spiritual water is the corporality of the free libet, wherein the luster from the fire and light makes a tincture, viz. A budding and growing, and a manifestation of colors from the fire and light. I have purposely dwelt at some length on Bohm's disquisition on the lightning, because it throws a good deal of light on the psychology of our pictures. However, it anticipates some things that will only become clear when we examine the pictures themselves. I must therefore ask the reader to bear Bohm's views in mind in the following commentary. I have put the most important points in italics. It is clear from the quotations what the lightning meant to Bohm and what sort of a role it plays in the present case. The last quotation in particular deserves special attention, as it anticipates various key motifs in the subsequent pictures done by my patient, namely the cross, the quaternity, the divided mandala, the lower half of which is virtually equivalent to hell and the upper half to the lighter realm of the salnator. For Bohm the lower half signifies the everlasting darkness that extends into the fire, while the upper, salnitrous, half corresponds to the third principle, the visible, elemental world, which is an emanation of the first and other principle. The cross, in turn, corresponds to the second principle, the kingdom of glory, which is revealed through magic fire, the lightning, which he calls a revelation of divine motion. The luster of the fire comes from the unity of God and reveals his will. The mandala therefore represents the kingdom of nature, which in itself is the great everlasting darkness. The kingdom of God, on the other hand, or the glory, i.e. the cross, is the light of which John 1 verse 5 speaks. And the light shineth in the darkness, and the darkness comprehendeth it not. The life that breaks itself off from the eternal light and enters into the object, as into the selfhood of properties, is only fantastic and foolish, even such as the devils were, and the souls of the damned are, as can be seen from the fourth number. For the fire of nature is called by Bohm the fourth form, and he understands it as a spiritual life fire that exists from a continual conjunction of hardness, i.e., the solidified dry salnator, and motion, the divine will. Quite in keeping with John 1 verse 5, the quaternity of the lightning, the cross, pertains to the kingdom of glory, whereas nature, the visible world, and the dark abyss remain untouched by the fourfold light and abide in darkness. For the sake of completeness, I should mention that this is the sign for cinnabar, the most important quicksilver ore. The coincidence of the two symbols can hardly be accidental in view of the significance which Bohm attributes to Mercurius. Rulin finds it rather hard to define exactly what was meant by cinnabar. The only certain thing is that there was a kappa iota nu beta alpha iota tau nu iota lambda omicron sigma omega nu, cinnabar of the philosophers, in Greek alchemy, and that it stood for the rubedo stage of the transforming substance. Thus Zosimos says, "After the preceding process, you will find the gold-colored fiery red like blood. That is the cinnabar of the philosophers, and the copper man, chi alpha lambda kappa nu theta omega pi omicron, turned to gold." Cinnabar was also supposed to be identical with the Ouroboros dragon. Even in Pliny, cinnabar is called sanguis draconis, dragon's blood, a term that lasted all through the Middle Ages. On account of its redness, it was often identified with the philosophical sulfur. A special difficulty is the fact that the wine-red cinnabar crystals were classed with the nu theta alpha kappa epsilon carbons, to which belong all reddish and red-tinted stones like rubies, garnets, amethysts, etc. They all shine like glowing coals. The lambda iota theta nu theta alpha kappa epsilon, anthracites, on the other hand, were regarded as quenched coals. These associations explain the similarity of the alchemical signs for gold, antimony, and garnet. Gold, after Mercury the most important philosophical substance, shares its sign with what is known as Regulus or button antimony, and during the 2 decades prior to the writing of Signatura Return, 1622, from which our quotation comes, this had enjoyed particular fame as the new transformative substance and panacea. Basilius Valentinus' Triumphal Car of Antimony was published about the first decade of the 17th century, the first edition possibly in 1611, and soon found the widest acclaim. The sign for garnet is, and means salt. A cross with a little circle in it means copper, from the Cyprian, Venus. Medicinal tartaric acid is denoted by, and hydrogen potassium tartrate, tartar, has the signs. Tartar settles on the bottom of the vessel, which in the language of the alchemists means, in the underworld, Tartarus. I will not attempt here any interpretation of Bohm's symbols, but will only point out that in our picture the lightning, striking into the darkness and hardness, has blasted a rotundum out of the dark massa confusa and kindled a light in it. There can be no doubt that the dark stone means the blackness, i.e., the unconscious, just as the sea and sky and the upper half of the woman's figure indicate the sphere of consciousness. We may safely assume that Bohm's symbol refers to a similar situation. The lightning has released the spherical form from the rock, and so caused a kind of liberation. But, just as the magician has been replaced by the lightning, so the patient has been replaced by the sphere. The unconscious has thus presented her with ideas which show that she had gone on thinking without the aid of consciousness, and that this radically altered the initial situation. It was again her inability to draw that led to this result. Before finding this solution, she had made 2 attempts to portray the act of liberation with human figures, but with no success. She had overlooked the fact that the initial situation, her imprisonment in the rock, was already irrational and symbolic, and therefore could not be solved in a rational way. It had to be done by an equally irrational process. That was why I advised her, should she fail in her attempt to draw human figures, to use some kind of hieroglyph. It then suddenly struck her that the sphere was a suitable symbol for the individual human being. That it was a chance idea, Einfall, is proved by the fact that it was not her conscious mind that thought up this typification, but the unconscious, for an Einfall falls in quite of its own accord. It should be noted that she represents only herself as a sphere, not me. I am represented only by the lightning, purely functionally, so that for her I am simply the precipitating cause. As a magician I appeared to her in the apt role of Hermes Kalenios, of whom the Odyssey says, Meanwhile, Selenian Hermes was gathering in the souls of the suitors, armed with the splendid golden wand that he can use at will to cast a spell on our eyes or wake us from the soundest sleep. Hermes is the Sinukainu Alpha Iod Omicron, originator of souls. He is also the Gamut Homegaro Omicron Nu Epsilon Rho Omega Nu, guide of dreams. For the following pictures, it is of special importance that Hermes has the number 4 attributed to him. Martianus Capella says, "The number 4 is assigned to the Selenian, for he alone is held to be a fourfold god." The form the picture had taken was not unreservedly welcome to the patient's conscious mind. Luckily, however, while painting it, Miss X had discovered that 2 factors were involved. These, in her own words, were reason and the eyes. Reason always wanted to make the picture as it thought it ought to be, but the eyes held fast to their vision and finally forced the picture to come out as it actually did and not in accordance with rationalistic expectations. Her reason, she said, had really intended a daylight scene, with the sunshine melting the sphere free, but the eyes favored a nocturne with shattering, dangerous lightning. This realization helped her to acknowledge the actual result of her artistic efforts and to admit that it was in fact an objective and impersonal process and not a personal relationship. For anyone with a personalistic view of psychic events, such as a Freudian, it will not be easy to see in this anything more than an elaborate repression. But if there was any repression here, we certainly cannot make the conscious mind responsible for it, because the conscious mind would undoubtedly have preferred a personal imbroglio as being far more interesting. The repression must have been maneuvered by the unconscious from the start. One should consider what this means. Instinct, the most original force of the unconscious, is suppressed or turned back on itself by an arrangement stemming from this same unconscious. It would be idle indeed to talk of repression here, since we know that the unconscious goes straight for its goal, and that this does not consist solely in pairing 2 animals, but in allowing an individual to become whole. For this purpose, wholeness, represented by the sphere, is emphasized as the essence of personality, while I am reduced to the fraction of a second, the duration of a lightning flash. The patient's association to lightning was that it might stand for intuition, a conjecture that is not far off the mark, since intuitions often come like a flash. Moreover, there are good grounds for thinking that Miss X was a sensation type. She herself thought she was one. The inferior function would then be intuition. As such, it would have the significance of a releasing or redeeming function. We know from experience that the inferior function always compensates, complements, and balances the superior function. My psychic peculiarity would make me a suitable projection carrier in this respect. The inferior function is the one of which least conscious use is made. This is the reason for its undifferentiated quality, but also for its freshness and vitality. It is not at the disposal of the conscious mind, and even after long use it never loses its autonomy and spontaneity, or only to a very limited degree. Its role is therefore mostly that of a deus ex machina. It depends not on the ego but on the self. Hence it hits consciousness unexpectedly, like lightning, and occasionally with devastating consequences. It thrusts the ego aside and makes room for a superordinate factor, the totality of a person, which consists of conscious and unconscious and consequently extends far beyond the ego. This self was always present, but sleeping, like Nietzsche's image in the stone. It is, in fact, the secret of the stone, of the lapis philosophorum, insofar as this is the prima materia. In the stone sleeps the spirit Mercurius, the circle of the moon, the round and square, the homunculus, Tom Thumb and Anthropos at once, whom the alchemists also symbolized as their famed lapis philosophorum. All these ideas and inferences were naturally unknown to my patient, and they were known to me at the time only insofar as I was able to recognize the circle as a Mandala, the psychological expression of the totality of the self. Under these circumstances, there could be no question of my having unintentionally infected her with alchemical ideas. The pictures are, in all essentials, genuine creations of the unconscious. Their inessential aspects, landscape motifs, are derived from conscious contents. Although the sphere with its glowing red center and the golden flash of lightning play the chief part, it should not be overlooked that there are several other eggs or spheres as well. If the sphere signifies the self of the patient, we must apply this interpretation to the other spheres, too. They must therefore represent other people who, in all probability, were her intimates. In both the pictures, two other spheres are clearly indicated. So I must mention that Miss X had two women friends who shared her intellectual interests and were joined to her in a lifelong friendship. All three of them, as if bound together by fate, are rooted in the same earth, i.e., in the collective unconscious, which is one and the same for all. It is probably for this reason that the second picture has the decidedly nocturnal character intended by the unconscious and asserted against the wishes of the conscious mind. It should also be mentioned that the pointed pyramids of the first picture reappear in the second, where their points are actually gilded by the lightning and strongly emphasized. I would interpret them as unconscious contents, pushing up into the light of consciousness, as seems to be the case with many contents of the collective unconscious. In contrast to the first picture, the second is painted in more vivid colors, red and gold. Gold expresses sunlight, value, divinity even. It is therefore a favorite synonym for the lapis, being the aurum philosophicum or aurum potable or aurum vitrium. As already pointed out, I was not at that time in a position to reveal anything of these ideas to Miss X, for the simple reason that I myself knew nothing of them. I feel compelled to mention this circumstance yet again, because the third picture, which now follows, brings a motif that points unmistakably to alchemy, and actually gave me the definitive incentive to make a thorough study of the works of the old adepts. Picture 3. The third picture, done as spontaneously as the first two, is distinguished most of all by its light colors. Free-floating in space among clouds is a dark blue sphere with a wine-red border. Round the middle runs a wavy silver band, which keeps the sphere balanced by equal and opposite forces, as the patient explained. To the right, above the sphere, floats a snake with golden rings, its head pointing at the sphere, an obvious development of the golden lightning in picture 2. But she drew the snake in afterwards, on account of certain reflections. The whole is a planet in the making. In the middle of the silver band is the number 12. The band was thought of as being in rapid vibratory motion, hence the wave motif. It is like a vibrating belt that keeps the sphere afloat. Miss X compared it to the ring of Saturn. But unlike this, which is composed of disintegrated satellites, her ring was the origin of future moons such as Jupiter possesses. The black lines in the silver band she called lines of force. They were meant to indicate that it was in motion. As if asking a question, I made the remark, "Then it is the vibrations of the band that keep the sphere floating?" "Naturally," she said, "they are the wings of Mercury, the messenger of the gods. The silver is quicksilver." She went on at once. "Mercury, that is Hermes, is the nous, the mind or reason, and that is the animus, who is here outside instead of inside. He is like a veil that hides the true personality." We shall leave this latter remark alone for the moment, and turn first to the wider context, which, unlike that of the two previous pictures, is especially rich. While Miss X was painting this picture, she felt that two earlier dreams were mingling with her vision. They were the two big dreams of her life. She knew of the attribute big from my stories of the dream life of African primitives I had visited. It has become a kind of colloquial term for characterizing archetypal dreams, which as we know have a peculiar numinosity. It was used in this sense by the dreamer. Several years previously, she had undergone a major operation. Under narcosis, she had the following dream vision. She saw a gray globe of the world. A silver band rotated about the equator and, according to the frequency of its vibrations, formed alternate zones of condensation and evaporation. In the zones of condensation appeared the numbers 1 to 3, but they had the tendency to increase up to 12. These numbers signified nodal points, or great personalities, who played a part in man's historical development. The number 12 meant the most important nodal point or great man, still to come, because it denotes the climax or turning point of the process of development. These are her own words. The other dream that intervened had occurred a year before the first one. She saw a golden snake in the sky. It demanded the sacrifice from among a great crowd of people, of a young man, who obeyed this demand with an expression of sorrow. The dream was repeated a little later, but this time the snake picked on the dreamer herself. The assembled people regarded her compassionately, but she took her fate proudly on herself. She was, as she told me, born immediately after midnight, so soon afterwards, indeed, that there was some doubt as to whether she came into the world on the 28th or on the 29th. Her father used to tease her by saying that she was obviously born before her time, since she came into the world just at the beginning of a new day, but only just, so that one could almost believe she was born at the 12th hour. The number 12, as she said, meant for her the culminating point of her life, which she had only now reached. That is, she felt the liberation as the climax of her life. It is indeed an hour of birth, not of the dreamer but of the self. This distinction must be borne in mind. The context to picture 3 here established needs a little commentary. First, it must be emphasized that the patient felt the moment of painting this picture as the climax of her life and also described it as such. Second, 2 big dreams have amalgamated in the picture, which heightens its significance still more. The sphere blasted from the rock in picture 2 has now, in the brighter atmosphere, floated up to heaven. The nocturnal darkness of the earth has vanished. The increase of light indicates conscious realization. The liberation has become a fact that is integrated into consciousness. The patient has understood that the floating sphere symbolizes the true personality. At present, however, it is not quite clear how she understands the relation of the ego to the true personality. The term chosen by her coincides in a remarkable way with the Chinese Qinyan, the true or complete man, who has the closest affinity with the Homo quadratus of alchemy. As we pointed out in the analysis of picture 2, the rotundum of alchemy is identical with Mercurius, the round and square. In picture 3, the connection is shown concretely through the mediating idea of the wings of Mercury, who, it is evident, has entered the picture in his own right, and not because of any non-existent knowledge of Boehm's writings. For the alchemists, the process of individuation, represented by the opus, was an analogy of the creation of the world, and the opus itself an analogy of God's work of creation. Man was seen as a microcosm, a complete equivalent of the world in miniature. In our picture, we see what it is in man that corresponds to the cosmos, and what kind of evolutionary process is compared with the creation of the world and the heavenly bodies. It is the birth of the self, the latter appearing as a microcosm. It is not the empirical man that forms the correspondentia to the world, as the medievalists thought, but rather the indescribable totality of the psychic or spiritual man, who cannot be described because he is compounded of consciousness as well as of the indeterminable extent of the unconscious. The term microcosm proves the existence of a common intuition, also present in my patient, that the total man is as big as the world, like an anthropos. The cosmic analogy had already appeared in the much earlier dream under narcosis, which likewise contained the problem of personality. The nodes of the vibrations were great personalities of historical importance. As early as 1916, I had observed a similar individuation process, illustrated by pictures, in another woman patient. In her case, too, there was a world creation, depicted as follows. To the left, from an unknown source, 3 drops fall, dissolving into 4 lines, or 2 pairs of lines. These lines move and form 4 separate paths, which then unite periodically in a nodal point, and thus build a system of vibrations. The nodes are great personalities and founders of religions, as my erstwhile patient told me. It is obviously the same conception as in our case, and we can call it archetypal in so far as there exist universal ideas of world periods, critical transitions, gods and half-gods who personify the eons. The unconscious naturally does not produce its images from conscious reflections, but from the worldwide propensity of the human system to form such conceptions as the world periods of the Parsis, the yugas and avatars of Hinduism, and the Platonic months of astrology with their bull and ram deities, and the great fish of the Christian aeon. That the nodes in our patient's picture signify or contain numbers is a bit of unconscious number mysticism that is not always easy to unravel. So far as I can see, there are 2 stages in this arithmetical phenomenology. The first, earlier stage goes up to 3, the second, later stage up to 12. 2 numbers, 3 and 12, are expressly mentioned. 12 is 4 times 3. I think we have here stumbled again on the axiom of Maria, that peculiar dilemma of 3 and 4, which I have discussed many times before, because it plays such a great role in alchemy. I would hazard that we have to do here with a tetrameria, as in Greek alchemy. a transformation process divided into 4 stages, 68 of 3 parts each, analogous to the 12 transformations of the zodiac and its division into 4. As not infrequently happens, the number 12 would then have a not merely individual significance, as the patient's birth number, for instance, but a time-conditioned one too, since the present aeon of the fishes is drawing to its end and is at the same time the 12th house of the zodiac. One is reminded of similar Gnostic ideas, such as those in the Gnosis of Justin. The Father, Elohim, begets with Edom, who is half woman and half snake, 12 fatherly angels, and Edom gives birth besides these to 12 motherly angels who, in psychological parlance, represent the shadows of the 12 fatherly ones. The motherly angels divide themselves into 4 categories, Muroida, of 3 each, corresponding to the 4 rivers of paradise. These angels dance round in a circle. Nu Cairo Kappa Nu Kappa Lambda Iota Kappa. 69. It is legitimate to bring these seemingly remote associations into hypothetical relationship because they all spring from a common root, i.e., the collective unconscious. In our picture, Mercurius forms a world-encircling band, usually represented by a snake. Mercurius is a serpent or dragon in alchemy, Serpens Mercurialis. Oddly enough, this serpent is some distance away from the sphere and is aiming down at it, as if to strike. The sphere, we are told, is kept afloat by equal and opposite forces, represented by the quicksilver or somehow connected with it. According to the old view, Mercurius is duplex, i.e., he is himself an antithesis. Mercurius, or Hermes, is a magician and god of magicians. As Hermes Trismegistus, he is the patriarch of alchemy. His magician's wand, the caduceus, is entwined by 2 snakes. The same attribute distinguishes Asclepios, the god of physicians. The archetype of these ideas was projected onto me by the patient before ever the analysis had begun. The primordial image underlying the sphere, girdled with quicksilver, is probably that of the world egg encoiled by a snake. But in our case, the snake symbol of Mercurius is replaced by a sort of pseudo-physicistic notion of a field of vibrating molecules of quicksilver. This looks like an intellectual disguising of the true situation, that the self, or its symbol, is entwined by the mercurial serpent. As the patient remarked more or less correctly, the true personality is veiled by it. This, presumably, would then be something like an Eve in the coils of the paradisal serpent. In order to avoid giving this appearance, Mercurius has obligingly split into his 2 forms, according to the old established pattern: the Mercurius crudus or vulgi, crude or ordinary quicksilver, and the Mercurius philosophorum, the Spiritus Mercurialis or the spirit Mercurius, Hermes Nous, who hovers in the sky as the golden lightning snake or noose serpent, at present inactive. In the vibrations of the quicksilver band, we may discern a certain tremulous excitement, just as the suspension expresses tense expectation. Hover and haver suspended in pain. For the alchemists, quicksilver meant the concrete, material manifestation of the spirit Mercurius, as the above-mentioned mandala in the Scholia to the Tractatus Aureus shows. The central point is Mercurius, and the square is Mercurius divided into the 4 elements. He is the anima mundi, the innermost point, and at the same time the encompasser of the world, like the Atman in the Upanishads. And just as quicksilver is a materialization of Mercurius, so the gold is a materialization of the sun in the earth. A circumstance that never ceases to astonish one is this: that at all times and in all places alchemy brought its conception of the lapis or its minera, raw material, together with the idea of the homo altus or maximus, that is, with the anthropos. Equally, one must stand amazed at the fact that here too the conception of the dark round stone blasted out of the rock should represent such an abstract idea as the psychic totality of man. The earth, and in particular the heavy cold stone, is the epitome of materiality, and so is the metallic quicksilver which, the patient thought, meant the animus, mind nous. We would expect pneumatic symbols for the idea of the self, and the animus, images of air, breath, wind. The ancient formula lambda theta omicron o lambda theta omicron, the stone that is no stone, expresses this dilemma. We are dealing with a complexio oppositorum, with something like the nature of light, which under some conditions behaves like particles and under others like waves, and is obviously in its essence both at once. Something of this kind must be conjectured with regard to these paradoxical and hardly explicable statements of the unconscious. They are not inventions of any conscious mind, but are spontaneous manifestations of a psyche not controlled by consciousness and obviously possessing all the freedom it wants to express views that take no account of our conscious intentions. The duplicity of Mercurius, his simultaneously metallic and pneumatic nature, is a parallel to the symbolization of an extremely spiritual idea like the anthropos by a corporeal, indeed metallic, substance, gold. One can only conclude that the unconscious tends to regard spirit and matter not merely as equivalent, but as actually identical, and this in flagrant contrast to the intellectual one-sidedness of consciousness, which would sometimes like to spiritualize matter and at other times to materialize spirit. That the lapis, or in our case the floating sphere, has a double meaning is clear from the circumstance that it is characterized by two symbolical colors. Red means blood and effectivity, the physiological reaction that joins spirit to body, and blue means the spiritual process, mind or nous. This duality reminds one of the alchemical duality corpus and spiritus, joined together by a third, the anima as the ligamentum corporis et spiritus. For Bohm, a high deep blue mixed with green signifies liberty, that is, the inner kingdom of glory of the reborn soul. Red leads to the region of fire and the abyss of darkness, which forms the periphery of Bohm's mandala. Picture 4. Picture 4, which now follows, shows a significant change. The sphere has divided into an outer membrane and an inner nucleus. The outer membrane is flesh-colored, and the originally rather nebulous red nucleus in Picture 2 now has a differentiated internal structure of a decidedly ternary character. The lines of force that originally belonged to the band of quicksilver now run through the whole nuclear body, indicating that the excitation is no longer external only but has seized the innermost core. An enormous inner activity now began, the patient told me. The nucleus with its ternary structure is presumably the female organ, stylized to look like a plant, in the act of fecundation. The spermatozoon is penetrating the nuclear membrane. Its role is played by the mercurial serpent. The snake is black, dark, chthonic, a subterranean and ithyphallic Hermes, but it has the golden wings of Mercury and consequently possesses his pneumatic nature. The alchemists accordingly represented their Mercurius duplex as the winged and wingless dragon, calling the former feminine and the latter masculine. The serpent in our picture represents not so much the spermatozoon, but, more accurately, the phallus. Leon Ebrio, in his Dialogue d'Amour, calls the planet Mercury the membrum virile of heaven, that is, of the macrocosm conceived as the Homo Maximus. The spermatozoon seems, rather, to correspond to the golden substance which the snake is injecting into the invaginated ectoderm of the nucleus. The two silver petals probably represent the receptive vessel. The moon bowl in which the sun's seed gold is destined to rest. Underneath the flower is a small violet circle inside the ovary, indicating by its color that it is a united double nature, spirit and body, blue and red. The snake has a pale yellow halo, which is meant to express its numinosity. Since the snake evolved out of the flash of lightning, or as a modulated form of it, I would like to instance a parallel where the lightning has the same illuminating, vivifying, fertilizing, transforming, and healing function that in our case falls to the snake. Two phases are represented. First, a black sphere, signifying a state of profound depression, and second, the lightning that strikes into this sphere. Ordinary speech makes use of the same imagery. Something strikes home, in a flash of revelation. The only difference is that generally the image comes first, and only afterwards the realization which enables the patient to say, "This has struck home." In an earlier picture, the sphere lay on the bottom of the sea. As a series of pictures shows, it arose in the first place because a black snake had swallowed the sun. There then followed an 8-rayed, completely black mandala with a wreath of 8 silver stars. In the center was a black homunculus. Next, the black sphere developed a red center, from which red rays, or streams of blood, ran out into tentacle-like extremities. The whole thing looked rather like a crab or an octopus. As the later pictures showed, the patient herself was shut up in the sphere. As to the context of Picture 4, Miss X emphasized that what disturbed her most was the band of quicksilver in Picture 3. She felt the silvery substance ought to be inside, the black lines of force remaining outside to form a black snake. This would now encircle the sphere. She felt the snake at first as a terrible danger, as something threatening the integrity of the sphere. At the point where the snake penetrates the nuclear membrane, fire breaks out, emotion. Her conscious mind interpreted this conflagration as a defensive reaction on the part of the sphere, and accordingly she tried to depict the attack as having been repulsed. But this attempt failed to satisfy the eyes, though she showed me a pencil sketch of it. She was obviously in a dilemma. She could not accept the snake because its sexual significance was only too clear to her without any assistance from me. I merely remarked to her, "This is a well-known process which you can safely accept," and showed her from my collection a similar picture, done by a man, of a floating sphere being penetrated from below by a black phallus-like object. Later she said, "I suddenly understood the whole process in a more impersonal way. It was the realization of a law of life to which sex is subordinated. The ego was not the center, but following a universal law, I circled round a sun." Thereupon she was able to accept the snake as a necessary part of the process of growth and finished the picture quickly and satisfactorily. Only one thing continued to give difficulty. She had to put the snake, she said, 100% at the top in the middle in order to satisfy the eyes. Evidently, the unconscious would only be satisfied with the most important position at the top and in the middle, in direct contrast to the picture I had previously shown her. This, as I said, was done by a man and showed the menacing black symbol entering the mandala from below. For a woman, the typical danger emanating from the unconscious comes from above, from the spiritual sphere personified by the animus, whereas for a man it comes from the chthonic realm of the world and woman, i.e., the anima projected onto the world. Once again, we must recall similar ideas found in Justin's Gnosis. The third of the fatherly angels is Baruch. He is also the tree of life in paradise. His counterpart on the motherly side is Nos, the serpent, who is the tree of knowledge of good and evil. When Elohim left Edom, because as the second member, he had retreated to the first member of the divine triad, which consisted of the good, the Father, and Edom. Edom pursued the pneuma of the Father, which he had left behind in man, and caused it to be tormented by Nos. Nu alpha pi sigma alpha iota kappa omicron lambda sigma epsilon iota kappa omicron lambda zeta tau nu pi nu epsilon mu alpha tau omicron upsilon e lambda omega epsilon mu tau omicron nu theta omega pi omicron iota. Nos defiled Eve and also used Adam as a catamite. Edom, however, is the soul. Elohim is spirit. The soul is against the spirit, and the spirit against the soul. Kappa alpha di with grave tau psi upsilon chi tau epsilon tau kappa alpha iota. This idea sheds light on the polarity of red and blue in our mandala, and also on the attack by the snake, who represents knowledge. That is why we fear knowledge of the truth, in this case of the shadow. Therefore Baruch sent to mankind Jesus, that they might be led back to the good. But the good one is Priapus. Elohim is the swan, Edom is Leda, he the gold, she Danae. Nor should we forget that the God of revelation has from of old the form of a snake, e.g., the Agatha daemon. Edom, too, as a snake maiden, has a dual nature, two-minded, two-bodied, delta gamma omega mu omicron, delta sigma omega mu omicron, and in medieval alchemy her figure became the symbol of the androgynous Mercurius. Let us remember that in picture 3 Mercurius Vulgi, ordinary quicksilver, encircles the sphere. This means that the mysterious sphere is enveloped or veiled by a vulgar or crude understanding. The patient herself opined that the animus veils the true personality. We shall hardly be wrong in assuming that a banal, everyday view of the world, allegedly biological, has here got hold of the sexual symbol and concretized it after the approved pattern. A pardonable error. Another, more correct view is so much more subtle that one naturally prefers to fall back on something well-known and ready to hand, thus gratifying one's own rational expectations and earning the applause of one's contemporaries, only to discover that one has got hopelessly stuck and has arrived back at the point from which one set forth on the great adventure. It is clear what is meant by the ithyphallic serpent. From above comes all that is aerial, intellectual, spiritual, and from below all that is passionate, corporeal, and dark. The snake, contrary to expectation, turns out to be a pneumatic symbol, a Mercurius spiritualis. a realization which the patient herself formulated by saying that the ego, despite its capricious manipulation of sexuality, is subject to a universal law. Sex in this case is therefore no problem at all, as it has been subjected to a higher transformation process and is contained in it, not repressed, only without an object. Miss X subsequently told me that she felt picture 4 was the most difficult, as if it denoted the turning point of the whole process. In my view, she may not have been wrong in this, because the clearly felt, ruthless setting aside of the so beloved and so important ego is no light matter. Not for nothing is this letting go the sine qua non of all forms of higher spiritual development, whether we call it meditation, contemplation, yoga, or spiritual exercises. But as this case shows, relinquishing the ego is not an act of the will and not a result arbitrarily produced. It is an event, an occurrence, whose inner, compelling logic can be disguised only by willful self-deception. In this case, and at this moment, the ability to let go is of decisive importance. But since everything passes, the moment may come when the relinquished ego must be reinstated in its functions. Letting go gives the unconscious the opportunity it has been waiting for. But since it consists of opposites, day and night, bright and dark, positive and negative, and is good and evil and therefore ambivalent, the moment will infallibly come when the individual, like the exemplary job, must hold fast so as not to be thrown catastrophically off balance, when the wave rebounds. The holding fast can be achieved only by a conscious will, i.e., by the ego. That is the great and irreplaceable significance of the ego, but one which, as we see here, is nonetheless relative. Relative, too, is the gain won by integrating the unconscious. We add to ourselves a bright and a dark, and more light means more night. 88 The urge of consciousness towards wider horizons, however, cannot be stopped. They must needs extend the scope of the personality, if they are not to shatter it. Picture 5. Picture 5, Miss X said, followed naturally from Picture 4, with no difficulty. The sphere and the snake have drawn apart. The snake is sinking downwards and seems to have lost its threateningness. But the sphere has been fecundated with a vengeance. It has not only got bigger, but blossoms in the most vivid colors. The nucleus has divided into 4. Something like a segmentation has occurred. This is not due to any conscious reflection, such as might come naturally to a biologically educated person. The division of the process or of the central symbol into 4 has always existed, beginning with the 4 sons of Horus, or the 4 seraphim of Ezekiel, or the birth of the 4 eons from the metra, uterus, impregnated by the pneuma and barbellinosis, or the cross formed by the lightning, snake. In Bohm's system, and ending with the tetrameria of the opus alchemicum and its components, the 4 elements, qualities, stages, etc. In each case, the quaternity forms a unity. Here it is the green circle at the center of the 4. The 4 are undifferentiated, and each of them forms a vortex, apparently turning to the left. I think I am not mistaken in regarding it as probable that, in general, a leftward movement indicates movement towards the unconscious, while a rightward clockwise movement goes towards consciousness. The one is sinister, the other right, rightful, correct. In Tibet, the leftward moving swastika is a sign of the Bon religion, of black magic. Stupas and chortens must therefore be circumambulated clockwise. The leftward spinning eddies spin into the unconscious. The rightward spinning ones spin out of the unconscious chaos. The rightward moving swastika in Tibet is therefore a Buddhist emblem. For our patient, the process appeared to mean, first and foremost, a differentiation of consciousness. From the treasures of her psychological knowledge, she interpreted the 4 as the 4 orienting functions of consciousness: thinking, feeling, sensation, intuition. She noticed, however, that the 4 were all alike, whereas the 4 functions are all unlike. This raised no question for her, but it did for me. What are these for if they are not the 4 functional aspects of consciousness? I doubted whether this could be a sufficient interpretation of them. They seem to be much more than that, and that is probably the reason why they are not different but identical. They do not form 4 functions, different by definition, but they might well represent the a priori possibility for the formation of the 4 functions. In this picture we have the quaternity, the archetypal 4, which is capable of numerous interpretations, as history shows and as I have demonstrated elsewhere. It illustrates the coming to consciousness of an unconscious content, Hence it frequently occurs in cosmogonic myths. What is the precise significance of the fact that the four eddies are apparently turning to the left, when the division of the mandala into four denotes a process of becoming conscious, is a point about which I would rather not speculate. I lack the necessary material. Blue means air or pneuma, and the leftward movement an intensification of the unconscious influence. Possibly this should be taken as a pneumatic compensation for the strongly emphasized red color, which signifies effectivity. The mandala itself is bright red, but the four eddies have in the main a cool, greenish-blue color, which the patient associated with water. This might hang together with the leftward movement, since water is a favorite symbol for the unconscious. The green of the circle in the middle signifies life in the chthonic sense. It is the benedicta viriditas of the alchemists. The problematical thing about this picture is the fact that the black snake is outside the totality of the symbolic circle. In order to make the totality actual, it ought really to be inside. But if we remember the unfavorable significance of the snake, we shall understand why its assimilation into the symbol of psychic wholeness presents certain difficulties. If our conjecture about the leftward movement of the four eddies is correct, this would denote a trend towards the deep and dark side of the spirit, by means of which the black snake could be assimilated. The snake, like the devil in Christian theology, represents the shadow, and one which goes far beyond anything personal, and could therefore best be compared with a principle, such as the principle of evil. It is the colossal shadow thrown by man, of which our age had to have such a devastating experience. It is no easy matter to fit this shadow into our cosmos. The view that we can simply turn our back on evil, and in this way eschew it, belongs to the long list of antiquated naiveties. This is sheer ostrich policy, and does not affect the reality of evil in the slightest. Evil is the necessary opposite of good, without which there would be no good either. It is impossible even to think evil out of existence. Hence the fact that the black snake remains outside expresses the critical position of evil in our traditional view of the world. The background of the picture is pale, the color of parchment. I mention this fact in particular, as the pictures that follow show a characteristic change in this respect. Picture 6. The background of Picture 6 is a cloudy gray. The mandala itself is done in the vividest colors, bright red, green, and blue. Only where the red outer membrane enters the blue-green nucleus does the red deepen to blood color, and the pale blue to a dark ultramarine. The wings of Mercury, missing in the previous picture, reappear here at the neck of the blood-red pistons, as previously on the neck of the black snake in Picture 4. But the most striking thing is the appearance of a swastika, undoubtedly wheeling to the right. I should add that these pictures were painted in 1928 and had no direct connection with contemporary fantasies, which at that time were still unknown to the world at large. Because of its green color, the swastika suggests something plant-like, but at the same time it has the wave-like character of the four eddies in the previous picture. In this mandala, an attempt is made to unite the opposites red and blue, outside and inside. Simultaneously, the rightward movement aims at bringing about an ascent into the light of consciousness, presumably because the background has become noticeably darker. The black snake has disappeared, but has begun to impart its darkness to the entire background. To compensate this, there is in the mandala an upwards movement towards the light, apparently an attempt to rescue consciousness from the darkening of the environment. The picture was associated with a dream that occurred a few days before. Miss X dreamt that she returned to the city after a holiday in the country. To her astonishment, she found a tree growing in the middle of the room where she worked. She thought, well, with its thick bark this tree can withstand the heat of an apartment. Associations to the tree led to its maternal significance. The tree would explain the plant motif in the mandala, and its sudden growth represents the higher level or freeing of consciousness induced by the movement to the right. For the same reason, the philosophical tree is a symbol of the alchemical opus, which, as we know, is an individuation process. We find similar ideas in Justin's Gnosis. The angel Baruch stands for the pneuma of Elohim, and the motherly angel Nos for the craftiness of Edom. But both angels, as I have said, were also trees. Baruch the tree of life, Nos the tree of knowledge. Their division and polarity are in keeping with the spirit of the times, 2nd-3rd centuries AD. But in those days, too, they knew of an individuation process, as we can see from Hippolytus. Elohim, we are told, set the prophet Heracles the task of delivering the Father, the Pneuma, from the power of the 12 wicked angels. This resulted in his 12 labors. Now, the Heracles myth has in fact all the characteristic features of an individuation process. The journeys to the 4 directions, for sons, submission to the feminine principle, Omphale, that symbolizes the unconscious, and the self-sacrifice and rebirth caused by Deianira's robe. The thick bark of the tree suggests the motif of protection, which appears in the mandala as the formation of skins. This is expressed in the motif of the protective blackbird's wings, which shield the contents of the mandala from outside influences. The piston-shaped prolongations of the peripheral red substance are phallic symbols, indicating the entry of effectivity into the pneumatic interior. They are obviously meant to activate and enrich the spirit dwelling within. This spirit has of course nothing to do with intellect, rather with something that we would have to call spiritual substance, pneuma, or, in modern terms, spiritual life. The underlying symbolical thought is no doubt the same as the view developed in the Clementine homilies, that tau tau nu epsilon mu alpha, spirit, and sigma mu alpha, body, are one in God. The mandala, though only a symbol of the self as the psychic totality, is at the same time a God image, for the central point, circle, and quaternity are well-known symbols for the deity. The impossibility of distinguishing empirically between self and God leads, in Indian theosophy, to the identity of the personal and suprapersonal Purusha Atman. In ecclesiastical as in alchemical literature, the saying is often quoted: God is an infinite circle or sphere, whose center is everywhere and the circumference nowhere. This idea can be found in full development as early as Parmenides. I will cite the passage because it alludes to the same motifs that underlie our mandala. For the narrower rings were filled with unmixed fire, and those next to them with night, but between these rushes the portion of flame. And in the center of these is the goddess who guides everything. For throughout she rules over cruel birth and mating, sending the female to mate with the male, and conversely again the male with the female. The learned Jesuit, Nicholas Cosson, apropos the report in Clement of Alexandria that on certain occasions wheels were rolled round in the Egyptian temples, comments that Democritus of Abdera called God, mentem in igni orbiculari, mind in the spherical fire. He goes on. This was the view also of Parmenides, who defined God as sigma pi phi nuetinu, crown, a circle consisting of glowing light. And it has been very clearly established by Iamblichus, in his book on the mysteries, that the Egyptians customarily represent God, the Lord of the world, as sitting in the lotus, a water plant, the fruits as well as the leaves of which are round, thereby indicating the circular motion of the mind, which everywhere returns into itself. This is also the origin, he says, of the ritual transformations or circuits, circussiones, that imitate the motion of the heavens. But the Stoics named the heavens a round and revolving God, rotundum et volubulum deum. Cosson says it is to this that the mystical, mystis equals symbolical, explanation of Psalm 12 verse 8 refers. In circitu impii ambulant, the ungodly wander in a circle. They only walk round the periphery without ever reaching the center, which is God. Here I would mention the wheel motif in mandala symbolism only in passing, as I have dealt with it in detail elsewhere. Picture 7. In Picture 7 it has indeed turned to night. The entire sheet which the mandala is painted on is black. All the light is concentrated in the sphere. The colors have lost their brightness but have gained in intensity. It is especially striking that the black has penetrated as far as the center, so that something of what we feared has already occurred. The blackness of the snake and of the somber surroundings has been assimilated by the nucleus and at the same time, as the picture shows, is compensated by a golden light radiating out from the center. The rays form an equal-armed cross, to replace the swastika of the previous picture, which is here represented only by 4 hooks suggesting a rightwards rotation. With the attainment of absolute blackness, and particularly its presence in the center, the upward movement and rightward rotation seem to have come to an end. On the other hand, the wings of Mercury have undergone a noticeable differentiation, which presumably means that the sphere has sufficient power to keep itself afloat and not sink down into total darkness. The golden rays forming the cross bind the 4 together. This produces an inner bond and consolidation as a defense against destructive influences emanating from the black substance that has penetrated to the center. For us, the cross symbol always has the connotation of suffering, so we are probably not wrong in assuming that the mood of this picture is one of more or less painful suspension. Remember the wings, over the dark abyss of inner loneliness. Earlier, I mentioned Boehm's lightning that makes a cross, and I brought this cross into connection with the four elements. As a matter of fact, John Dee symbolizes the elements by an equal-armed cross. As we said, the cross with a little circle in it is the alchemical sign for copper, cuprum, from Kypris, Aphrodite, and the sign for Venus is, remarkably enough, is the old apothecary's sign for Spiritus tartari, tartaric acid, which, literally translated, means spirit of the underworld, is also the sign for red hematite bloodstone. Hence there seems to be not only a cross that comes from above, as in Boehm's case and in our mandala, but also one that comes from below. In other words, the lightning, to keep to Boehm's image, can come from below out of the blood, from Venus or from Tartarus. Boehm's neutral salnatar is identical with salt in general, and one of the signs for this is. One can hardly imagine a better sign for the arcane substance, which salt was considered to be by the 16th and 17th century alchemists. Salt, in ecclesiastical as well as alchemical usage, is the symbol for sapientia and also for the distinguished or elect personality, as in Matthew 5 verse 13. Ye are the salt of the earth. The numerous wavy lines or layers in the mandala could be interpreted as representing the formation of layers of skin, giving protection against outside influences. They serve the same purpose as the inner consolidation. These cortices probably have something to do with the dream of the tree in the workroom, which had a thick bark. The formation of skins is also found in other mandalas, and it denotes a hardening or sealing off against the outside, the production of a regular rind or hide. It is possible that this phenomenon would account for the cortices or putamina, shards, mentioned in the Kabbalah. For such is the name for that which abides outside holiness, such as the 7 fallen kings and the 4 Acuraeum. From them come the clippeth or cortices. As in alchemy, these are the scoriae or slag, to which adheres the quality of plurality and of death. In our mandala, the cortices are boundary lines marking off the inner unity and protecting it against the outer blackness with its disintegrating influences, personified by the snake. The same motif is expressed by the petals of the lotus and by the skins of the onion. The outer layers are withered and desiccated, but they protect the softer, inner layers. The lotus seed of the Horus child, of the Indian divinities, and of the Buddha must be understood in this sense. Holderlin makes use of the same image. Fateless, like the sleeping infant, breathe the heavenly ones, chastely guarded. In modest bud, their spirits blossom eternally. In Christian metaphor, Mary is the flower in which God lies hidden, or again, the rose window in which the Rex Glory and Judge of the world is enthroned. The idea of circular layers is to be found, by implication, in Boehm, for the outermost ring of his three-dimensional mandala is labeled Will of ye Devil Lucifer, Abyss of Eternity, Abyss of ye Darkness, Hell of Devils, etc. Boehm says of this in his Aurora, ch. 17, Sector 6, behold, when Lucifer with his hosts aroused the wrath fire in God's nature, so that God waxed wroth in nature in the place of Lucifer. The outermost birth in nature acquired another quality, wholly wrathful, dry, cold, vehement, bitter, and sour. The raging spirit, that before had a subtle, gentle quality in nature, became in his outermost birth wholly presumptuous and terrible, and now in his outermost birth is called the wind, or the element air. In this way the 4 elements arose, the earth, in particular, by a process of contraction and desiccation. Kabbalistic influences may be conjectured here, though Boehm knew not much more about the Kabbalah than did Paracelsus. He regarded it as a species of magic. The 4 elements correspond to the 4 Acuraeum. They constitute a sort of second quaternity, proceeding from the inner, pneumatic quaternity but of a physical nature. The alchemists, too, allude to the Acuraeum. Menens, for instance, says, and although the holy name of God reveals the tetragrammaton or the 4 letters, yet if you should look at it aright, only 3 letters are found in it. The letter he has found twice, since they are the same, namely air and water, which signifies the sun, earth the father, and fire the Holy Ghost. Thus the 4 letters of God's name manifestly signify the most holy Trinity in matter, which likewise is threefold, triplex, and which is also called the shadow of the same, i.e. of God, and is named by Moises the back of God de posteriora, which seems to be created out of it matter. This statement bears out Bohm's view. To return to our mandala, the original 4 eddies have coalesced into the wavy squares in the middle of the picture. Their place is taken by golden points at the outer rim, developed from the previous picture, emitting rainbow colors. These are the colors of the peacock's eye, which play a great role as the cauda pavonis in alchemy. The appearance of these colors in the opus represents an intermediate stage preceding the definitive end result. Bohm speaks of a love desire or a beauty of colors, and here all colors arise. In our mandala, too, the rainbow colors spring from the red layer that means effectivity, of the life of nature and spirit, that is united in this spherical wheel, Bohm says. Thus is made known to us an eternal essence of nature, like to water and fire, which stand as it were mixed into one another. For there comes a bright blue color, like the lightning of the fire, and then it has a form like a ruby mingled with crystals into one essence, or like yellow, white, red, and blue mingled in dark water. For it is like blue and green, since each still has its brightness and shines, and the water only resists their fire, so that there is no wasting anywhere, but one eternal essence in 2 mysteries mingled together, notwithstanding the difference of 2 principles, viz. 2 kinds of life. The phenomenon of the colors owes its existence to the imagination of the great mystery, where a wondrous essential life is born. It is abundantly clear from this that Bohm was preoccupied with the same psychic phenomenon that fascinated Miss X, and many other patients too. Although Bohm took the idea of the cauda pavonis and the tetrameria from alchemy, he, like the alchemists, was working on an empirical basis which has since been rediscovered by modern psychology. There are products of active imagination, and also dreams, which reproduce the same patterns and arrangements with a spontaneity that cannot be influenced. A good example is the following dream. A patient dreamt that she was in a drawing room. There was a table with 3 chairs beside it. An unknown man standing beside her invited her to sit down. For this purpose, she fetched a 4th chair that stood further off. She then sat at the table and began turning over the pages of a book containing pictures of blue and red cubes, as for a building game. Suddenly it occurred to her that she had something else to attend to. She left the room and went to a yellow house. It was raining in torrents, and she sought shelter under a green laurel tree. The table, the 3 chairs, the invitation to sit down, the other chair that had to be fetched to make 4 chairs, the cubes, and the building game all suggest a process of composition. This takes place in stages, a combination first of blue and red, then of yellow and green. These 4 colors symbolize 4 qualities, as we have seen, which can be interpreted in various ways. Psychologically, this quaternity points to the orienting functions of consciousness, of which at least one is unconscious and therefore not available for conscious use. Here it would be the green, the sensation function, because the patient's relation to the real world was uncommonly complicated and clumsy. The inferior function, however, just because of its unconsciousness, has the great advantage of being contaminated with the collective unconscious, and can be used as a bridge to span the gulf between conscious and unconscious, and thus restore the vital connection with the latter. This is the deeper reason why the dream represents the inferior function as a laurel. The laurel in this dream has the same connection with the processes of inner growth as the tree that Miss X dreamt grew in her room. It is essentially the same tree as the Arbor Philosophica of the alchemists, about which I have written in Psychology and Alchemy. We should also remember that, according to tradition, the laurel is not injured either by lightning or by cold, intacta triumphat. Hence it symbolized the Virgin Mary, the model for all women, just as Christ is the model for men. In view of its historical interpretation, the laurel, like the alchemical tree, should be taken in this context as a symbol of the self. The ingenuousness of patients who produce such dreams is always very impressive. To turn back again to our mandala, the golden lines that end in pistons recapitulate the spermatozoon motif, and therefore have a spermatic significance, suggesting that the quaternity will be reproduced in a new and more distinct form. Insofar as the quaternity has to do with conscious realization, We can infer from these symptoms an intensification of the latter, as is also suggested by the golden light radiating from the center. Probably a kind of inner illumination is meant. 2 days before painting this picture, Miss X dreamt that she was in her father's room in their country house. But my mother had moved my bed away from the wall into the middle of the room and had slept in it. I was furious and moved the bed back to its former place. In the dream, the bed cover was red, exactly the red reproduced in the picture. The mother significance of the tree in her previous dream has here been taken up by the unconscious. This time the mother has slept in the middle of the room. This seems to be for Miss X an annoying intrusion into her sphere, symbolized by the room of her father, who has an animus significance for her. Her sphere is therefore a spiritual one, and she has usurped it just as she usurped her father's room. She has thus identified with this spirit. Into this sphere her mother has intruded and installed herself in the center, at first under the symbol of the tree. She therefore stands for physis opposed to spirit, i.e., for the natural feminine being which the dreamer also is, but which she would not accept because it appeared to her as a black snake. Although she remedied the intrusion at once, the dark chthonic principle, the black substance, has nevertheless penetrated to the center of her mandala, as picture 7 shows. But just because of this the golden light can appear. E tenebris lux. We have to relate the mother to Bohm's idea of the matrix. For him the matrix is the sine qua non of all differentiation or realization, without which the spirit remains suspended and never comes down to earth. The collision between the paternal and the maternal principle, spirit and nature, works like a shock. After this picture, she felt the renewed penetration of the red color, which she associated with feeling, as something disturbing, and she now discovered that her rapport with me, her analyst equals father, was unnatural and unsatisfactory. She was giving herself airs, she said, and was posing as an intelligent, understanding pupil, usurpation of spirituality. But she had to admit that she felt very silly and was very silly, regardless of what I thought about it. This admission brought her a feeling of great relief and helped her to see at last that sex was not, on the one hand, merely a mechanism for producing children and not, on the other, only an expression of supreme passion, but was also banally physiological and autoerotic. This belated realization led her straight into a fantasy state where she became conscious of a series of obscene images. At the end she saw the image of a large bird, which she called the earth bird, and which alighted on the earth. Birds, as aerial beings, are well-known spirit symbols. It represented the transformation of the spiritual image of herself into a more earthy version that is more characteristic of women. This tailpiece confirms our suspicion that the intensive upward and rightward movement has come to a halt. The bird is coming down to earth. This symbolization denotes a further and necessary differentiation of what Bohm describes in general as love desire. Through this differentiation, consciousness is not only widened but also brought face to face with the reality of things, so that the inner experience is tied, so to speak, to a definite spot. On the days following, the patient was overcome by feelings of self-pity. It became clear to her how much she regretted never having had any children. She felt like a neglected animal or a lost child. This mood grew into a regular Weltschmerz, and she felt like the all-compassionate Tathagata, Buddha. Only when she had completely given way to these feelings could she bring herself to paint another picture. Real liberation comes not from glossing over or repressing painful states of feeling, but only from experiencing them to the full. Picture 8. The thing that strikes us at once in Picture 8 is that almost the whole interior is filled with the black substance. The blue-green of the water has condensed to a dark blue quaternity, and the golden light in the center turns in the reverse direction, anti-clockwise. The bird is coming down to earth. That is, the mandala is moving towards the dark, chthonic depths. It is still floating. The wings of Mercury show this, but it has come much closer to the blackness. The inner, undifferentiated quaternity is balanced by an outer, differentiated one, which Miss X equated with the 4 functions of consciousness. To these she assigned the following colors. Yellow equals intuition, light blue equals thinking, flesh pink equals feeling, brown equals sensation. Each of these quarters is divided into 3, thus producing the number 12 again. The separation and characterization of the 2 quaternities is worth noting. The outer quaternity of wings appears as a differentiated realization of the undifferentiated inner one, which really represents the archetype. In the Kabbalah, this relationship corresponds to the quaternity of Merkaba on the one hand and of the Akuraim on the other, and in Bohm they are the four spirits of God and the four elements. The plant-like form of the cross in the middle of the mandala, also noted by the patient, refers back to the tree of the cross, and the mother. She thus makes it clear that this previously taboo element has been accepted and now holds the central place. She was fully conscious of this, which of course was a great advance on her previous attitude. In contrast to the previous picture, there are no inner cortices. This is a logical development because the thing they were meant to exclude is now in the center, and defense has become superfluous. Instead, the cortices spread out into the darkness as golden rings, expanding concentrically like waves. This would mean a far-reaching influence on the environment emanating from the sealed-off self. For days before she painted this mandala, she had the following dream. I drew a young man to the window and, with a brush dipped in white oil, removed a black fleck from the cornea of his eye. A little golden lamp then became visible in the center of the pupil. The young man felt greatly relieved, and I told him he should come again for treatment. I woke up saying the words, "If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light." Matthew 6 verse 22. This dream describes the change. The patient is no longer identical with her animus. The animus has, so to speak, become her patient, since he has eye trouble. As a matter of fact, the animus usually sees things cockeyed, and often very unclearly. Here a black fleck on the cornea obscures the golden light shining from inside the eye. He has seen things too blackly. The eye is the prototype of the mandala, as is evident from Bohm, who calls his mandala the philosophique globe, or eye of ye wonders of eternity, or looking glass of wisdom. He says, "The substance and image of the soul may be resembled to the earth, having a fair flower growing out of it, and also to the fire and light. As we see that earth is a center, but no life, yet it is essential, and a fair flower grows out of it, which is not like earth, and yet the earth is the mother of the flower. The soul is a fiery eye and similitude of the first principle, a center of nature." Our mandala is indeed an eye, the structure of which symbolizes the center of order in the unconscious. The eye is a hollow sphere, black inside, and filled with a semi-liquid substance, the vitreous humor. Looking at it from outside, one sees a round, colored surface, the iris, with a dark center, from which a golden light shines. Bohm calls it a fiery eye, in accordance with the old idea that seeing emanates from the eye. The eye may well stand for consciousness, which is in fact an organ of perception, looking into its own background. It sees its own light there, and when this is clear and pure, the whole body is filled with light. Under certain conditions, consciousness has a purifying effect. This is probably what is meant by Matthew 6, 22ff, an idea expressed even more clearly in Luke 11, 331i. The eye is also a well-known symbol for God. Hence Bohm calls his philosophique globe the eye of eternity, the essence of all essences, the eye of God. By accepting the darkness, the patient has not, to be sure, changed it into light, but she has kindled a light that illuminates the darkness within. By day no light is needed, and if you don't know it is night you won't light one, nor will any light be lit for you unless you have suffered the horror of darkness. This is not an edifying text, but a mere statement of the psychological facts. The transition from picture 7 to picture 8 gives one a working idea of what I mean by accepting the dark principle. It has sometimes been objected that nobody can form a clear conception of what this means, which is regrettable because it is an ethical problem of the first order. Here, then, is a practical example of this acceptance, and I must leave it to the philosophers to puzzle out the ethical aspects of the process. Picture 9. In picture 9 we see for the first time the blue soul flower, on a red background, also described as such by Miss X, naturally without knowledge of Bohm. In the center is the golden light in the form of a lamp, as she herself stated. The cortices are very pronounced, but they consist of light, at least in the upper half of the mandala, and radiate outwards. The light is composed of the rainbow hues of the rising sun. It is a real cauda pavonis. There are 6 sets of sunbeams. This recalls the Buddha's discourse on the robe, from the collection of the Pali Canon. His heart overflowed with loving kindness, with compassion, with joyfulness, with equanimity he abides, raying forth loving kindness, compassion, joyfulness, equanimity, towards 1/4 of space, then towards the second, then towards the third, then towards the fourth, and above and below, thus all around. Everywhere, into all places the wide world over, his heart overflowing with compassion streams forth, wide, deep, illimitable, free from enmity, free from all ill will. But a parallel with the Buddhist East cannot be carried through here, because the mandala is divided into an upper and a lower half. Above, the rings shine many-hued as a rainbow. Below, they consist of brown earth. Above, there hover 3 white birds, numata signifying the Trinity. Below, a goat is rising up, accompanied by 2 ravens, Wotan's birds, and twining snakes. This is not the sort of picture a Buddhist holy man would make, but that of a Western person with a Christian background, whose light throws a dark shadow. What is more, the 3 birds float in a jet-black sky, and the goat, rising out of dark clay, is shown against a field of bright orange. This, oddly enough, is the color of the Buddhist monk's robe, which was certainly not a conscious intention of the patient. The underlying thought is clear: no white without black, and no holiness without the devil. Opposites are brothers, and the Oriental seeks to liberate himself from them by his nerdvanva, free from the two, and his neti-neti, not this, not that. Or else he puts up with them in some mysterious fashion, as in Taoism. The connection with the East is deliberately stressed by the patient, through her painting into the mandala 4 hexagrams from the I Ching. The sign in the left top half is Yu enthusiasm, No. 16. It means thunder comes resounding out of the earth, i.e., a movement coming from the unconscious and expressed by music and dancing. Confucius comments as follows: "Firm as a rock, what need of a whole day? The judgment can be known. The superior man knows what is hidden and what is evident. He knows weakness, he knows strength as well. Hence the myriads look up to him. Enthusiasm can be the source of beauty, but it can also delude." The second hexagram at the top is sun decrease, No. 41. The upper trigram means mountain, the lower trigram means lake. The mountain towers above the lake and restrains it. That is the image, whose interpretation points to self-restraint and reserve, i.e., a seeming decrease of oneself. This is significant in the light of enthusiasm. In the top line of the hexagram, but one no longer has a separate home. The homelessness of the Buddhist monk is meant. On the psychological level, this does not, of course, refer to so drastic a demonstration of renunciation and independence, but to the patient's irreversible insight into the conditioned quality of all relationships, into the relativity of all values, and the transience of all things. The sign in the bottom half to the right is Jung, pushing upward, number 46. Within the earth wood grows, the image of pushing upward. It also says, one pushes upward into an empty city, and the king offers him Mount Chi. So this hexagram means growth and development of the personality, like a plant pushing out of the earth, a theme already anticipated by the plant motif in an earlier mandala. This is an allusion to the important lesson which Miss X has learnt from her experience, that there is no development unless the shadow is accepted. The hexagram to the left is Ting, the cauldron, number 50. This is a bronze sacrificial vessel equipped with handles and legs, which held the cooked viands used for festive occasions. The lower trigram means wind and wood, the upper one fire. The cauldron is thus made up of fire over wood, just as the alchemical vessel consists of fire or water. There is delicious food in it, the fat of the pheasant. But it is not eaten because the handle of the ting is altered and its legs are broken, making it unusable. But as a result of constant self-abnegation, the personality becomes differentiated. The ting has golden carrying rings and even rings of jade, and purified until it acquires the hardness and soft luster of precious jade. Though the 4 hexagrams were put into the mandala on purpose, they are authentic results of preoccupation with the I Ching. The phases and aspects of my patient's inner process of development can therefore express themselves easily in the language of the I Ching, because it too is based on the psychology of the individuation process that forms one of the main interests of Taoism and of Zen Buddhism. Miss X's interest in Eastern philosophy was due to the deep impression which a better knowledge of her life and of herself had made upon her, an impression of the tremendous contradictions in human nature. The insoluble conflict she was faced with makes her preoccupation with Eastern therapeutic systems, which seem to get along without conflict, doubly interesting. It may be partly due to this acquaintance with the East that the opposites, irreconcilable in Christianity, were not blurred or glossed over, but were seen in all their sharpness, and in spite, or perhaps just because, of this were brought together into the unity of the mandala. Bohm was never able to achieve this union. On the contrary, in his mandala the bright and dark semicircles are turned back to back. The bright half is labeled H ghost, the dark half father, i.e. octarirum or first principle, whereas the Holy Ghost is the second principle. This polarity is crossed by the paired opposites son and earthly man. The devils are all on the side of the dark father and constitute his wrath fire, just as on the periphery of the mandala. Bohm's starting point was philosophical alchemy, and to my knowledge he was the first to try to organize the Christian cosmos, as a total reality, into a mandala. The attempt failed, inasmuch as he was unable to unite the two halves in a circle. Miss X's mandala, on the other hand, comprises and contains the opposites. As a result, we may suppose, of the support afforded by the Chinese doctrine of Yang and Yin, the two metaphysical principles whose cooperation makes the world go round. The hexagrams, with their firm, Yang, and yielding, Yin lines, illustrate certain phases of this process. It is therefore right that they should occupy a mediating position between above and below. Lao Tzu says, "High stands on low." This indisputable truth is secretly suggested in the mandala. The three white birds hover in a black field, but the gray-black goat has a bright orange-colored background. Thus the Oriental truth insinuates itself and makes possible, at least by symbolic anticipation, a union of opposites within the irrational life process formulated by the I Ching. That we are really concerned here with opposite phases of one and the same process is shown by the picture that now follows. Picture 10. In Picture 10, begun in Zurich but only completed when Miss X again visited her motherland, we find the same division as before into above and below. The soul flower in the center is the same, but it is surrounded on all sides by a dark blue night sky, in which we see the four phases of the moon, the new moon coinciding with the world of darkness below. The three birds have become two. Their plumage has darkened, but on the other hand the goat has turned into two semi-human creatures with horns and light faces, and only two of the four snakes remain. A notable innovation is the appearance of two crabs in the lower, chthonic hemisphere that also represents the body. The crab has essentially the same meaning as the astrological sign Cancer. Unfortunately, Miss X gave no context here. In such cases, it is usually worth investigating what use has been made in the past of the object in question. In earlier, pre-scientific ages, hardly any distinction was drawn between long-tailed crabs, Macrura, crayfish, and short-tailed crabs, Brachyura. As a zodiacal sign, Cancer signifies resurrection, because the crab sheds its shell. The ancients had in mind chiefly Pagurus bernhardus, the hermit crab. It hides in its shell and cannot be attacked. Therefore it signifies caution and foresight, knowledge of coming events. It depends on the moon and waxes with it. It is worth noting that the crab appears just in the mandala, in which we see the phases of the moon for the first time. Astrologically, Cancer is the house of the moon. Because of its backwards and sideways movement, it plays the role of an unlucky animal in superstition and colloquial speech, crabbed, catch a crab, etc. Since ancient times, Cancer, Kappa Omicron, has been the name for a malignant tumor of the glands. Cancer is the zodiacal sign in which the sun begins to retreat when the days grow shorter. Pseudo-Callisthenes relates that crabs dragged Alexander's ships down into the sea. Karkinos was the name of the crab that bit Heracles in the foot in his fight with the Lernaean monster. In gratitude, Hera set her accomplice among the stars. In astrology, Cancer is a feminine and watery sign, and the summer solstice takes place in it. In the Melethesia, it is correlated with the breast. It rules over the western sea. In Propertius, it makes a sinister appearance. Octopedis cancri terga sinistra time. Fear thou the illumined back of the eight-footed crab. De Gubernatis says, "The crab causes now the death of the solar hero and now that of the monster." The Panchatantra v2 relates how a crab, which the mother gave to her son as apotropaic magic, saved his life by killing a black snake. As de Gubernatis thinks, the crab stands now for the sun and now for the moon, according to whether it goes forwards or backwards. Miss X was born in the first degrees of Cancer, actually about 3 degrees. She knew her horoscope and was well aware of the significance of the moment of birth. That is, she realized that the degree of the rising sign, the ascendant, conditions the individuality of the horoscope. Since she obviously guessed the horoscope's affinity with the mandala, she introduced her individual sign into the painting that was meant to express her psychic self. The essential conclusion to be drawn from picture 10 is that the dualities which run through it are always inwardly balanced, so that they lose their sharpness and incompatibility. As Multatuli says, "Nothing is quite true, and even that is not quite true." But this loss of strength is counterbalanced by the unity of the center, where the lamp shines, sending out colored rays to the 8 points of the compass. Although the attainment of inner balance through symmetrical pairs of opposites was probably the main intention of this mandala, we should not overlook the fact that the duplication motif also occurs when unconscious contents are about to become conscious and differentiated. They then split, as often happens in dreams, into 2 identical or slightly different halves corresponding to the conscious and still unconscious aspects of the nascent content. I have the impression from this picture that it really does represent a kind of solstice or climax where decision and division take place. The dualities are, at bottom, yes and no, the irreconcilable opposites, but they have to be held together if the balance of life is to be maintained. This can only be done by holding unswervingly to the center, where action and suffering balance each other. It is a path sharp as the edge of a razor. A climax like this, where universal opposites clash, is at the same time a moment when a wide perspective often opens out into the past and future. This is the psychological moment when, as the consensus genium has established since ancient times, synchronistic phenomena occur. That is, when the far appears near. 16 years later, Miss X became fatally ill with cancer of the breast. Picture 11. Here I will only mention that the colored rays emanating from the center have become so rarefied that, in the next few pictures, they disappear altogether. Sun and moon are now outside, no longer included in the microcosm of the mandala. The sun is not golden, but has a dull, ochreous hue and in addition is clearly turning to the left. It is moving towards its own obscuration, as had to happen after the Cancer picture solstice. The moon is in the first quarter. The roundish masses near the sun are probably meant to be cumulus clouds, but with their gray-red hues they look suspiciously like bulbous swellings. The interior of the mandala now contains a quincunx of stars, the central star being silver and gold. The division of the mandala into an aerial and an earthy hemisphere has transferred itself to the outside world and can no longer be seen in the interior. The silvery rim of the aerial hemisphere in the preceding picture now runs round the entire mandala and recalls the band of quicksilver that, as Mercurius vulgaris, veils the true personality. At all events, it is probable that the influence and importance of the outside world are becoming so strong in this picture as to bring about an impairment and devaluation of the mandala. It does not break down or burst, as can easily happen under similar circumstances, but is removed from the telluric influence through the symbolical constellation of stars and heavenly bodies. Picture 12 to 24. In picture 12, the sun is in fact sinking below the horizon, and the moon is coming out of the first quarter. The radiation of the mandala has ceased altogether, but the equivalents of sun and moon, and also of the earth, have been assimilated into it. A remarkable feature is its sudden inner animation by 2 human figures and various animals. The constellation character of the center has vanished and given way to a kind of flower motif. What this animation means cannot be established, unfortunately, as we have no commentary. In picture 13, the source of radiation is no longer in the mandala, but outside, in the shape of the full moon, from which rings of rainbow-colored light radiate in concentric circles. The mandala is laced together by 4 black and golden snakes, the heads of 3 of them pointing to the center, while the 4th rears upwards. In between the snakes and the center, there are indications of the spermatozoon motif. This may mean an intensive penetration on the part of the outside world, but it could also mean magical protection. The breaking down of the quaternity into 3+1 is in accord with the archetype. In picture 14, the mandala is suspended over the lit-up ravine of Fifth Avenue, New York, whither Miss X in the meantime returned. On the blue flower in the center, the coniuncio of the royal pair is represented by the sacrificial fire burning between them. The king and queen are assisted by two kneeling figures of a man and a woman. It is a typical marriage quaternio, and for an understanding of its psychology, I must refer the reader to my account in The Psychology of the Transference. This inner bond should be thought of as a compensatory consolidation against disintegrating influences from without. In picture 15, the mandala floats between Manhattan and the sea. It is daylight again, and the sun is just rising. Out of the blue center, blue snakes penetrate into the red flesh of the mandala. The enantiodromia is setting in, after the introversion of feeling caused by the shock of New York had passed its climax. The blue color of the snakes indicates that they have acquired a pneumatic nature. From picture 16 onwards, the drawing and painting technique shows a decided improvement. The mandalas gain in aesthetic value. In picture 17, a kind of eye motif appears, which I have also observed in the mandalas of other persons. It seems to me to link up with the motif of polyophthalmia and to point to the peculiar nature of the unconscious, which can be regarded as a multiple consciousness. I have discussed this question in detail elsewhere. The enantiodromia only reached its climax the following year, in picture 19. In that picture, the red substance is arranged round the golden, four-rayed star in the center, and the blue substance is pushing everywhere to the periphery. Here the rainbow-colored radiation of the mandala begins again for the first time, and from then on was maintained for over 10 years, in mandalas not reproduced here. I will not comment on the subsequent pictures, nor reproduce them all. As I say, they extend over more than 10 years, because I feel I do not understand them properly. In addition, they came into my hands only recently, after the death of the patient, and unfortunately without text or commentary. Under these circumstances, the work of interpretation becomes very uncertain, and is better left unattempted. Also, this case was meant only as an example of how such pictures come to be produced, what they mean, and what reflections and observations their interpretation requires. It is not intended to demonstrate how an entire lifetime expresses itself in symbolic form. The individuation process has many stages and is subject to many vicissitudes, as the fictive course of the Opus Alchemicum amply shows. Conclusion. Our series of pictures illustrates the initial stages of the way of individuation. It would be desirable to know what happens afterwards. But, just as neither the philosophical gold nor the philosopher's stone was ever made in reality, so nobody has ever been able to tell the story of the whole way, at least not to mortal ears, for it is not the storyteller but death who speaks the final consummatum est. Certainly there are many things worth knowing in the later stages of the process, but from the point of view of teaching as well as of therapy, it is important not to skip too quickly over the initial stages. As these pictures are intuitive anticipations of future developments, it is worthwhile lingering over them for a long time, in order, with their help, to integrate so many contents of the unconscious into consciousness that the latter really does reach the stage it sees ahead. These psychic evolutions do not as a rule keep pace with the tempo of intellectual developments. Indeed, their very first goal is to bring a consciousness that has hurried too far ahead into contact again with the unconscious background with which it should be connected. This was the problem in our case too. Miss X had to turn back to her motherland in order to find her Earth again. Vestigia retro. It is a task that today faces not only individuals but whole civilizations. What else is the meaning of the frightful regressions of our time? The tempo of the development of consciousness through science and technology was too rapid and left the unconscious, which could no longer keep up with it, far behind, thereby forcing it into a defensive position which expresses itself in a universal will to destruction. The political and social isms of our day preach every conceivable ideal, but under this mask, they pursue the goal of lowering the level of our culture by restricting or altogether inhibiting the possibilities of individual development. They do this partly by creating a chaos controlled by terrorism, a primitive state of affairs that affords only the barest necessities of life and surpasses in horror the worst times of the so-called Dark Ages. It remains to be seen whether this experience of degradation and slavery will once more raise a cry for greater spiritual freedom. This problem cannot be solved collectively, because the masses are not changed unless the individual changes. At the same time, even the best-looking solution cannot be forced upon him, since it is a good solution only when it is combined with a natural process of development. It is therefore a hopeless undertaking to stake everything on collective recipes and procedures. The bettering of a general ill begins with the individual, and then only when he makes himself and not others responsible. This is naturally only possible in freedom, but not under a rule of force, whether this be exercised by a self-elected tyrant or by one thrown up by the mob. The initial pictures in our series illustrate the characteristic psychic processes which, set in the moment, one gives a mind to that part of the personality which has remained behind, forgotten. Scarcely has the connection been established when symbols of the self appear, trying to convey a picture of the total personality. As a result of this development, the unsuspecting modern gets into paths trodden from time immemorial, the via sancta, whose milestones and signposts are the religions. He will think and feel things that seem strange to him, not to say unpleasant. Apuleius relates that in the Isis mysteries he approached the very gates of death and set one foot on Proserpina's threshold, yet was permitted to return, wrapped through all the elements. At midnight I saw the sun shining as if it were noon. I entered the presence of the gods of the underworld and the gods of the upper world, stood near and worshipped them. Such experiences are also expressed in our mandalas. That is why we find in religious literature the best parallels to the symbols and moods of the situations they formulate. These situations are intense inner experiences which can lead to lasting psychic growth and a ripening and deepening of the personality, if the individual affected by them has the moral capacity for paisigmataupai, loyal trust and confidence. They are the age-old psychic experiences that underlie faith and ought to be its unshakable foundation, and not of faith alone, but also of knowledge. Our case shows with singular clarity the spontaneity of the psychic process and the transformation of a personal situation into the problem of individuation, that is, of becoming whole, which is the answer to the great question of our day. How can consciousness, our most recent acquisition, which has bounded ahead, be linked up again with the oldest, the unconscious, which has lagged behind? The oldest of all is the instinctual foundation. Anyone who overlooks the instincts will be ambuscaded by them, and anyone who does not humble himself will be humbled, losing at the same time his freedom, his most precious possession. Always when science tries to describe a simple life process, the matter becomes complicated and difficult. So it is no wonder that the details of a transformation process rendered visible through active imagination make no small demands on our understanding. In this respect, they may be compared with all other biological processes. These too require specialized knowledge to become comprehensible. Our example also shows, however, that this process can begin and run its course without any special knowledge having to stand sponsor to it. But if one wants to understand anything of it and assimilate it into consciousness, then a certain amount of knowledge is needed. If the process is not understood at all, it has to build up an unusual intensity, so as not to sink back again into the unconscious without result. But if its affects rise to an unusual pitch, they will enforce some kind of understanding. It depends on the correctness of this understanding whether the consequences turn out more pathologically or less. Psychic experiences, according to whether they are rightly or wrongly understood, have very different effects on a person's development. It is one of the duties of the psychotherapist to acquire such knowledge of these things as will enable him to help his patient to an adequate understanding. Experiences of this kind are not without their dangers, for they are also, among other things, the matrix of the psychoses. Stiff-necked and violent interpretations should under all circumstances be avoided. Likewise, a patient should never be forced into a development that does not come naturally and spontaneously. But once it has set in, he should not be talked out of it again, unless the possibility of a psychosis has been definitely established. Thorough psychiatric experience is needed to decide this question, and it must constantly be borne in mind that the constellation of archetypal images and fantasies is not in itself pathological. The pathological element only reveals itself in the way the individual reacts to them and how he interprets them. The characteristic feature of a pathological reaction is, above all, identification with the archetype. This produces a sort of inflation and possession by the emergent contents, so that they pour out in a torrent which no therapy can stop. Identification can, in favorable cases, sometimes pass off as a more or less harmless inflation. But in all cases, identification with the unconscious brings a weakening of consciousness, and herein lies the danger. You do not make an identification, you do not identify yourself, but you experience your identity with the archetype in an unconscious way and so are possessed by it. Hence, in more difficult cases, it is far more necessary to strengthen and consolidate the ego than to understand and assimilate the products of the unconscious. The decision must be left to the diagnostic and therapeutic tact of the analyst. This paper is a groping attempt to make the inner processes of the mandala more intelligible. They are, as it were, self-delineations of dimly sensed changes going on in the background, which are perceived by the reversed eye and rendered visible with pencil and brush, just as they are, uncomprehended and unknown. The pictures represent a kind of ideogram of unconscious contents. I have naturally used this method on myself too, and can affirm that one can paint very complicated pictures without having the least idea of their real meaning. While painting them, the picture seems to develop out of itself, and often in opposition to one's conscious intentions. It is interesting to observe how the execution of the picture frequently thwarts one's expectations in the most surprising way. The same thing can be observed, sometimes even more clearly, when writing down the products of active imagination. The present work may also serve to fill a gap I myself have felt in my exposition of therapeutic methods. I have written very little on active imagination, but have talked about it a great deal. I have used this method since 1916, and I sketched it out for the first time in The Relations Between the Ego and the Unconscious. I first mentioned the mandala in 1929 in The Secret of the Golden Flower. For at least 13 years, I kept quiet about the results of these methods in order to avoid any suggestion. I wanted to assure myself that these things, mandalas especially, really are produced spontaneously and were not suggested to the patient by my own fantasy. I was then able to convince myself, through my own studies, that mandalas were drawn, painted, carved in stone, and built at all times and in all parts of the world, long before my patients discovered them. I have also seen to my satisfaction that mandalas are dreamt and drawn by patients who were being treated by psychotherapists whom I had not trained. In view of the importance and significance of the mandala symbol, special precautions seem to be necessary, seeing that this motif is one of the best examples of the universal operation of an archetype. In a seminar on children's dreams, which I held in 1939-40, I mentioned the dream of a 10-year-old girl who had absolutely no possibility of ever hearing about the quaternity of God. The dream was written down by the child herself and was sent to me by an acquaintance. Once in a dream I saw an animal that had lots of horns. It spiked up other little animals with them. It wriggled like a snake, and that was how it lived. Then a blue fog came out of all the four corners, and it stopped eating. Then God came, but there were really 4 gods in the 4 corners. Then the animal died, and all the animals it had eaten came out alive again. This dream describes an unconscious individuation process. All the animals are eaten by the one animal. Then comes the enantiodromia. The dragon changes into Numa, which stands for a divine quaternity. Thereupon follows the apokatastasis, a resurrection of the dead. This exceedingly unchildish fantasy can hardly be termed anything but archetypal. Miss X, in picture 12, also put a whole collection of animals into her mandala: 2 snakes, 2 tortoises, 2 fishes, 2 lions, 2 pigs, a goat, and a ram. Integration gathers many into one. To the child who had this dream, and to Miss X likewise, it was certainly not known that Origen had already said, speaking of the sacrificial animals, "Seek these sacrifices within thyself, and thou wilt find them within thine own soul. Understand that thou hast within thyself flocks of cattle, flocks of sheep, and flocks of goats. Understand that the birds of the sky are also within thee. Marvel not if we say that these are within thee, but understand that thou thyself art even another little world, and hast within thee the sun and the moon, and also the stars. The same idea occurs again in another passage, but this time it takes the form of a psychological statement. For look upon the countenance of a man who is at one moment angry, at the next sad, a short while afterward joyful, then troubled again, and then contented. See how he who thinks himself one is not one, but seems to have as many personalities as he has moods, as also the scripture says, "A fool is changed as the moon." God, therefore, is unchangeable, and is called one for the reason that he changes not. Thus also the true imitator of God, who is made after God's image, is called one and the selfsame, unus et ipsi, when he comes to perfection, for he also, when he is fixed on the summit of virtue, is not changed, but remains alway one. For every man, whiles he is in wickedness, malitia, is divided among many things and torn in many directions, and while he is in many kinds of evil he cannot be called one. Here the many animals are affective states to which man is prone. The individuation process, clearly alluded to in this passage, subordinates the many to the one. But the one is God, and that which corresponds to him in us is the imago Dei, the God image. But the God image, as we saw from Jacob Boehme, expresses itself in the mandala. Concerning mandala symbolism. In what follows I shall try to describe a special category of symbols, the mandala, with the help of a wide selection of pictures. I have dealt with this theme on several occasions before, and in Psychology and Alchemy I gave a detailed account, with running commentary, of the mandala symbols that came up in the course of an individual analysis. I repeated the attempt in the preceding paper of the present volume, but there the mandalas did not derive from dreams but from active imagination. In this paper I shall present mandalas of the most varied provenance, on the one hand to give the reader an impression of the astonishing wealth of forms produced by individual fantasy, and on the other hand to enable him to form some idea of the regular occurrence of the basic elements. As regards the interpretation, I must refer the reader to the literature. In this paper I shall content myself with hints, because a more detailed explanation would lead much too far, as the mandalas described in Psychology and Religion, and in the preceding paper of this volume show. The Sanskrit word mandala means circle. It is the Indian term for the circles drawn in religious rituals. In the great temple of Madura, in southern India, I saw how a picture of this kind was made. It was drawn by a woman on the floor of the mandapam porch, in colored chalks and measured about 10 feet across. A pundit who accompanied me said in reply to my questions that he could give me no information about it. Only the women who drew such pictures knew what they meant. The woman herself was non-committal. She evidently did not want to be disturbed in her work. Elaborate mandalas, executed in red chalk, can also be found on the whitewashed walls of many huts. The best and most significant mandalas are found in the sphere of Tibetan Buddhism. I shall use as an example a Tibetan mandala, to which my attention was drawn by Richard Wilhelm. Figure 1. A mandala of this sort is known in ritual usage as a yantra, an instrument of contemplation. It is meant to aid concentration by narrowing down the psychic field of vision and restricting it to the center. Usually the mandala contains 3 circles, painted in black or dark blue. They are meant to shut out the outside and hold the inside together. Almost regularly the outer rim consists of fire, the fire of concupiscentia, desire, from which proceed the torments of hell. The horrors of the burial ground are generally depicted on the outer rim. Inside this is a garland of lotus leaves, characterizing the whole mandala as a padma, lotus flower. Then comes a kind of monastery courtyard with 4 gates. It signifies sacred seclusion and concentration. Inside this courtyard there are as a rule the 4 basic colors, red, green, white, and yellow, which represent the 4 directions and also the psychic functions, as the Tibetan Book of the Dead shows. Then, usually marked off by another magic circle, comes the center as the essential object or goal of contemplation. This center is treated in very different ways, depending on the requirements of the ritual, the grade of initiation of the contemplator, and the sect he belongs to. As a rule, it shows Shiva in his world-creating emanations. Shiva, according to Tantric doctrine, is the one existent, the timeless in its perfect state. Creation begins when this unextended point, known as Shiva Bindu, appears in the eternal embrace of its feminine side, the Shakti. It then emerges from the state of being in itself and attains the state of being for itself, if I may use the Hegelian terminology. In Kundalini Yoga symbolism, Shakti is represented as a snake wound 3.5 times round the lingam, which is Shiva in the form of a phallus. This image shows the possibility of manifestation in space. From Shakti comes Maya, the building material of all individual things. She is, in consequence, the creatrix of the real world. This is thought of as illusion, as being and not being. It is, and yet remains dissolved in Shiva. Creation, therefore, begins with an act of division of the opposites that are united in the deity. From their splitting arises, in a gigantic explosion of energy, the multiplicity of the world. The goal of contemplating the processes depicted in the mandala is that the yogi shall become inwardly aware of the deity. Through contemplation, he recognizes himself as God again, and thus returns from the illusion of individual existence into the universal totality of the divine state. As I have said, mandala means circle. There are innumerable variants of the motif shown here, but they are all based on the squaring of a circle. Their basic motif is the premonition of a center of personality, a kind of central point within the psyche, to which everything is related, by which everything is arranged, and which is itself a source of energy. The energy of the central point is manifested in the almost irresistible compulsion and urge to become what one is. Just as every organism is driven to assume the form that is characteristic of its nature, no matter what the circumstances. This center is not felt or thought of as the ego but, if one may so express it, as the self. Although the center is represented by an innermost point, it is surrounded by a periphery containing everything that belongs to the self, the paired opposites that make up the total personality. This totality comprises consciousness first of all, then the personal unconscious, and finally an indefinitely large segment of the collective unconscious, whose archetypes are common to all mankind. A certain number of these, however, are permanently or temporarily included within the scope of the personality, and through this contact, acquire an individual stamp as the shadow, anima, and animus, to mention only the best-known figures. The self, though on the one hand simple, is on the other hand an extremely composite thing, a conglomerate soul, to use the Indian expression. Lamaic literature gives very detailed instructions as to how such a circle must be painted and how it should be used. Form and color are laid down by tradition, so the variants move within fairly narrow limits. The ritual use of the mandala is actually non-Buddhist. At any rate, it is alien to the original Hinayana Buddhism and appears first in Mahayana Buddhism. The mandala shown here depicts the state of one who has emerged from contemplation into the absolute state. That is why representation of hell and the horrors of the burial ground are missing. The diamond thunderbolt, the dorje in the center, symbolizes the perfect state where masculine and feminine are united. The world of illusions has finally vanished. All energy has gathered together in the initial state. The 4 dorjes in the gates of the inner courtyard are meant to indicate that life's energy is streaming inwards. It has detached itself from objects and now returns to the center. When the perfect union of all energies in the 4 aspects of wholeness is attained, there arises a static state subject to no more change. In Chinese alchemy, this state is called the diamond body, corresponding to the corpus incorruptible of medieval alchemy, which is identical with the corpus glorificationis of Christian tradition, the incorruptible body of resurrection. This mandala shows, then, the union of all opposites and is embedded between yang and yin, heaven and earth, the state of everlasting balance and immutable duration. For our more modest psychological purposes, we must abandon the colorful metaphysical language of the East. What yoga aims at in this exercise is undoubtedly a psychic change in the adept. The ego is the expression of individual existence. The yogin exchanges his ego for Shiva or the Buddha. In this way, he induces a shifting of the psychological center of personality from the personal ego to the impersonal non-ego, which is now experienced as the real ground of the personality. In this connection, I would like to mention a similar Chinese conception, namely the system on which the I Ching is based. Figure 2. In the center is Xian, heaven, from which the 4 emanations go forth, like the heavenly forces extending through space. Thus we have Yen, self-generated creative energy, corresponding to Shiva. Hung, all-pervading power. Yuan, generative power. Li, beneficent power. Qing, unchangeable, determinative power. Round this masculine power center lies the earth with its formed elements. It is the same conception as the Shiva-Shakti union in Kundalini Yoga, but here represented as the earth receiving into itself the creative power of heaven. The union of heaven with Kuan, the feminine and receptive, produces the Tetractes, which, as in Pythagoras, underlies all existence. The river map is one of the legendary foundations of the I Ching, which in its present form derives partly from the 12th century BC. According to the legend, a dragon dredged the magical signs of the river map from a river. On it the sages discovered the drawing, and in the drawing the laws of the world order. This drawing, in accordance with its extreme age, shows the knotted chords that signify numbers. These numbers have the usual primitive character of qualities, chiefly masculine and feminine. All uneven numbers are masculine, even numbers feminine. Unfortunately, I do not know whether this primitive conception influenced the formation of the much younger Tantric Mandala. But the parallels are so striking that the European investigator has to ask himself, which view influenced the other? Did the Chinese develop from the Indian, or the Indian from the Chinese? An Indian whom I asked answered, naturally the Chinese developed from the Indian. But he did not know how old the Chinese conceptions are. The bases of the I Ching go back to the 3rd millennium BC. My late friend Richard Wilhelm, the eminent expert on classical Chinese philosophy, was of the opinion that no direct connections could be assumed. Nor, despite the fundamental similarity of the symbolic ideas, does there need to be any direct influence, since the ideas, as experience shows and as I think I have demonstrated, arise autochthonously again and again, independently of one another, out of a psychic matrix that seems to be ubiquitous. Figure 3. As a counterpart to the Lamaic mandala, I now reproduce the Tibetan world wheel, which should be sharply distinguished from the former, since it represents the world. In the center are the 3 principles, cock, snake, and pig, symbolizing lust, envy, and unconsciousness. The wheel has, near the center, 6 spokes and 12 spokes round the edge. It is based on a triadic system. The wheel is held by the god of death, Yama. Later we shall meet other shield holders. Figures 34 and 47. It is understandable that the sorrowful world of old age, sickness, and death should be held in the claws of the death demon. The incomplete state of existence is, remarkably enough, expressed by a triadic system, and the complete spiritual state by a tetradic system. The relation between the incomplete and the complete state therefore corresponds to the sesquitertian proportion of 3:4. This relation is known in Western alchemical tradition as the axiom of Maria. It also plays a not inconsiderable role in dream symbolism. We shall now pass on to individual mandalas spontaneously produced by patients in the course of an analysis of the unconscious. Unlike the mandalas so far discussed, these are not based on any tradition or model, seeming to be free creations of fantasy, but determined by certain archetypal ideas unknown to their creators. For this reason, the fundamental motifs are repeated so often that marked similarities occur in drawings done by the most diverse patients. The pictures come as a rule from educated persons who are unacquainted with the ethnic parallels. The pictures differ widely, according to the stage of the therapeutic process, but certain important stages correspond to definite motifs. Without going into therapeutic details, I would only like to say that a rearranging of the personality is involved, a kind of new centering. That is why mandalas mostly appear in connection with chaotic psychic states of disorientation or panic. They then have the purpose of reducing the confusion to order, though this is never the conscious intention of the patient. At all events, they express order, balance, and wholeness. Patients themselves often emphasize the beneficial or soothing effect of such pictures. Usually the mandalas express religious, i.e. numinous, thoughts and ideas, or, in their stead, philosophical ones. Most mandalas have an intuitive, irrational character, and, through their symbolical content, exert a retroactive influence on the unconscious. They therefore possess a magical significance, like icons, whose possible efficacy was never consciously felt by the patient. In fact, It is from the effect of their own pictures that patients discover what icons can mean. Their pictures work not because they spring from the patient's own fantasy, but because they are impressed by the fact that their subjective imagination produces motifs and symbols of the most unexpected kind that conform to law and express an idea or situation which their conscious mind can grasp only with difficulty. Confronted with these pictures, many patients suddenly realize for the first time the reality of the collective unconscious as an autonomous entity. I will not labor the point here. The strength of the impression and its effect on the patient are obvious enough from some of the pictures. I must preface the pictures that now follow with a few remarks on the formal elements of mandala symbolism. These are primarily 1. Circular, spherical, or egg-shaped formation. 2. The circle is elaborated into a flower, rose, lotus, or a wheel. 3. A center expressed by a sun, star, or cross, usually with 4, 8, or 12 rays. 4. The circles, spheres, and cruciform figures are often represented in rotation, swastika. 5. The circle is represented by a snake coiled about a center, either ring-shaped Ouroboros or spiral Orphic egg. 6. Squaring of the circle, taking the form of a circle in a square or vice versa. 7. Castle, city, and courtyard, temenos, motifs, quadratic or circular. 8. Eye, pupil, and iris. 9. Besides the tetratic figures and multiples of 4, there are also triadic and pentatic ones, though these are much rarer. They should be regarded as disturbed totality pictures, as we shall see below. Figure 4. This mandala was done by a woman patient in her middle years, who first saw it in a dream. Here we see at once the difference from the Eastern mandala. It is poor in form, poor in ideas, but nevertheless expresses the individual attitude of the patient far more clearly than the Eastern pictures, which have been subjected to a collective and traditional configuration. Her dream ran: I was trying to decipher an embroidery pattern. My sister knew how. I asked her if she had made an elaborate hemstitched handkerchief. She said, "No, but I know how it was done." Then I saw it with the threads drawn, but the work not yet done. One must go around and around the square until near the center, then go in circles. The spiral is painted in the typical colors red, green, yellow, and blue. According to the patient, the square in the center represents a stone, its 4 facets showing the 4 basic colors. The inner spiral represents the snake that, like Kundalini, winds 3.5 times round the center. The dreamer herself had no notion of what was going on in her, namely the beginning of a new orientation, nor would she have understood it consciously. Also, the parallels from Eastern symbolism were completely unknown to her, so that any influence is out of the question. The symbolic picture came to her spontaneously, when she had reached a certain point in her development. It is, unfortunately, not possible for me to say exactly under what circumstances each of these pictures arose. That would lead us too far. The sole aim of this paper is to give a survey of the formal parallels to the individual and collective mandala. I regret also that for the same reason no single picture can be interpreted circumstantially and in detail, as that would inevitably require a comprehensive account of the analytical situation of the patient. Wherever it is possible to shed light on the origins of the picture by a passing hint, as in the present case, I shall do so. As to the interpretation of the picture, it must be emphasized that the snake, arranged in angles and then in circles round the square, signifies the circumambulation of, and way to, the center. The snake, as a chthonic and at the same time spiritual being, symbolizes the unconscious. The stone in the center, presumably a cube, is the quaternary form of the lapis philosophorum. The 4 colors also point in this direction. It is evident that the stone in this case signifies the new center of personality, the self, which is also symbolized by a vessel. Figure 5. The painter was a middle-aged woman of schizoid disposition. She had several times drawn mandalas spontaneously, because they always had an ordering effect on her chaotic psychic states. The picture shows a rose, the Western equivalent of the lotus. In India, the lotus flower, Padma, is interpreted by the Tantrists as the womb. We know this symbol from the numerous pictures of the Buddha and other Indian deities in the lotus flower. It corresponds to the golden flower of Chinese alchemy, the rose of the Rosicrucians, and the mystic rose in Dante's Paradiso. Rose and lotus are usually arranged in groups of 4 petals, indicating the squaring of the circle or the united opposites. The significance of the rose as the maternal womb was nothing strange to our Western mystics, for we read in a prayer inspired by the Litany of Loreto, "O rose wreath, thy blossoming makes men weep for joy. O rosy sun, thy burning makes men to love. O son of the sun, rose-child sunbeam, flower of the cross, pure womb that blossoms over all blooming and burning, sacred Rose Mary." Figure 6. The rose in the center is depicted as a ruby, its outer ring being conceived as a wheel or a wall with gates, so that nothing can come out from inside or go in from outside. The mandala was a spontaneous product from the analysis of a male patient. It was based on a dream. The dreamer found himself with 3 younger traveling companions in Liverpool. 8. It was night and raining. The air was full of smoke and soot. They climbed up from the harbor to the upper city. The dreamer said, "It was terribly dark and disagreeable, and we could not understand how anyone could stick it here." We talked about this, and one of my companions said that, remarkably enough, a friend of his had settled here, which astonished everybody. During this conversation, we reached a sort of public garden in the middle of the city. The park was square, and in the center was a lake or large pool. A few street lamps just lit up the pitch darkness, and I could see a little island in the pool. On it there was a single tree, a red-flowering magnolia, which miraculously stood in everlasting sunshine. I noticed that my companions had not seen this miracle, whereas I was beginning to understand why the man had settled here. The dreamer went on. "I tried to paint this dream, but as so often happens, it came out rather different. The magnolia turned into a sort of rose made of ruby-colored glass. It shone like a 4-rayed star. The square represents the wall of the park, and at the same time a street leading round the park in a square. From it there radiate 8 main streets, and from each of these 8 side streets, which meet in a shining red central point, rather like the Étoile in Paris. The acquaintance mentioned in the dream lived in a house at the corner of one of these stars. The mandala thus combines the classic motifs of flower, star, circle, precinct, temenos, and plan of city divided into quarters with citadel. The whole thing seemed like a window opening onto eternity," wrote the dreamer. Figure 7. Flower motif with cross in the center. The square, too, is arranged like a flower. The 4 faces at the corners correspond to the 4 cardinal points, which are often depicted as 4 deities. Here they have a demonic character. This may be connected with the fact that the patient was born in the Dutch East Indies, where she sucked up the peculiar local demonology with the mother's milk of her native Aya. Her numerous drawings all had a distinctly Eastern character, and thereby helped her to assimilate influences that at first could not be reconciled with her Western mentality. In the picture that followed, the demon faces were ornamentally elaborated in 8 directions. For the superficial observer, the flower-like character of the whole may disguise the demonic element the mandala is meant to ward off. The patient felt that the demonic effect came from the European influence with its moralism and rationalism. Brought up in the East Indies until her 6th year, she came later into a conventional European milieu, and this had a devastating effect on the flower-like quality of her Eastern spirit and caused a prolonged psychic trauma. Under treatment, her native world, long submerged, came up again in these drawings, bringing with it psychic recovery. Figure 8. The flower-like development has got stronger and is beginning to overgrow the demonishness of the faces. Figure 9. A later stage is shown here. Minute care in the draftsmanship vies with richness of color and form. From this we can discern not only the extraordinary concentration of the patient, but the triumph of Eastern flower-likeness over the demon of Western intellectualism, rationalism, and moralism. At the same time, the new centering of the personality becomes visible. Figure 10. In this painting, done by another young woman patient, we see at the cardinal points 4 creatures: a bird, a sheep, a snake, and a lion with a human face. Together with the 4 colors in which the 4 regions are painted, they embody 4 principles. The interior of the mandala is empty. Or rather, it contains a nothing that is expressed by a quaternity. This is in accord with the overwhelming majority of individual mandalas. As a rule, the center contains the motif of the rotundum, known to us from alchemy, or the fourfold emanation or the squaring of the circle, or, more rarely, the figure of the patient in a universal human sense, representing the anthropos. We find this motif, too, in alchemy. The four animals remind us of the cherubim in Ezekiel's vision, and also of the four symbols of the evangelists and the four sons of Horus, which are sometimes depicted in the same way, 3 with animal heads and 1 with a human head. Animals generally signify the instinctive forces of the unconscious, which are brought into unity within the mandala. This integration of the instincts is a prerequisite for individuation. Figure 11. Painting by an older patient. Here the flower is seen not in the basic pattern of the mandala, but in elevation. The circular form has been preserved inside the square, so that despite its different execution, this picture can still be regarded as a mandala. The plant stands for growth and development, like the green shoot in the diaphragm chakra of the Kundalini yoga system. The shoot symbolizes Shiva and represents the center and the male, whereas the calyx represents the female, the place of germination and birth. Thus the Buddha sitting in the lotus is shown as the germinating god. It is the god in his rising, the same symbol as Are the falcon, or the phoenix rising from the nest, or Mithras in the treetop, or the Horus child in the lotus. They are all symbolizations of the status nascendi in the seating place of the matrix. In medieval hymns, Mary too is praised as the cup of the flower in which Christ, coming down as a bird, makes his nest. Psychologically, Christ means unity, which clothes itself in the corpus mysticum of the Church or in the body of the Mother of God, mystic rose, surrounded as with flower petals, and thus reveals itself in reality. Christ as an image is a symbol of the self. Just as the plant stands for growth, so the flower depicts the unfolding from a center. Figure 12. Here the 4 rays emanating from the center spread across the whole picture. This gives the center a dynamic character. The structure of the flower is a multiple of 4. The picture is typical of the marked personality of the patient, who had some artistic talent. She also painted figure 5. Besides that, she had a strong feeling for Christian mysticism, which played a great role in her life. It was important for her to experience the archetypal background of Christian symbolism. Figure 13. Photograph of a rug woven by a middle-aged woman, Penelope-like, at a time of great inner and outer distress. She was a doctor, and she wove this magic circle round herself, working at it every day for months, as a counterbalance to the difficulties of her life. She was not my patient, and could not have been influenced by me. The rug contains an 8-petaled flower. A special feature of the rug is that it has a real above and below. Above is light, below relative darkness. In it, there is a creature like a beetle, representing an unconscious content, and comparable with the sun in the form of Kepra. Occasionally the above and below are outside the protective circle, instead of inside. In that case, the mandala affords protection against extreme opposites. That is, the sharpness of the conflict is not yet realized or else is felt as intolerable. The protective circle then guards against possible disruption due to the tension of opposites. Figure 14. An Indian picture of Shiva Bindu, the unextended point. It shows the divine power before the creation. The opposites are still united. The god rests in the point. Hence the snake signifies extension, the mother of becoming, the creation of the world of forms. In India, this point is also called Hiranyagarbha, golden germ, or golden egg. We read in the Sanat Sagesha, that pure great light which is radiant, that great glory which the gods worship, which makes the sun shine forth, that divine, eternal being is perceived by the faithful. Figure 15. This picture, also by a middle-aged woman patient, shows the squaring of the circle. The plants again denote germination and growth. In the center is a sun. As the snake and tree motif shows, we have here a conception of paradise. A parallel is the Gnostic conception of Edom with the 4 rivers of paradise in the Nicene Gnosis. For the functional significance of the snake in relation to the mandala, see the preceding paper, comments on pictures 3, 4, and 5. Figure 16. This picture was painted by a neurotic young woman. The snake is somewhat unusual in that it lies in the center itself, its head coinciding with this. Usually it is outside the inner circle, or at least coiled round the central point. One suspects, rightly as it turned out, that the inner darkness does not conceal the longed-for unity, the self, but rather the chthonic, feminine nature of the patient. In a later picture, the mandala bursts, and the snake comes out. Figure 17. The picture was done by a young woman. This mandala is legitimate, insofar as the snake is coiled round the four-rayed middle point. It is trying to get out. It is the awakening of Kundalini, meaning that the patient's chthonic nature is becoming active. This is also indicated by the arrows pointing outwards. In practice, it means becoming conscious of one's instinctual nature. The snake in ancient times personified the spinal ganglia and the spinal cord. Arrows pointing outwards may in other cases mean the opposite: protection of the inside from danger. Figure 18. Drawn by an older patient. Unlike the previous picture, this one is introverted. The snake is coiled round the four-rayed center and has laid its head on the white central point Shiva Bindu, so that it looks as if it were wearing a halo. There seems to be a kind of incubation of the middle point, the motif of the snake guarding the treasure. The center is often characterized as the treasure hard to attain. Figure 19. Done by a middle-aged woman. The concentric circles express concentration. This is further emphasized by the fishes circumnavigating the center. The number 4 has the meaning of total concentration. The movement to the left presumably indicates movement towards the unconscious, i.e., immersion in it. Figure 20. This is a parallel to Figure 19. Sketch of a fish motif which I saw on the ceiling of the Maharaja's pavilion in Benares. Figure 21. A fish instead of a snake. Fish and snake are simultaneously attributes of both Christ and the devil. The fish is making a whirlpool in the sea of the unconscious, and in its midst the precious pearl is being formed. A Rig Veda hymn says, "Darkness there was, concealed in darkness, a lightless ocean lost in night. Then the one, that was hidden in the shell, was born through the power of fiery torment. From it arose in the beginning love, which is the germ and the seed of knowledge." As a rule, the snake personifies the unconscious, whereas the fish usually represents one of its contents. These subtle distinctions must be borne in mind when interpreting a mandala, because the two symbols very probably correspond to two different stages of development. The snake representing a more primitive and more instinctual state than the fish, which in history as well was endowed with higher authority than the snake. Cf. the ichthys symbol. Figure 22. In this picture by a young woman, the fish has produced a differentiated center by circumnavigation, and in it a mother and child stand before a stylized tree of life or of knowledge. Here the fish has a dragon-like nature. It is a monster, a sort of leviathan, which, as the texts from Ras Shamra show, was originally a snake. Once more the movement is to the left. Figure 23. The golden ball corresponds to the golden germ, Hiranyagarbha. It is rotating, and the kundalini winding round it has doubled. This indicates conscious realization, since a content rising out of the unconscious splits at a certain moment into two halves, a conscious and an unconscious one. The doubling is not made by the conscious mind, but appears spontaneously in the products of the unconscious. The rightwards rotation, expressed by the wings, swastika motif, likewise indicates conscious realization. The stars show that the center has a cosmic structure. It has 4 rays, and thus behaves like a heavenly body. The Shatapatha Brahmana says, "Then he looks up to the sun, for that is the final goal, that the safe resort. To that final goal, to that resort he goes. For this reason he looks up to the sun. He looks up, saying, 'Self-existent art thou, the best ray of light.' The sun is indeed the best ray of light, and therefore he says, 'Self-existent art thou, the best ray of light. Light-bestowing art thou, give me light, Varkas.' So say I," said Yajnavalkya, "and for this indeed the Brahmin should strive, if he would be Brahmavarkasan, illumined by Brahma." He then turns from left to right, saying, "I move along the course of the sun." Having reached that final goal, that safe resort, he now moves along the course of yonder sun. This sun has 7 rays. A commentator remarks that 4 of them point to the 4 quarters. One points upwards, another downwards, but the 7th and best points inwards. It is at the same time the sun's disk, named Hiranyagarbha. This, according to Ramanuja's commentary on the Vedanta Sutras, is the highest self, the collective aggregate of all individual souls. It is the body of the highest Brahma and represents the collective psyche. For the idea of the self as compounded of many, compare Origens, each of us is not one, but many, and all are righteous, but one receiveth the crown. The patient was a woman of 60, artistically gifted. The individuation process, long blocked but released by the treatment, stimulated her creative activity. Figure 21 derives from the same source, and gave rise to a series of happily colored pictures which eloquently express the intensity of her experience. Figure 24. Done by the same patient. She herself is shown practicing contemplation or concentration on the center. She has taken the place of the fish and the snakes. An ideal image of herself is laid round the precious egg. The legs are flexible like a nixie's. The psychology of such a picture reappears in ecclesiastical tradition. The Shiva Shakti of the East is known in the West as the man encompassed by a woman, Christ and his bride the Church. Compare the Maitrayana Brahmana Upanishad. He, the self, is also he who warms the sun, hidden by the thousand-eyed golden egg, as one fire by another. He is to be thought after, he is to be sought after. Having said farewell to all living things, having gone to the forest, and having renounced all sensuous objects, let a man perceive the self from his own body. Here too the radiation from the center spreads out beyond the protective circle into the distance. This expresses the idea of the far-reaching effect of the introverted state of consciousness. It could also be described as an unconscious connection with the world. Figure 25. This picture was done by another middle-aged patient. It shows various phases of the individuation process. Down below, she is caught in a chthonic tangle of roots, the Muladhara of Kundalini Yoga. In the middle, she studies a book, cultivating her mind and augmenting her knowledge and consciousness. At the top, reborn, she receives illumination in the form of a heavenly sphere that widens and frees the personality, its round shape again representing the mandala in its kingdom of God aspect, whereas the lower, wheel-shaped mandala is chthonic. There is a confrontation of the natural and spiritual totalities. The mandala is unusual on account of its 6 rays, 6 mountain peaks, 6 birds, 3 human figures. In addition, it is located between a distinct above and below, also repeated in the mandala itself. The upper, bright sphere is in the act of descending into the hexad or triad and has already passed the rim of the wheel. According to old tradition, the number 6 means creation and evolution, since it is a coniunctio of 2 and 3, even and odd equals female and male. Philo-Judaeus therefore calls the scenarius 6, the number most suited to generation. The number 3, he says, denotes the surface or flatness, whereas 4 means height or depth. The quaternarius shows the nature of solids, whereas the 3 first numbers characterize or produce incorporeal intelligences. The number 4 appears as a 3-sided pyramid. The hexad shows that the mandala consists of 2 triads, and the upper one is making itself into a quaternity, the state of equability and justice, as Philo says. Down below lurk unintegrated dark clouds. This picture demonstrates the not uncommon fact that the personality needs to be extended both upwards and downwards. Figure 26 and 27. These mandalas are in part atypical. Both were done by the same young woman. In the center, as in the previous mandala, is a female figure, as if enclosed in a glass sphere or transparent bubble. It looks almost as if an homunculus were in the making. In addition to the usual 4 or 8 rays, both mandalas show a pentatic element. There is thus a dilemma between 4 and 5. 5 is the number assigned to the natural man, insofar as he consists of a trunk with 5 appendages. 4, on the other hand, signifies a conscious totality. It describes the ideal, spiritual man and formulates him as a totality in contrast to the pentad, which describes the corporeal man. It is significant that the swastika symbolizes the ideal man, whereas the 5-pointed star symbolizes the material and bodily man. The dilemma of 4 and 5 corresponds to the conflict between culture and nature. That was the problem of the patient. In Figure 26, the dilemma is indicated by the 4 groups of stars. 2 of them contain 4 stars and 2 of them 5 stars. On the rims of both mandalas we see the fire of desire. In Figure 27, the rim is made of something that looks like lighted tissue. In characteristic contrast to the shining mandala, both these, especially the second one, are burning. It is flaming desire, comparable to the longing of the homunculus in the retort, Faust Part 2, which was finally shattered against the throne of Galatea. The fire represents an erotic demand, but at the same time an amor fati that burns in the innermost self, trying to shape the patient's fate and thus help the self into reality. Like the homunculus in Faust, the figure shut up in the vessel wants to become. The patient was herself aware of the conflict, for she told me she had no peace after painting the second picture. She had reached the afternoon of her life, and was in her 35th year. She was in doubt as to whether she ought to have another child. She decided for a child, but fate did not let her, because the development of her personality was evidently pursuing a different goal, not a biological but a cultural one. The conflict was resolved in the interests of the latter. Figure 28. Picture by a middle-aged man. In the center is a star. The blue sky contains golden clouds. At the 4 cardinal points we see human figures. At the top, an old man in the attitude of contemplation. At the bottom, Loki or Hephaestus with red flaming hair, holding in his hands a temple. To the right and left are a light and a dark female figure. Together they indicate 4 aspects of the personality, or 4 archetypal figures belonging, as it were, to the periphery of the self. The 2 female figures can be recognized without difficulty as the 2 aspects of the anima. The old man corresponds to the archetype of meaning, or of the spirit, and the dark chthonic figure to the opposite of the wise old man, namely the magical, and sometimes destructive, Luciferian element. In alchemy, it is Hermes Trismegistus versus Mercurius, the evasive trickster. The circle enclosing the sky contains structures or organisms that look like protozoa. The 16 globes painted in 4 colors just outside this circle derived originally from an eye motif, and therefore stand for the observing and discriminating consciousness. Similarly, the ornaments in the next circle, all opening inwards, are rather like vessels pouring out their content towards the center. On the other hand, the ornaments along the rim open outwards, as if to receive something from outside. That is, in the individuation process, what were originally projections stream back, inside, and are integrated into the personality again. Here, in contrast to figure 25, above and below, male and female are integrated, as in the alchemical hermaphrodite. Figure 29. Once again, the center is symbolized by a star. This very common image is consistent with the previous pictures, where the sun represents the center. The sun, too, is a star, a radiant cell in the ocean of the sky. The picture shows the self appearing as a star out of chaos. The 4-rayed structure is emphasized by the use of 4 colors. This picture is significant in that it sets the structure of the self as a principle of order against chaos. It was painted by the same man who did figure 28. Figure 30. This mandala, by an older woman patient, is again split into above and below. Heaven above, the sea below, as indicated by the golden waves on a green ground. For wings revolve leftwards about the center, which is marked only by an orange-red spot. Here too the opposites are integrated, and are presumably the cause of the center's rotation. Figure 31. An atypical mandala, based on a dyad. A golden moon and a silver moon form the upper and lower edges. The inside is blue sky above, and something like a black crenellated wall below. On it there sits a peacock, fanning out its tail, and to the left there is an egg, presumably the peacock's. In view of the important role which the peacock and the peacock's egg together play in alchemy, and also in Gnosticism, we may expect the miracle of the cauda pavonis, the appearance of all colors, boom, the unfolding and realization of wholeness, once the dark dividing wall has broken down. See figure 32. The patient thought the egg might split and produce something new, maybe a snake. In alchemy, the peacock is synonymous with the phoenix. A variant of the phoenix legend relates that the semenda bird consumes itself, a worm forms from the ashes, and from the worm the bird rises anew. Figure 32. This picture is reproduced from the Codex Alchemicus Renoviensis, Central Library, Zurich. Here the peacock represents the phoenix rising newborn from the fire. There is a similar picture in a manuscript in the British Museum, only there the peacock is enclosed in a flask, the vas hermeticum, like the homunculus. The peacock is an old emblem of rebirth and resurrection, quite frequently found on Christian sarcophagi. In the vessel standing beside the peacock, the colors of the cauda pavonis appear, as a sign that the transformation process is nearing its goal. In the alchemical process, the serpens mercurialis, the dragon, is changed into the eagle, the peacock, the goose of Hermes, or the phoenix. Figure 33. This picture was done by a 7-year-old boy, offspring of a problem marriage. He had done a whole series of these drawings of circles and hung them up round his bed. He called them his loves and would not go to sleep without them. This shows that the magical pictures still functioned for him in their original sense, as a protective magic circle. Figure 34. An 11-year-old girl whose parents were divorced had, at a time of great difficulties and upsets, drawn a number of pictures which clearly reveal a mandala structure. Here, too, they were magic circles intended to stop the difficulties and adversities of the outside world from entering into the inner psychic space. They represent a kind of self-protection. As on the kilker, the Tibetan world wheel figure 3, you can see at either side of this picture something that looks like horns, which as we know belong to the devil or to one of his theriomorphic symbols. The slanting islets underneath them, and the 2 strokes for nose and mouth, are also the devil's. This amounts to saying, behind the mandala lurks the devil. Either the demons are covered up by the magically powerful picture and thereby eliminated, which would be the purpose of the mandala, or, as in the case of the Tibetan world wheel, the world is caught in the claws of the demon of death. In this picture, the devils merely peek out over the edge. I have seen what this means from another case. An artistically gifted patient produced a typical tetratic mandala and stuck it on a sheet of thick paper. On the back there was a circle to match, filled with drawings of sexual perversions. This shadow aspect of the mandala represented the disorderly, disruptive tendencies, the chaos that hides behind the self and bursts out in a dangerous way as soon as the individuation process comes to a standstill, or when the self is not realized and so remains unconscious. This piece of psychology was expressed by the alchemists in their Mercurius duplex, who on the one hand is Hermes the mystagogue and psychopomp, and on the other hand is the poisonous dragon, the evil spirit and trickster. Figure 35. Drawing by the same girl. Round the sun is a circle with eyes, and round this in Ouroboros. The motif of polyophthalmia frequently occurs in individual mandalas. See Picture 17 and Figure 5 in the preceding paper. In the Maitrayana Brahmana Upanishad 6, 8, the egg, Hiranyagarbha, is described as thousand-eyed. The eyes in the mandala no doubt signify the observing consciousness, but it must also be borne in mind that the texts as well as the pictures both attribute the eyes to a mythic figure, e.g., an anthropos, who does the seeing. This seems to me to point to the fascination which, through a kind of magical stare, attracts the attention of the conscious mind. Cf. Figures 38 and 39. Figure 36. Painting of a medieval city with walls and moats, streets and churches arranged quadratically. The inner city is again surrounded by walls and moats, like the imperial city in Peking. The buildings all open inwards, towards the center, represented by a castle with a golden roof. It too is surrounded by a moat. The ground round the castle is laid with black and white tiles, representing the united opposites. This mandala was done by a middle-aged man, cf. Figures 6 and 28-29. A picture like this is not unknown in Christian symbolism. The heavenly Jerusalem of Revelation is known to everybody. Coming to the Indian world of ideas, we find the city of Brahma on the world mountain Meru. We read in the Golden Flower. The Book of the Yellow Castle says, "In the square-inch field of the square-foot house, life can be regulated. The square-foot house is the face. The square-inch field in the face. What could that be other than the heavenly heart? In the middle of the square-inch dwells the splendor. In the purple hall of the city of jade dwells the god of utmost emptiness and life." Figure 37. Painted by the same patient who did Figures 11 and 30. Here the seating place is depicted as a child enclosed in a revolving sphere. The 4 wings are painted in the 4 basic colors. The child corresponds to Hiranyagarbha and to the homunculus of the alchemists. The mythologem of the divine child is based on ideas of this sort. Figure 38. Mandala in rotation by the same patient who did Figures 21 and 23. A notable feature is the quaternary structure of the golden wings in combination with the triad of 3 dogs running round the center. They have their backs to it, indicating that for them the center is in the unconscious. The mandala contains another unusual feature, a triadic motif turning to the left, while the wings turn to the right. This is not accidental. The dogs represent consciousness scenting or intuiting the unconscious. The wings show the movement of the unconscious towards consciousness, as corresponded to the patient's situation at the time. It is as if the dogs were fascinated by the center, although they cannot see it. They seem to represent the fascination felt by the conscious mind. The picture embodies the above-mentioned sesquitertian proportion, 3:4. Figure 39. The same motif as before, but represented by hares. From a Gothic window in the cathedral at Paderborn. There is no recognizable center, though the rotation presupposes one. Figure 40. Picture by a young woman patient. It too exhibits the sesquitertian proportion, and hence the dilemma with which Plato's Timaeus begins, and which, as I said, plays a considerable role in alchemy, as the axiom of Maria. Figure 41. This picture was done by a young woman patient with a schizoid disposition. The pathological element is revealed in the breaking lines that split up the center. The sharp, pointed forms of these breaking lines indicate evil, hurtful, and destructive impulses which might hinder the desired synthesis of personality. But it seems as if the regular structure of the surrounding mandala might be able to restrain the dangerous tendencies to dissociation. And this proved to be the case in the further course of the treatment and subsequent development of the patient. Figure 42. A neurotically disturbed mandala. It was drawn by a young, unmarried woman patient at a time that was full of conflict. She was in a dilemma between 2 men. The outer rim shows 4 different colors. The center is doubled in a curious way. Fire breaks out from behind the blue star in the black field, while to the right a sun appears, with blood vessels running through it. The 5-pointed star suggests a pentagram symbolizing man, the arms, legs, and head all having the same value. As I have said, it signifies the purely instinctual, chthonic, unconscious man. Cf. figures 26 and 27. The color of the star is blue, of a cool nature, therefore. But the nascent sun is yellow and red, a warm color. The sun itself, looking rather like the yolk of an incubated egg, usually denotes consciousness, illumination, understanding. Hence we could say of this mandala, a light is gradually dawning on the patient. She is waking out of her formerly unconscious state, which corresponded to a purely biological and rational existence. Rationalism is no guarantee of higher consciousness, but merely of a one-sided one. The new state is characterized by red feeling and yellow or gold intuition. There is thus a shifting of the center of personality into the warmer region of heart and feeling, while the inclusion of intuition suggests a groping, irrational apprehension of wholeness. Figure 43. This picture was done by a middle-aged woman who, without being neurotic, was struggling for spiritual development and used for this purpose the method of active imagination. These efforts induced her to make a drawing of the birth of a new insight or conscious awareness, I, from the depths of the unconscious, see. Here the I signifies the self. Figure 44. Drawing of motif from a Roman mosaic on the floor of a house in Mach 9, Tunis, which I photographed. It represents an apotropeism against the evil eye. Figure 45. Mandala from the Navajo Indians, who with great toil prepare such mandalas from colored sand for curative purposes. It is part of the mountain chant rite performed for the sick. Around the center there runs, in a wide arc, the body of the rainbow goddess. A square head denotes a female deity, a round one a male deity. The arrangement of the 4 pairs of deities on the arms of the cross suggests a swastika wheeling to the right. The 4 male deities who surround the swastika are making the same movement. Figure 46. Another sand painting by the Navajos, from the male shooting chant. The 4 horned heads are painted in the 4 colors that correspond to the 4 directions. Figure 47. Here, for comparison, is a painting of the Egyptian sky mother, bending, like the rainbow goddess, over the land with its round horizon. Behind the mandala stands, presumably, the air god like the demon in figures 3 and 34. Underneath, the arms of the Ka, raised in adoration and decked with the eye motif, hold the mandala, which probably signifies the wholeness of the two lands. Figure 48. This picture, from a manuscript of Hildegard of Bingen, shows the earth surrounded by the ocean, realm of air, and starry heaven. The actual globe of the earth in the center is divided into four. Bohm has a mandala in his book XL Questions Concerning the Soul. See Figure 1 of preceding paper. The periphery contains a bright and a dark hemisphere turning their backs to one another. They represent ununited opposites, which presumably should be bound together by the heart standing between them. This drawing is most unusual, but aptly expresses the insoluble moral conflict underlying the Christian view of the world. The soul, Bohm says, is an eye in the eternal abyss, a similitude of eternity, a perfect figure and image of the first principle, and resembles God the Father in his person, as to the eternal nature. The essence and substance of it, merely as to what it is purely in itself, is first the wheel of nature, with the first four forms. In the same treatise Bohm says, the substance and image of the soul may be resembled to the earth, having a fair flower growing out of it. The soul is a fiery eye from the eternal center of nature, a similitude of the first principle. As an eye, the soul receives the light, as the moon does the glance of the sun, for the life of the soul has its original in the fire. Figure 49 and 50. Figure 49 is especially interesting because it shows us very clearly in what relationship the picture stands to the painter. The patient, the same as did Figure 42, has a shadow problem. The female figure in the picture represents her dark, chthonic side. She is standing in front of a wheel with four spokes, the two together forming an 8-rayed mandala. From her head spring four snakes, expressing the tetratic nature of consciousness, but, in accordance with the demonic character of the picture, they do this in an evil and nefarious way, since they represent evil and destructive thoughts. The entire figure is wrapped in flames, emitting a dazzling light. She is like a fiery demon, a salamander, the medieval conception of a fire sprite. Fire expresses an intense transformation process. Hence the prima materia in alchemy was symbolized by the salamander in the fire, as the next picture shows. The spear, or arrowhead, expresses direction. It is pointing upwards from the middle of the head. Everything that the fire consumes rises up to the seat of the gods. The dragon glowing in the fire becomes volatilized. Illumination comes through the fiery torment. Figure 49 tells us something about the background of the transformation process. It depicts a state of suffering, reminiscent on the one hand of crucifixion and on the other of Ixion bound to the wheel. From this it is evident that individuation, or becoming whole, is neither a summum bonum nor a summum desideratum, but the painful experience of the union of opposites. That is the real meaning of the cross and the circle, and that is why the cross has an apotropaic effect, because, pointed at evil, it shows evil that it is already included and has therefore lost its destructive power. Figure 51. This picture was done by a 60-year-old woman patient with a similar problem. A fiery demon mounts through the night towards a star. There he passes over from a chaotic into an ordered and fixed state. The star stands for the transcendent totality, the demon for the animus, who, like the anima, is the connecting link between conscious and unconscious. The picture recalls the antique symbolism found, for instance, in Plutarch. The soul is only partly in the body, the other part is outside it and soars above man like a star symbolizing his genius. The same conception can be found among the alchemists. Figure 52. Picture by the same patient as before, showing flames with a soul rising up from them, as if swimming. The motif is repeated in Figure 53. Exactly the same thing, and with the same meaning, can be found in the Codex Renoviensis, 15th century, Zurich, Figure 54. The souls of the calcined prima materia escape as vapors, in the form of human figures looking like children, homunculi. In the fire is the dragon, the chthonic form of the anima mundi, which is being transmuted. Figure 53 and 54. Here I must remark that not only did the patient have no knowledge of alchemy, but that I myself knew nothing at that time of the alchemical picture material. The resemblance between these two pictures, striking as it is nothing extraordinary, since the great problem and concern of philosophical alchemy was the same as underlies the psychology of the unconscious, namely individuation, the integration of the self. Similar causes, other things being equal, have similar effects, and similar psychological situations make use of the same symbols, which on their side rest on archetypal foundations, as I have shown in the case of alchemy. Conclusion. I hope I have succeeded in giving the reader some idea of mandala symbolism with the help of these pictures. Naturally, my exposition aims at nothing more than a superficial survey of the empirical material on which comparative research is based. I have indicated a few parallels that may point the way to further historical and ethnic comparisons, but have refrained from a more complete and more thorough exposition because it would have taken me too far. I need say only a few words about the functional significance of the mandala, as I have discussed this theme several times before. Moreover, if we have a little feeling in our fingertips, we can guess from these pictures, painted with the greatest devotion but with unskillful hands, what is the deeper meaning that the patients tried to put into them and express through them. They are yantras in the Indian sense, instruments of meditation, concentration, and self-immersion, for the purpose of realizing inner experience, as I have explained in the commentary to the Golden Flower. At the same time, they serve to produce an inner order, which is why, when they appear in a series, they often follow chaotic, disordered states marked by conflict and anxiety. They express the idea of a safe refuge, of inner reconciliation and wholeness. I could produce many more pictures from all parts of the world, and one would be astonished to see how these symbols are governed by the same fundamental laws that can be observed in individual mandalas. In view of the fact that all the mandalas shown here were new and uninfluenced products, we are driven to the conclusion that there must be a transconscious disposition in every individual which is able to produce the same or very similar symbols at all times and in all places. Since this disposition is usually not a conscious possession of the individual, I have called it the collective unconscious, and as the basis of its symbolical products, I postulate the existence of primordial images, the archetypes. I need hardly add that the identity of unconscious individual contents with their ethnic parallels is expressed not merely in their form, but in their meaning. Knowledge of the common origin of these unconsciously preformed symbols has been totally lost to us. In order to recover it, we have to read old texts and investigate old cultures, so as to gain an understanding of the things our patients bring us today in explanation of their psychic development. And when we penetrate a little more deeply below the surface of the psyche, we come upon historical layers which are not just dead dust, but alive and continuously active in everyone, maybe to a degree that we cannot imagine in the present state of our knowledge. Appendix. Mandalas. The Sanskrit word mandala means circle, in the ordinary sense of the word. In the sphere of religious practices and in psychology, it denotes circular images, which are drawn, painted, modeled, or danced. Plastic structures of this kind are to be found, for instance, in Tibetan Buddhism, and as dance figures these circular patterns occur also in dervish monasteries. As psychological phenomena, they appear spontaneously in dreams, in certain states of conflict, and in cases of schizophrenia. Very frequently they contain a quaternity or a multiple of 4, in the form of a cross, a star, a square, an octagon, etc. In alchemy we encounter this motif in the form of quadratura circuli. In Tibetan Buddhism, the figure has the significance of a ritual instrument, yantra, whose purpose is to assist meditation and concentration. Its meaning in alchemy is somewhat similar, inasmuch as it represents the synthesis of the 4 elements which are forever tending to fall apart. Its spontaneous occurrence in modern individuals enables psychological research to make a closer investigation into its functional meaning. As a rule, a mandala occurs in conditions of psychic dissociation or disorientation. For instance, in the case of children between the ages of 8 and 11 whose parents are about to be divorced, or in adults who, as the result of a neurosis and its treatment, are confronted with the problem of opposites in human nature and are consequently disoriented. Or again in schizophrenics whose view of the world has become confused, owing to the invasion of incomprehensible contents from the unconscious. In such cases, it is easy to see how the severe pattern imposed by a circular image of this kind compensates the disorder and confusion of the psychic state, namely, through the construction of a central point to which everything is related, or by a concentric arrangement of the disordered multiplicity and of contradictory and irreconcilable elements. This is evidently an attempt at self-healing on the part of nature, which does not spring from conscious reflection, but from an instinctive impulse. Here, as comparative research has shown, a fundamental schema is made use of, an archetype which, so to speak, occurs everywhere and by no means owes its individual existence to tradition, any more than the instincts would need to be transmitted in that way. Instincts are given in the case of every newborn individual and belong to the inalienable stock of those qualities which characterize a species. What psychology designates as archetype is really a particular, frequently occurring, formal aspect of instinct, and is just as much an a priori factor as the latter. Therefore, despite external differences, we find a fundamental conformity in mandalas regardless of their origin in time and space. The squaring of the circle is one of the many archetypal motifs which form the basic patterns of our dreams and fantasies. But it is distinguished by the fact that it is one of the most important of them from the functional point of view. Indeed, it could even be called the archetype of wholeness. Because of this significance, the quaternity of the One is the schema for all images of God, as depicted in the visions of Ezekiel, Daniel, and Enoch, and as the representation of Horus with his 4 sons also shows. The latter suggests an interesting differentiation, inasmuch as there are occasionally representations in which 3 of the sons have animals' heads and only 1 a human head, in keeping with the Old Testament visions, as well as with the emblems of the seraphim which were transferred to the evangelists, and last but not least, with the nature of the Gospels themselves, 3 of which are synoptic and 1 Gnostic. Here I must add that, ever since the opening of Plato's Timaeus, 1, 2, 3, but where, my dear Socrates, is the 4th? And right up to the cabaret scene in Faust, the motif of 4 as 3 and 1 was the ever-recurring preoccupation of alchemy. The profound significance of the quaternity with its singular process of differentiation extending over the centuries and now manifest in the latest development of the Christian symbol may explain why Du chose just the archetype of wholeness as an example of symbol formation. For, just as this symbol claims a central position in the historical documents, individually too it has an outstanding significance. As is to be expected, individual mandalas display an enormous variety. The overwhelming majority are characterized by the circle and the quaternity. In a few, however, the 3 or the 5 predominates, for which there are usually special reasons. Whereas ritual mandalas always display a definite style and a limited number of typical motifs as their content, individual mandalas make use of a well-nigh unlimited wealth of motifs and symbolic allusions, from which it can easily be seen that they are endeavoring to express either the totality of the individual in his inner or outer experience of the world, or its essential point of reference. Their object is the self in contradistinction to the ego, which is only the point of reference for consciousness, whereas the self comprises the totality of the psyche altogether, i.e., conscious and unconscious. It is therefore not unusual for individual mandalas to display a division into a light and a dark half, together with their typical symbols. An historical example of this kind is Jacob Boehm's Mandala, in his treatise XL Questions Concerning the Soul. It is at the same time an image of God and is designated as such. This is not a matter of chance, for Indian philosophy, which developed the idea of the self, Atman or Purusha, to the highest degree, makes no distinction in principle between the human essence and the divine. Correspondingly, in the Western Mandala, the scintilla or soul spark, the innermost divine essence of man, is characterized by symbols which can just as well express a God image, namely the image of deity unfolding in the world, in nature, and in man. The fact that images of this kind have under certain circumstances a considerable therapeutic effect on their authors is empirically proved and also readily understandable, in that they often represent very bold attempts to see and put together apparently irreconcilable opposites and bridge over apparently hopeless splits. Even the mere attempt in this direction usually has a healing effect, but only when it is done spontaneously. Nothing can be expected from an artificial repetition or a deliberate imitation of such images.